Hey guys, this is John. Welcome back to another full course, which is really, honestly, super exciting. Today I'm going to teach you the secrets of the millionaire mind, which is so awesome. A lot of people, they jump into investing, or maybe they jump into personal finances and they're trying to manage their income or their assets or their wealth, but they don't actually master first the most important aspect behind everything, and really just the key to a quality foundation for success, and that's their mindset. And it's, cliche and stupid and hear it all over the place. So I thought, okay, well, where's the best place to learn this so I can just, learn it and then, have it and not have to worry about it ever again. And so I asked myself that question probably 4 years ago, something like that. And I discovered the book Secrets of the Millionaire Mind, which is just phenomenal, by T. Harv Eker. And that's what this entire course is going to be based on, is this book, Secrets of the Millionaire Mind. And then I really, really enjoyed it, so I went to some of Eker's seminars. So I'm going to elaborate a little bit with that information. Obviously, just the past 3-4 years of experience of actually applying what's in this book. So really, we're going to mash all of that together into this course that you're about to go through, which is super, super exciting. I would recommend definitely support the author. Writing a book, some hard stuff to do. So I'll leave a link below for Eker's book, because it's a really solid book. And obviously we're not going to go over like every single minute detail of it in this course, but we are going to cover the bulk of the content that will have the largest impact in your life, and has had the largest impact over time, and I've seen it have the largest impact in myself and in students, which is just awesome. This is really just so important that you have, right? Because if you don't, down the road, you're really just going to be mentally blocking yourself off from having success, whether you know it or whether it's subconscious, and you just realize it over time as you have difficulties maybe moving to that next level of success with whatever it is in your career or your investing or your money management. So with that said, thank you so much for tuning in, and I will see you in the course. Bye. Awesome! Welcome to week 4. Thank you guys so much. I'm so excited for you. Really pumped, because this week we're gonna dive really deep into a book that really changed my life about 1.5 years, almost 2 years ago. It was kind of interesting first learning about it, and then sort of the development and the growth that came from it. Honestly, just like a total game changer, and really a core foundation if you want to grow wealth in business, if you want to grow wealth in stocks, if you want to grow wealth in assets, like anything you do, like you have to have the right mindset. And I'll tell you a story about we're going to teach a lot this week from Secrets of the Millionaire Mind by T. Harv Eker. Definitely want to make sure that you get a copy of this book so you can follow along and make sure that you're able to review everything that we're going to learn this week over time as you go through the program, as you go through the coaching program. And what's really so interesting about this book is how much I'm so excited to share it with you, because it literally changed my life. But I remember I was kind of learning about this for the first time years ago, and what happened is I didn't find it at a bookstore, I didn't find it on Amazon, I didn't find I had no connection with this book. What happened is I was working at this marketing company. I was trying to learn about marketing so I could help grow my business, right? Work on my business asset. And as I'm working at this affiliate marketing company, I have this manager, I have this leader, I have this coach, and we're working together for a couple of weeks we're getting everything set up, we're learning, honestly learning a whole lot about building an online business, which is super cool. You guys are gonna get to that part later. Right now it's about investing. But I remember if I had this book when I started investing, I literally think I would have probably saved over 6 figures, without a doubt, in wasted money, because I didn't understand the fundamental principles of having the right mindset. I remember back when cryptocurrencies, I don't know if you guys remember, I'm sure a lot of you guys, when you had Bitcoin, right? Oh my gosh, just so crazy. And I'm probably gonna look so dated over time talking about this, because it's probably gonna be super expensive. But I remember back when it was about $2,000 was when I was sort of getting into that space, and we'll go deeper into crypto once we get into the crypto part of the coaching program. But I remember I was getting in Bitcoin, and it was $2,000. I was oh, that's the coolest thing ever. It's gonna be awesome. You do mining, doing investing, and it went up and it went up and it went up and it went up. And because I had sort of been applying what I was learning in stock market, what I've been applying, what I was learning with smaller stocks and how to use technical analysis to make really killer trades. I started applying that to cryptocurrencies, right? So instead of just trading just Bitcoin, or just the big three like Ethereum, Litecoin, Ether, whatever, instead of just doing those, I was getting into, there are like thousands and thousands of these other currencies you can invest in, and they just work. Like, it's so crazy because this might move 10%, but these other guys are going to move like 1,000%, right? And so you just have a lot more upside, right? And it depends a little bit on the market, and obviously you guys will learn more about that once you get into the cryptocurrency part. But what I want to talk to you guys about right here is the mindset, right? So like, it goes up and it goes up and it goes up and it goes up. But not just Bitcoin, like so many of my other investments, they went up, they went up, they went up. I had this one investment, I woke up, I bought this investment based on some like predicted news, some earnings, not really earnings, but like sort of a big press release this company was gonna have. And also based a little bit more on the technical analysis. It was actually like a really, really, really solid ABCD setup, which you guys are gonna learn about in the book. You guys have probably seen it. And obviously we'll go super deep into that once we get into trading and investing. But it was this really, really, really nice investment. So I buy this crypto, and I wake up the next morning, and it's up 3,000%. And I'm like, what? That's insane. And my first gut reaction, my first instinct was not to sell, even 10%, not even 5%. I probably should have sold half. I probably should have sold. I mean, but my first gut instinct wasn't to sort of take profits. My first gut instinct wasn't to, make the money and protect the gains. It was to pull up my phone and be like, oh my gosh, it's the coolest ever. And I realized looking back, like, there's so many investments I made that literally went up thousands of percentage points. And I totally missed out on the gains. I totally let it fall through my fingers and didn't even like capture them because I didn't have the right mindset. Because I sort of had this limiting belief in my head that like, oh, I can't make 10 grand overnight, or and it was awful because it literally crushed my returns. And because I had the wrong mindset, like, I was stopping myself from growing geometrically, growing exponentially. And I didn't really understand the concept that you guys that I've been sharing with you called set point. I didn't really understand set point at the time. But my set point was like really, really low. Like, I was like 10-20% a day was my set point. I wasn't used to making so much at once. And because of that, I let a lot of stuff fall away. And so as we go through Secrets to the Millionaire Mind, it's really critical to think about like how you can apply this to your set point. Because a lot of what's in this book will sort of circle around this core thematic concept of where you believe you deserve to be. And as soon as you can make it so that you're able to take the gains and you have the respect for yourself to take the gains and you make all the money at the top and then you get out at the right time, like as soon as you can do that, like, you're gold, right? You're set up, and that's the motivation. That's the move. So anyway, I'm working with this marketing guy and this coach, and we're like 2 weeks deep into this implementation. We're 2 weeks deep talking with each other and like getting really hardcore into business. And he's like, have you ever read this book called Secrets in the Millionaire Mind? And I'm like, no, I've never read that book. What's that book? And he's like, dude, it's like literally the secret to mastering the inner game of wealth. And I'm like, what's that even mean? And he's like, it's all mental. It doesn't, and he tells me that it doesn't matter what industry, it doesn't matter what you're doing, it doesn't matter how you do it. Like, if you don't have the right mindset, you're not gonna have the right output. And he shares with me, I'm like, dude, holy crap, that's insane, that's so cool. And he shares with me how he's had literally hundreds of students, because he was a one-on-one coach, and that have gone through this concept and have gone through this book. It literally changed their whole lives because they've realized how to make themselves become rich, how to make themselves become wealthy and have the millionaire mind. Now, when I first got this book, I thought some of you guys might have read like The Millionaire Next Door. Really, really great book. It's about this idea that there are just like an abundance of millionaires, and a lot of them you might not see because they don't act or dress like millionaires or whatever, right? This idea that you could be living right next door to someone who's a millionaire, but they look the same, right? And they drive the same car, drive the same, you go to the same place every day. And you might not know initially how much is in somebody's bank account. It's like it could be a lot of money, it could be a little bit of money. You just don't really know. It's interesting because like especially if you're investing a lot, and as you get more and more and more into investing, at least for myself and for clients, like you have a lot of your money tied up in assets because it doesn't make sense to have your money in cash, because cash is just losing value from the inflation, right? Every single year, 2%, give or take. assuming the world doesn't end, like it should be, you know, give or take 2%. Like that's money that's like just losing purchasing power every single year. A lot of people, they just have their money in assets, and you see some of the wealthy people on the planet, they're super wealthy on their bank account, right, on their statements, on their brokerage accounts, where they own the assets, and then they just live their lives the way that they want to, with the freedom that they sort of achieve from financial markets. Which, anyway, I think it's really cool. And the point is, to get to that state, you have to have the right mindset, you have to have the right beliefs, you have to have the right inner game of wealth, and that's exactly what you learn here, and that's the core foundation. And I would drag it, like, it's so critical that you learn this first, because if you don't learn this first, you're gonna do what I did, be stupid and not sell anything, and then lose a bunch of money and be like, crap, what went wrong? And only then realize that, like, it wasn't the financial markets that screwed you over, it wasn't the financial strategies, it wasn't the plans, it wasn't the analysis, but it was all in here. And so much of investing is all in here. So it's really critical that we master you before we get into like huge geometric returns. Because if you don't have the right state, if you don't have the right place you're starting from, you can lose a lot of money really quick. And that's not the goal, right? The goal is to start off a light year ahead of everybody else. The goal is, you know, say this is the graph of progress, and this is like the amount of money in your portfolio. Like the amount of money in your portfolio is going to be dependent on your returns, right? And so like my goal here is to start you off really high, and then allow you to get up here really quickly. And so to do that, like, it's really critical that you don't, like, we'll call this like zero, right? You know, you don't want to start off losing money. You don't want to start off doing it the wrong way. You want to start off doing it the right way, having the right returns, so you can have the right growth for portfolio. And the really critical part behind that, I mean, it's twofold, right? The first part's financial education. The first part is like, this is how you invest extraordinarily well, and that's what you have at 9 to noon, and that's what we'll go deeper and deeper into. But the second part is sort of mentality. The second part is core mindset. The second part is, you know, why is it that two people making the exact same salary can end up with a net worth, one person has a net worth 87 times larger than the other person? It all comes down to mindset. It all comes down to the character and the individual. And, you know, I can't change your personality. That's what I try to do I try to do a lot of that in the How to Win Friends and Influence People seminar series. But what I can do is I can show you exactly how to make abundant amounts of wealth internally, and then turn that into its physical equivalent. So, with that said, I'm super excited to share this book with you, because it literally changed my life after my coach recommended it to me. I read it, I was like, holy crap, it's the best thing ever, it's insane. And then it went on to yield so much in all aspects of life. And I know that it will be a total and a complete game changer for you. So, with that said, thank you so much, and I will see you sort of in our first module for Secrets of the Millionaire Mind. Definitely want to make sure you get a copy so you can follow along with it, and it's also good to support the author, you know. So, thank you guys so much, and I'll see you in the next module. Bye! Awesome. So Harv sort of starts off this book and he says, look, there's a lot of stuff here that's freaking gold, and basically all of it's gold, but there's a lot of stuff here that maybe doesn't apply. And that's kind of how you should take any kind of education, right? There's a part of it that's like super huge, super applicable, and that's key, and there's another part that maybe doesn't work as well for you. But what's really interesting is, like, some people, like, the part that they think is the least impactful for somebody else, that could be the most impactful part. And similarly, what someone thinks is the most impactful for somebody else, they think it's the least impactful. And so as you're sort of, you know, going through this, make sure that you try to figure out like which parts you can apply, what mindsets you can immediately implement to create results like today, this week, this weekend, whenever you're watching this, right? And so that's sort of the key going into this, which is really exciting. So Harv kind of starts off really well talking about where he came from, and how this book has sort of stemmed from his own experiences trying to figure out the game of money, figure out the mindset of money. And, you know, he started out like, you know, he was listening to TVs, listening to tapes, listening to courses, and for most people, like, he just didn't get particularly many results. And so because that, he was looking, and he said, like, what are, like, you know, the laws to become wealthy? What are the rules to become wealthy? Like, what can I do now? Like, what works to generate, you know, windfall cash, right? Like, that was his big question. And for him, like, the goal, right, and the whole purpose is to sort of like demystify wealth, right? And as soon as you can demystify wealth, all of a sudden, it's not like this far away thing that you're working forever to get to. All of a sudden, it's something that's right in front of you that you can achieve almost immediately. And that's the big goal. That's the big motivation, right? And so that's sort of the key here is we're gonna eradicate, right? Obviously, we need to get rid of self-defeating thoughts. And that's one of the biggest things we're gonna do originally is we need to abolish this idea that so many people have that's holding them back from success. And most of that's mindset, most of that's a mental blockade. But after we break down the mental blockade, then we wanna build a new bridge that's gonna take you to the future. And so that's sort of the really big goal here is not only get rid of stuff that's bad, but also create a really strong framework to lead you to wealth. That's what he calls it, the wealth files. And we're sort of gonna look at that. We're gonna look at how it sort of builds into your financial blueprint and how that's gonna kind of influence your mind. And we'll get a lot deeper into that as we go through this course. But it's really critical that you learn the practical step-by-step strategies for increasing your income and building wealth that we're gonna learn. Like that's the goal, right? Like if you can't take a simple step, like I don't think there's anything that you can do. Like you can't just like leap to the top of a staircase, right? When you ordered 9 to noon, like I gave you the step, little steps. Like there are chapters in a book, right? Because you have to go through the steps to get to the end result. And then you go and you go and you go and you go. And then you get to the top of the mountain, right? You get to that goal that you desire. And to get here, you don't just step to the top of a staircase. You have to go, little bit at a time. But it's really critical, especially with this education, that you value each step, right? It's not like you're skipping, you can sort of skip up a step when you walk up the stairs, right? You can step over a step and skip one. But with this education, with this training, it's really critical that you don't take the shortcut, that you don't skip these steps. Because if you do, let me give you an example, okay? A long time ago, I was playing like Little League Baseball, very long time ago. I remember when I was a kid, I was like really fat. I mean, it was super bad. It was bad. I mean, it was awful. But because of that, I had this mindset that like, I need to prove myself to other people. I need to prove myself to my coach, to my teammates, to the other team, to the parents, whatever. And so remember one time at practice, we're running on this giant field, okay? And it's like a baseball field, so you've got like, first base, second base, third base, and home plate, and but it's like a circular kind of field, because it's more of a practice field. And so we're running around this field, and what happened is like the night before it rained a bunch, so like this field, it had a lot of splotches of mud, like all over the place. And they were sort of all around the fences, right? The fence that was around this field. But the big thing was, we weren't practice that day. And I'd say there's probably like, I don't know, 15 kids there, right? And, coach says to everybody, he says, hey guys, let's run, 3 laps or something. Everyone's run the laps. But this was, like I said, it was a practice field, right? So there were some pretty sharp corners. There were like 3 sharp corners at the edge of the field, right? And so we'll just pretend that these are corners, okay? And there was a bunch of mud in each of these corners. I mean, it was really bad. But the one thing coach said, it was like, you have to run the whole field, do the whole thing, go all the way, and don't skip the corners. Like, specifically, like, you can't skip the corners. And I remember every single person here would like get to this corner, and then they would go around it, and they would take like a shortcut, and they would cut off like, 15 seconds on it. And then they would come over here and they would cut around it. They would take a shortcut and they wouldn't go through the corner. And they'd come around here and they would take a shortcut and they wouldn't go through it. And I remember I was the only like idiot on the team who like ran, I was like running straight through the mud to get to the corner, then to go left, and then go straight through the mud to get to the corner, then to go left, to go straight through the mud. Like I was a mess by the end of it. And my mom was like, what the heck happened? I'm like, I ran through the corners, I did the whole thing. And then, 3 laps or whatever. Thinking about that and understanding that, like I was not a fast runner when I was growing up. I literally failed the PE mile. We had to run a mile every single year. We had to run a mile, and if you didn't run a mile under 15 minutes, which by the way, for those of you who aren't into like cross country or running or whatever, like a 15-minute mile is like basically walking. But anyway, I couldn't run a 15-minute mile, so like I would try to run, but I just couldn't, and I would pant out. I would like, oh gosh, I was really unhealthy as a kid. But I would literally be that kid. There was like 4 kids who would fail the PE test. They'd be like the fattest guys in school. It was pretty bad. And what they did, which I think was crazy, but I mean, they would have the kids that failed the PE test, that failed the mile run, do it again 2 weeks later as if they're gonna be better, which it was not. You're not better. And that happened every single year for probably, I think, 4, 5, 6 years. Would always fail, always have to do it again, always fail again. And I think that was probably one of the biggest motivators for like actually changing my life, because you know, physical fitness translates into material wealth. But the key here is we get done with this routine, even though I'm the slowest one on the team, and everyone's literally waiting for me at the end, because they had to let me on the team. It was like in middle school, elementary school, you know, little league. I get back at the end, and coach stands up and he says, like, holy crap, awesome job for being the one person who actually did the task, who actually followed the instructions. And what he revealed was that this exercise was not, and for me, I couldn't believe this at the time because I literally never run that far in my life. But for me, he says this exercise was not about the running. This wasn't about the actual physical fitness, but instead it was about ability to follow directions, your ability to do what you're told. And it's harsh because, you know, you look at a lot of like the material world or the job market or whatever today, where, you know, you go down this path where it's like go to school, go to school, go to school, go to school, and then graduate school, and then go to school, and then go to school, and then go to school, and then go apply for jobs, and then work for the rest of your life. Like, it's very structured, it's very robotic, it's very, you know, do this and follow this path. And if others are forcing you to do that, it's harsh. And for me, like that's a really difficult sort of kind of motivation. There's no motivation, there's no purpose, there's no direction there if it's not led by the most important person in the world, which is you, right? And what he explained was like, you know, you go through the hardships, you go through the difficulties, and you go 100%, and you go through the path on the things that you care about, the things that matter to you. For me, like, I wanted to prove myself, so I went all in. I was the only like guy who was dumb enough to run through all the mud, and coach realized that, he explained it like that was the purpose. The purpose was to follow direction. And it's not like, you know, take this test or take this test, take this test over and over and over again. Directions. It's directions for how you handle your life. It's directions for how you show up, because how you do anything is how you do everything, right? So if you're cutting corners anywhere, how do you think that's going to translate to your portfolio? Like, what happens if you read, maybe you're analyzing a stock company and you read like a quarter of the annual report, and then you say, stop, all right, we're done, it's over, I don't need to learn anymore by the company, it looks great. Or what if you go through like a quarter of the technical analysis, or 3/4 of the technical analysis, but you missed that one really critical key point? What if you're like thinking about investing in this ETF, you do all this research about this ETF, some of you guys might have gotten to this point and I did noon yet, some of you guys might not have gotten to this point and I did noon yet, where we talk about this concept of net asset value and exchange rates for ETF, which we'll get much deeper into later. But the core is, say the value of an ETF is, I don't know, $100, and the price is at like, I don't know, 105, and you realize, and you do all the research you want, but you don't look at the net asset value. You pay it 105, and then 3 days later it's worth 100 because somebody traded an exchange block, which again is in the book, and we'll talk about it later. But like, you can't just go 90%. Like, if you want to have success with anything that you're doing, if you want to have success with your mind, if you want to have success with your wealth, if you want to have success with investing, if you want to have success with business, cryptocurrencies, anything, any assets, you've got to go 100%. You cannot skip a stair. You cannot skip something just because, oh, I already know that. I don't care if you already know that. I remember so many like things that I've gone through, getting really deep into cryptocurrencies and blockchain tech, which is something I'm really passionate about and do a lot of work in outside of investing. I don't care if I know something, because I learned it again and again and again to get better and better and better at it. And so it's really critical that we have that mindset covered, because going into this, there are a couple of lessons here that might seem really simple, and a lot of them are very simple. But what's in here is very powerful when you apply it, and it's like one of the most impactful shifts in your whole life can come just from doing what Harv Eker says. And he has this really powerful quote here that I want to kind of finish this baseline out on, which I think is so critical. He says, you know, throughout this book, shares a few examples of how thousands of letters and emails he's received from students who've attended, you know, seminars or whatever. And, you know, he's talking about potential. He's talking about, you know, how a lot of people come up short and they just have to keep working and pushing. And he says, you know, a lot of people, they think that if they just get, you know, the right business or get in the right house, like, they'll make it. But they're wrong. And a lot of people he knows were wrong, and they were still broke, and they weren't at their peak potential. Why? It's because they didn't have the right mindset, right? And he talks about how this huge journey that he went through to search for what really creates success, like financially, personally, dependently, independently. What do you have to do to have the success? It talks like it's not luck, right? It's a formula, right? For Ecker, he got some advice from some of his friends' parents who were very, very wealthy. And what's interesting is, they were in this house, in his parents' house, and as they're sitting in this room playing cards with Ecker's, his grandpa and his dad and his kids and their friends, they come in and this guy looks at Ecker, and at the time, Ecker, he's living in his parents' basement. He had no money, he had no purpose, he had no fulfillment, he had no job. He called it the lower level suite, but it was the freaking basement. And then his grandpa, this wealthy guy, he says, I've seen you here for 3 years, and you look like a great guy. And I started out the same way. He says, I started out as a complete disaster. And what's interesting is a lot of people start here, right? They start at the bottom, start at rock bottom, start at the base. And this is honestly one of the best places you can start. Because what motivates a lot of people, like 2% of the population is ambitious, right? 98% of people are not ambitious, according to studies, right? What motivates people, a majority of people, is not ambition, but it's pain. Like, my bet is 98% of people that are going through this course, there's a 98% chance that you're not here because you want to achieve more, but you're here because you're in pain. You're here because you're scared that, like, my investments are gonna do crappy, or, my returns aren't gonna be great, or I'm not gonna be able to create, real savings in retirement so I can have assets. And then there's that small portion of people that are very, very, very special people that are like, I'm gonna freaking crush it, just give you the coolest thing ever. And if that's you, that is awesome. But I fall in the 98%. Like, remember when I started out, it was because I was trapped working for other people, not having purpose, not having fulfillment, not having any real level of income, not having growth in any aspect of my life. Very, very difficult time in my life. And like, the shift comes when you're in this place of despair and you see this potential, you see this limelight, like, for me, like, this was me, like, seeing assets and seeing markets and seeing people making literally like hundreds of millions of dollars with stocks and financial markets. And I was like, I can get there. I can be someone who's at this peak at the top, right? And that's sort of the mindset that Harv has here. Is he was totally at the bottom. He was in a state of pain, and that was the best position for him to be in to actually go and start making a change in his life. It's just this wealthy guy, he says, look, excuse me, I'm not gonna lecture you, but look, I know you're not doing as well as you'd like. And that means that there is something you don't know, because in reality, all you can do is what you know. And if you don't know, what's in the second part of 9 to Noon, which is like the top technical analysis, top setups, we'll go deeper and deeper into those. Like, if you don't understand that, like, it's very, very difficult to have really, really, really killer performance investments over and over and over and over and over and over again. Like, if you don't get technical analysis, it's essentially almost impossible to do any kind of active money management effectively. And so, like, you have to go through the process to get the education, because you can only do what you know. So Harv, Ecker, he says he never really considered that most rich people think in very similar ways, which makes sense. Like, if you're in a group of people that are very closely knit together, and if you think about, group of people by levels of wealth, like, think about it, right? Like, most poor people think the same way. They're worried about their next paycheck. They're worried about how they're gonna fit the bills, and they're worried about these little tiny problems that in the greater scale of things might not have as great of an impact. Then you look at rich people. What are rich people worried about? Rich people are worried about, my portfolio gonna go up 100,000 today, or is it gonna go up 400,000? They're worried about, do I need to have a 10% return here or a 4% return here? Do I need to have this giant business problem solved that's gonna have a 6-figure difference in my career? Or do I need to maybe not do that at all and go on standby? Do I need to hire this person or not? Like, you wanna sort of increase your set point by increasing the way that you think. You want to think of the people that you want to be attracted to, that you want to be surrounded with. I remember when I was starting out, I sort of started thinking about this concept, and a lot of people I sort of hung out with, they thought mentally like poor people, and they were constantly worried about, like, pinching pennies instead of finding dollars, right? And I started to shift sort of my friend group, my community, and you want to surround yourself, or at least understand the mindset of the most successful people that you can find that are really, 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 really crushing it, because you can adopt the exact same mindset that they're using to have success and have it sort of transmuted into your own self, right? This concept of the mastermind, but a little bit more applied to sort of your own mental state, right? If you're constantly surrounded with poverty every single day, like either that's gonna be a huge motivation to do more, which is awesome, or it's gonna be an inhibitor. It's gonna make you feel harsh. And that's why you see a lot of people that are really, really successful. They come from sort of maybe more successful family backgrounds because they're used to being surrounded by success. Now, here's the cool thing. You don't have to come from like the Bill Gates family to make a lot of money. All you have to do is understand that there's a big difference between the way rich people think and the way poor people think. And all you have to do is make a conscious decision to worry about the things that rich people worry about instead of the things that poor people worry about. All you have to do is focus on what actually matters and focus on the wealthy mindset. And even if you're starting off all the way at rock bottom, you can get the results of the top 1%, the top 0.01%. Like, it doesn't matter. It just comes down to what you do over and over and over again. And so you want to make sure, as we go through this, you think about ways that you can sort of stop doing things that poor people would do. And we'll sort of go through some things and start thinking of things that you can do that rich people would do. Like, the top 1% in America own, I think it's like over half the assets, maybe 40% of the assets, maybe 60, 70% of the assets. Obviously gonna fluctuate over time. But it's a huge chunk of all the assets, like paper assets, stocks, commodities, currencies, crypto, stuff like that. A majority of it is held by a very small minority of the population. And that's the rich part of the population. So my question for you is, if all the wealthy people that you know that exist are investing in assets more than anything else, what do you think you should do? And so here's, so that was sort of what this rich guy asked Ecker. And Ecker said, no, I never really thought about that. And so the rich guy, he says, it's not an exact science, but for the most part, rich people think a certain way and poor people think a completely different way. And those two ways of thinking determine their actions and therefore determine their results. And he went on to say that if you thought the way rich people do and did what rich people do you believe that you could become rich too? That was his question. That was the like, can you do the same thing? And Ecker, he says, I think so. And so this old rich guy, he says, then all you have to do is copy how rich people think. All you have to do is copy what they do. And at the beginning he's a little bit skeptical about this, and he said, so what are you thinking right now? Rich guy, what are you thinking, right? You smart guy. And he says, I'm thinking that rich people keep their commitments, and mine is to your dad. And then they go back to play cards, and the guys are waiting for him, and he's like, bye. That was important to him. That was the core for him. That was the basis for him. And that's sort of the core foundation here, is that you want to do what wealthy people do, and you want to follow the actions, those you can see that are succeeding, which you've obviously started doing by going through this course and by snagging 9 to noon and going through all this content, which is awesome. But now I really am excited to talk a little bit more about how Ecker did this and sort of the overarching concepts and the mindsets that you can sort of take away from that to learn from, which is just like, phenomenal and super exciting. So with that said, I cannot wait to see in the next module where we're gonna look at his life, which is awesome, very deep, and also look at sort of the path that he followed, which was based exclusively on following the wealthy. So, thank you guys so much. I will see you in the next module. Bye. Awesome. So now you understand the path that Ecker went through, sort of to figure out that, like, he had to make a shift. He had to make a change in his life and to do something differently to get different results. Now what's really cool next is he starts thinking. He's wholeheartedly committed to studying the rich. Because if he can study the rich, if he can study sort of the result that he wants to get to, then he knows that he can turn that into a reality, right? And that's his objective, that's his goal, is to achieve that growth, right? And that's probably why you're here, right? And so he discovered something massive very quickly. He realized that rich people really do think differently from poor and even middle-class people. I mean, if you're thinking about this, physically, like, there's a very minute, very small difference physically between most people. Most adult males that are in the age range of Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or whatever, like, they physically are fairly close, generally, to the sort of physical. Like, the only difference is mentally. It's all mental. It's all in your head, right? And that's it. That's the key, that's the core. And so he realizes this, and he eventually became aware that his own thoughts, right, his own thoughts were actually influencing the results. You got his own thoughts were influencing his behaviors, and they were actually holding him back. It was like he was in this little prison cage, and he couldn't escape his own limiting beliefs, his own thoughts, which is really harsh. So that's why he kind of went so hardcore into studying what the wealthy actually do, so he could mimic it, right? Most importantly, he learned several powerful techniques and strategies that actually recondition, right? Like, that's the big thing. Like, you don't just want to get rid of everything. You want to be able to actually recondition the mind to attract wealth. So you would finally think in the same way that rich people think, right? And so he stopped yakking about it, started focusing on just thinking about it, and he actually started to put it into business. And so he decided to start another business. He started so many before that failed because he just didn't have the right mindset going into it. But this time he said, look, I'm gonna make this health business work, I'm gonna make this fitness business work, it's gonna be the coolest thing ever, and I'm gonna have this business asset, it's gonna pay me tons and tons and tons of money. He opened up his first fitness store in North America. He didn't have any money, so he put $2,000 on a Visa card to get the business started, and he began by modeling rich people, using other people's money. And in terms of business strategies, right, in terms of thinking strategies, it's not just about business, not just about investing, it's about like who you want to become. And we think about making business investments, we're thinking about making actual investments. Like, you've got to think the way that somebody who has a portfolio 10 times your size would think. You got to think the way someone who has a portfolio 100 times your size would think. Would someone like that's got billions of dollars in the bank do that, or make that decision? Or even if they're starting out, would they have that decision? Like, you want to think of yourself sort of as where you are, and then where you want to be, and then you want to make decisions for your future, make decisions for your actions, and make decisions for your investments and your business or whatever. Mostly, like anything that you're hardcore putting into to create an asset, you want to make those decisions as if you're already up here at the top of the mountain. Because the first part of having any success, any achievement, any fulfillment is to mentally be there. I remember when I started cross country, I was literally the slowest guy on the team. My 5K was like 33 minutes, which is it was awful. It was so bad. But from day one of practice, every single day pre-season, all I could think about was, I'm gonna be one of the fast people. I'm gonna be one of the fast people. I'm gonna be super fast. Like, you have to mentally, even if you're physically just starting out. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's wealth, if it's money. I have been thinking about investments that are worth 6 figures, 7 figures, 8 figures way before I ever even had a chance to make that kind of investment. Because when you think, starting out with $100, starting out with $1,000, starting out with 10 grand, you want to think as if you have a portfolio that's 100 times the size, and mentally prepare yourself for that, and then mentally say, look, I am here, and then eventually this physical reality manifests itself into the mental world that you create. So a lot of poor people, their mental aspirations, their mental goals, their mental fulfillment, like where they're going is all the way down here. And because of that, they just go right over here. And that's not what you want to do. That's not the plan, right? You have to set high standards for yourself, right? And then you will, over time, fulfill those standards and become that person that you can envision. And after sort of the first thing he did was he committed to his success. And he started playing to win. And he swore he would focus and not even consider leaving this business until he was a millionaire or more. So that's really one of the big things that we're gonna see recurring over and over and over here is commitment. Commitment is so huge. You gotta have commitment, because this commitment leads you to do something very powerful. It leads you to focus on one thing. And that's why as we go through these trainings and you go through this implementation program, we're going through one asset type at a time, because every single asset, like assets literally are worth anything that you turn them into. And so it's really critical that you commit to one asset, and you crush that one asset or move on to another asset, right? And that's sort of the big thing that he did. He focused on one thing. He committed to that one thing. And for him, it was this business. Because he knew that he had to create the success. Because he knew that he had to win. And that was the differentiator between him and everybody else. Is that there was no other option. When you think about some of the most I would say, and I hope maybe you think so too, some of the most inspirational people on this planet are like astronauts that literally leave this planet and push the boundaries of human knowledge by going into space and changing everything we know about the universe around us. I think that's awesome, very inspirational. And to see literally tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people working to get these people into space is absolutely insane and very, very, very powerful. When you look at those people, when they're on that spaceship, when they're on that space station, you look at the Army, you look at any high discipline area, failure is not an option. You don't even consider it. And that's exactly what Ecker did here. There was no option but to succeed. That was his mission. That was all he would allow to happen. And because of that, he became uber wealthy, right? This was radically different than his previous efforts because previously he always thought short term, right? Short term. He always thought for the immediate benefit. He always thought that all he should do is just focus on now. And that the long game wasn't a big deal. How does that work out for almost every single business on the planet? It works out like crap. It's awful. You look at anybody that has any long-term success in investing, anybody that has any long-term success in crypto, anybody that has any long-term success in business. It doesn't start out easy. Usually it comes on a growth curve that looks a little bit like this, where at the beginning you get very, 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 very low returns, very, very low growth, but then it gets bigger and it gets bigger and it gets bigger and it gets bigger over time. Very rarely does somebody just go from the bottom right up to the top. It doesn't happen. And yet what happens is most people, they get to here, right? And they put in all this work and then they don't get the result that's right around the corner, and so they quit. And that's exactly what Ecker had been doing over and over and over again. Is he put in all the work, all the hard work. The beginning, this is the hard part right here. After that, it's much, much, much easier. But a lot of people just don't get the results immediately, and then they quit. That's not the mindset you want to have. That's not the commitment scheme that should be embedded in your personality. You've got to stick with it, because only when you commit do you actually get all the returns at the end of the day. Do you actually get the results that you're looking for? All the profit comes at the end, not at the beginning, right? That's the core of literally any compounding ever. And you guys know that from 9 to noon. It's you're gonna have the most growth in your portfolio at the very, very end. So that's why it's critical that you have longer and longer and longer time spans to invest, especially with longer term investments. You're gonna have so much more growth over time. That's why time is so critical. And so that was sort of the big shift for him, the radical shift for him, is that he looked past his short-term aspirations and he just ignored other good opportunities or other business opportunities. And he said, I'm gonna focus on this one thing. When I went to high school, this guy, his name on YouTube is Blazendary. He spent probably 2 or 3 years, and what he would do is every single day he'd upload a YouTube video, over and over and over and over and over and over again for 2-3 years. It took so much work, so much time, so much effort, so much dedication, so much energy. And then after he put in years of work, what started happening, and we'll talk a little bit more about this when we get to business assets, but the channel started to go from 1,000 subscribers, 10,000 subscribers, to 100,000 subscribers, to 1,000,000 subscribers. Changed his freaking life. Started making 6 figures a month from just publishing videos, and now he has film teams, now he has teams, now he does whatever that he wants, because he's put all the upfront work that literally took years, and now he's reaping the rewards because all he did was stay committed to that one thing, which is uploading video after video after video after video over and over and over and over again. It changed his life. Why? Because he didn't care when someone was trading stocks. Because he didn't care when somebody was, making money selling shoes. He didn't care when somebody was out there doing dumb stuff. All he did was say, look, I'm just gonna do whatever I want, film it, edit it really well, make it happen. And it changed his life. He created an income, created a life for himself that he could never even dreamed of. And why that happened? It came from consistency, it came from commitment, and it came from an ability to sort of ignore all of the things. So that's why it's really critical that you focus on assets and then you make them a reality in your life. So it really goes up. And so Ecker, he began challenging his mental approach whenever he began thinking in financially negative or counterproductive ways. And in the past, he believed that the mind, whatever the mindset was the truth, but he learned in many ways for so many people like the mind can actually become the biggest obstacle for success. And it's not on purpose, it's not intentional, but a lot of people are automatically programmed from their parents, from their childhood, from wherever they're coming from, in ways that are counterproductive to what? That are destructive to actual wealth abundance and monetary growth. He realized that he could not focus on negative thoughts. He could not focus on negative impulses. He couldn't focus on these mental, counterproductive ways that were telling him, oh, you can't have all that money. Because what do you think that's gonna do? It's gonna kill his investments. It's gonna kill his returns. It's gonna destroy his ability to succeed, right? Because of that, he used every single principle that you're gonna learn in this book to overcome these negative thoughts and to create a millionaire mind by following the secrets in the book, right? And it freaking crushed it for him. He did amazing. The business was so successful that he opened 10 stores in only 2.5 years, and then he sold half the company shares to a Fortune 500 company for 1.6 million. Absolutely crushed it. Moved to San Diego, took a couple of years off to refine his strategies, and then he began to do one-on-one consulting. And for him, it changed his life. And he was so effective on others. And they kept bringing friends, they kept bringing partners, they kept bringing associates to the sessions that he was giving, sharing with people like the mindsets that you're gonna learn through Secrets of the Millionaire Mind. That he was literally coaching 10, sometimes 20 people at the same time. Because so few people actually understand what it takes to create the right mindset, what it takes to create that millionaire mind. And one of his clients suggested that he might as well open up a school. And so he founded the Street Smart Business School. He taught thousands of people across North America Street Smart business strategies for high-speed success. As he traveled the continent giving seminars, he noticed something strange. And this is sort of the big takeaway as we go into this book and as we go into what you're about to learn, the secrets of the millionaire mind. He learned that, he would give these seminars with hundreds of people. And I've been to some of these, I've literally, like, the millionaire mind seminars are killer. And they're like super, super dope. We'll talk probably more at the end of this, the end of this week. About how you can go to sort of the next level with that, which is really, it's literally so cool. Like, it's really nice. And we'll get to that later. But as he's traveling, he's giving all these seminars. He learned that two people sitting side by side in the exact same room, learning the exact same principles and strategies. One person could take these tools and skyrocket to success. And the person was sitting right next to them. What do you think would happen to them? Not much. And that's when it became obvious to him. You can have all the greatest tools in the world, but if you've got a tiny leak in your toolbox, if you have something in your head that's not right, you got a problem. And so as he's teaching everyone how to make tons of money with assets, tons of money, mostly he's really into business assets. As he's teaching everyone how to do that, he realizes that their mindset, their ideas, their heads are in the wrong space. And it's not just businesses, it's not just investing in business assets where this happens. It's every single stage of investing, every single aspect of wealth creation. It all stems from the ability to have the right mental state going into it, right? And so he designed, this millionaire mind and in mastering the inner game of money and stress and success. And he kind of combined that toolbox with sort of the tools of building assets, and virtually everyone's results went through the roof. And that's why it's so critical to underlie your investing knowledge with personal development and most importantly, like mental development training, right? And so now you're, because that's the key, right? So you learn to think rich to get rich. I mean, it's literally what it says right here. You gotta think rich to get rich, and that's the key, right? A lot of people ask, they'll ask Ecker if his success was a one-shot deal or whether, it's continued. And, he's literally got like so many coaches now that give all these seminars over and over and over and over again for decades and decades and decades. And he said to them that using the exact principles that, he teaches, he's now earned millions and millions of dollars into multi-millionaire several times over. And virtually all of his investments and business ventures seem to skyrocket. And people tell him that he has the Midas touch, right? Everything he's involved in turns to gold. What they don't realize is, first of all, just a couple of years ago, everything he touched turned to shit. I mean, it was crazy. No success at all. Until he realized the right mentality to actually approach new investment opportunities with, to approach new assets with. And then what Ecker says is really interesting. He says what they might not realize is having a Midas touch is simply another way of saying having a financial blueprint for success. A financial blueprint set for success, which is exactly what you will have once you learn these principles and learn these secrets and do the work. And then he asks this kind of interesting thing. He says, one of his seminars says, how many of you came here to learn? And it's interesting because it's a little bit of a trick question. And he talks about this author who says that it's not what we don't know that prevents us from succeeding. It's what we know that just ain't so. It is our greatest obstacle. A lot of the things we're gonna go through, like at the beginning especially, is breaking down the mental barriers, breaking down the stuff that's just false, actually holding you back. No matter how much investing, like no matter how many technical analysis steps I try to share with you, no matter how many strategies I share with you to create tons and tons of wealth in financial markets, no matter how much I teach you, like this is how you buy a stock that's gonna freaking double or triple, quadruple. Like you've gotta have your mindset first, because what we know that's false is our greatest obstacle. Our false beliefs are our greatest obstacle. So it's really critical that you're unlearning as much as you're learning as you go through this week and as you go through this course. And you recognize how your old ways of thinking and acting gotten you exactly where you are right now, because you guys will see this. We're about to get into it really deep in the next chapter, so I'll leave it. We'll get to it in just a sec. But it's just really critical as you go through this that you recognize sort of how you got to where you are. And if you're really rich and happy, that's awesome. But if you're not, you got to consider the possibilities may not fit into your box right now, and that might actually be sort of containing you, right? And here's this absolutely amazing way that to kind of end up this introduction here. It's this idea of a man, and you know, he's kind of walking along the edge of a cliff. It's kind of dangerous, but you know, what are you gonna do? He's walking along this edge of the cliff. He goes, and all of a sudden, sort of the ground under him, you know, flops away. He loses his balance, he slips, and he falls off this cliff. And he's got like one hand on the edge. He's holding on for dear life. He hangs and he finally yells, "Is there anybody up there who can help me?" There's no answer. He keeps calling, saying help. And then, sort of off in the distance, this big bellowing voice calls back. He says, "This is God. I can help you. Just let go and trust." And this guy who's hanging on the edge of this cliff has no chance at all. He says, "Is there anybody else up there who can help me?" The lesson's simple. If you want to move to a higher level in your life, you have to be willing to let go of some of your old ways of thinking and begin to adopt new ones. And the results will eventually speak for themselves. So that's the goal here. That's the motivation here. That's the message here. And you might feel like you're literally falling off a cliff as you let go of some of these limiting beliefs. I know that I did, especially as we get into like the third and the fourth secret here. I literally could not believe it when I first went through this content. And it totally challenged everything my parents had ever taught me, which was like totally wrong. But like there's a lot of things that are gonna be really deep seated, and you're just gonna have to like feel like it'll feel harsh. You gotta let go back, and then get the right setup for your future, right? Because it's all for you. It's all your growth. So with that said, you guys so much. We get a ton of value out of this module. Go out there, apply, absolutely crush it. And I am so excited now to get into the secrets of Millionaire Mind. So with that said, I'll see you guys in the next module. See you in the next module. Thank you so much. Bye. Awesome! Alright, we're gonna start this module off, start this book off, one of the most powerful concepts you can ever learn. And it's this idea of the money blueprint. The money blueprint. Because once you master the money blueprint, you master yourself. And you guys have already started on this just by going through this concept of having a budget and having so that 10% that goes to that, 10% goes to that, 10% goes to that, and then your living expenses, which is super cool. But this is like deeper. This is mental. This is you. And that's really the big shift here. And he starts off really powerful. It says we live in a world of duality. You got up, you got down. There's positive, there's negative. And in a world of duality, there's hot, there's cold, there's fast, there's slow, there's left, there's right. Just a few examples of the thousands of opposite poles that exist. And for one pole to exist, the other pole must also exist. It's not possible to have right without left. You've got to have duality, right? And so consequently, there are the other outer laws of money, just as there are inner laws of money. So just like there's duality in every other aspect of life, there are rules outside for money and there are rules inside for money. And the outer laws include things like business knowledge, money management, investment strategies. Word for word, this is how you build an asset. And these are essential. But the inner game is just as important. Analogy would be a carpenter and his tools. Having top-of-the-line tools is imperative, but being the top-notch carpenter who masterfully uses these tools is even more critical. You can give somebody literally the best baseball bat on the planet, But if they don't know how to play baseball, they're not gonna be able to hit it particularly far over and over and over again. To not have it for themselves, right? They haven't mastered themselves. And he has this really great saying here. He says that it's not enough to be in the right place at the right time. He says you have to be the right, and this is the big differentiator here, the right person in the right place at the right time. If you look at the story of how massive companies like Facebook started, Zuckerberg, he wasn't just at the right place in the right time. Like there were like other people at Harvard that actually originated the idea for what eventually became Facebook. And those guys, they originated the idea, but they didn't know how to code, right? And so because they didn't know how to code, they didn't want to build the correct teams that could actually create the code for what they wanted to create with the social network. They weren't able to turn it into a reality, and Zuckerberg turned it into a billion-dollar business, right? Why? It's because he was the right person. The guys who originally had the sort of idea for that kind of social network, they were two guys rowing crew who were just partying in frats and didn't really understand, well, they just couldn't find anyone to code for them, right? And nothing like wrong with that. The only challenge was they weren't the right person at the right place at the right time. Whereas Zuckerberg was in the exact same place at the exact same time. The only difference was he was the right person. He took it, ran with it, and made it a huge success. So who are you? How do you think? What are your beliefs? What are your habits? What are your traits? And how do you really feel about yourself? How confident are you in yourself? How well do you relate to others? How much do you trust others? These are really big questions. If you look at Bill Gates, he was very similar to tons and tons of other people. They were pitching all these IBMs, all these big new computer companies on how they could run this software to make all their computers user-friendly and operate really well. And he was alongside literally dozens of other people pitching software. He was in the exact same place at the exact same time as the exact same person as many of the other people. And what differentiated him from everyone else is that he took a meeting with one of the lead executives of a top computing firm, things like IBM or something like that, and he went in to pitch him on this software they didn't even have. And the guy liked his idea, he liked him, and he said turn it into a reality in 2 months. And in 2 months, he sort of scrapped together the tools, scrapped together the people he needed to make the project happen. He coded, and he turned it into a reality and turned it into a $1 billion company, right? Huge. Why is it huge? Huge because he's the right person at the right time, the right mindset. So it's really critical when you think about these questions, when you think about, how confident you are in yourself and how you really feel about yourself and how well you relate to others, how much you trust others. And this is good because you've gone through the Jim Rohn content, so you know that it's so critical that you work on yourself and that you grow yourself. And especially if you've gone through the social skills, how to win friends and influence people masterclass, the seminar, you sort of understand this core concept, like who you are. Once you truly feel you deserve wealth, your ability to act in spite of fear, in spite of worry, in spite of inconvenience, in spite of discomfort, your ability to act when you're not in the mood allows you to be decisive. And the fact is that your character, your thinking, and your beliefs are a critical part in what determines the level of your success. Like everything comes from obviously the assets that you invested, but it's also your character, right? It's also your thinking, it's also your beliefs. Like without these, and then obviously like this all comes into, investing in asset. And it all comes down together as a group to form the success that you desire. One of Eckhart's favorite authors puts it in this way. He says the key to success is to raise your own energy. He says when you do, people will naturally be attracted to you, and when they show up, bill them. It's a little bit interesting, but the key wealth principle from it is that your income can only grow to the extent that you do, and that's hopefully something that you're a little bit more comfortable with now that you've gone through all the Jim Rohn stuff, which is literally game changing. Now here's the cool thing, right? Like, why is your money blueprint important? Have you heard of people who've blown up financially? People that win the lottery or literally make like tons of money overnight. So some people have a lot of money and then they lose it. And they have excellent opportunities to start well, and then they go sour and they just fade away. And they literally throw away massive business opportunities. Like, why do you think people who win the lottery, like statistically, have a higher chance of going bankrupt than anybody else on the planet? It's because of their money blueprint. They're not used to wealth. They're not used to growth. I can show you ways that you can get like 10x, 20x, 30x, 100x returns. And literally most people will they'll think that like, oh, this is free money, I gotta go lose all of it now. So they don't have the right mindset, they don't have the right system, they don't have the right setting for themselves. And so it's really critical it's not like a bad luck, or it's not a downturn in the economy, it's not a lousy business partner. On the inside, it's another matter. It's who you are, it's how your mind operates. That's why if you come into big money when you're not ready for it on the inside, the chances are that your wealth will be short-lived and you'll lose it. So the key here is you need to be ready for wealth. Now you might be thinking, and I remember I first read this, I was thinking like, what do you mean ready for wealth? Like, give me $100 million and I will put it in my bank account faster than you can say thank you. What does ready for wealth mean? It means that you already mentally envision yourself with the amount of money that you desire in the future. That you already see yourself with that money. And if you went through the Think and Grow Rich course, as you go through the Think and Grow Rich course, you're gonna get much deeper and deeper into the concept. But the core is what we talked about just a minute ago, is that you already see yourself on top of this mountain. And see, most people, they're standing here on the ground, right? And as they're sitting here on the ground, if they accidentally come into a bunch of money, or they make really good investments, or they go through this training and they learn how to invest in assets to make a lot of money, and they have all this money, this mile piles high, and obviously this is like a mental visualization of the money they're creating. It piles high. And all of a sudden, these individuals, they're sort of overbeared by money. This money is like literally collapsing on them, and they feel like it's crushing them. And there's so much of it that all they can do, they must get rid of it. They've got to get rid of it because there's just so much. And they have to get back into their little bubble, their little comfort zone. And what we're trying to do here is we're trying to take this bubble, right? But we want to raise it up on a pedestal. We want to make it so that no matter where you're starting right now, you already mentally visualize yourself 10 steps ahead of everyone else. And once the money starts to come in, the money isn't overbearing, the money isn't overflowing. Instead, the money is just kind of filling up this tank, right? This tank that you've built. And the tank starts off empty, but you've built a tank. And so as you fill up your tank with money, as you fill up your bank accounts, you fill up your portfolios, it's like, oh, okay, this is natural, right? This is something that I'm expecting. And because of that, it's gonna be like literally thousands of times easier to actually retain that money. Think about it like you're building a swimming pool, and then you're learning how to get really great at investing, and then you fill up your swimming pool, versus somebody who just goes straight into investing and then they have a fire hose just like splurting out all over them and filling up their entire house with water because they didn't spend the time building the swimming pool to actually hold the money. Think about that inside your mind, right? Inside your mind, you have to be mentally prepared. You have somewhere for that money to go so that when it comes in, it doesn't flood your house, but instead it fills up the pool nicely and you get to actually enjoy the money rather than see it like soak in your carpets and wash away all your furniture and destroy your house and destroy your structuring and your basement, flood your basement, because you didn't have a plan in place for what you're gonna do when that water actually comes in, when that money actually comes in. So that's why it's really critical that, you know, we've gone through this personal budgeting stuff earlier in this month, right? And Ecker, he kind of talks about how a vast majority of people simply do not have the internal capacity to create and hold on to large amounts of money. And hopefully with the 9 to noon training in the book and everything that we're gonna go so much deeper into, you kind of understand how to create a lot of money, because financial markets will give you, I mean, literally you can make so much money so quick, it's insane. But the goal here is really to help you hold on to that money, right? And Ecker says that, you know, individuals the increased challenges that go with more money and success are the primary reason that most of his friends don't actually have money. Because in reality, all money's gonna do is make you more of who you already are, right? You're already a jerk, you get more money, you're gonna mean it, right? You're already nice, you get more money, you're gonna be awesome, right? And you guys have probably heard this before, but it's a really critical mentality to have, because if you don't understand that, you don't put the work in at the beginning to be who you want to be in the future. If you don't put the work in now to actually build up this metaphorical internal pedestal, and then you get all this money, it's gonna destroy you. It's just, I've seen it like literally crush people. They start investing, and I know I have some clients, or not clients, like students, and you know, they make, and this was before, you know, I've been teaching this, and they make tons and tons of money. They would literally like make probably 5, 6 figures in options trades and just like blow it out of the water. And then they'd be sad, they would be less happy with themselves because they didn't have the right mindset going into it, and they weren't prepared for that wealth. And because of that, they risk and they risk and they risk and they risk. They take huge risks with very small upside because they're just not comfortable, used to having that amount of wealth. It's really kind of a crazy thing to even talk about or even think about. Like, it all comes from who they see themselves as. So, you know, for example, obviously there's lottery winners, you know, regardless of the size that they win, winners return to their original financial state. This again goes back to this concept of set point, right? If your set point is at, you know, X much money, and then you win like $500 million, you're going, oh my God, this is so much money. Eventually, if you don't move your set point, you're going to return to your set point. And so obviously that's what we're trying to do here, is increase that set point. And we'll get a little bit more into that next month. I have some really great tools that you guys are gonna be able to use to really increase your set point. But that's not the goal. This week, the goal, we gotta get this millionaire mind stuff done. So we get it done. So with that said, the opposite occurs with self-made millionaires. Self-made millionaires, like, even if they lose their money, and on average, you know, most of the millionaires on this planet have gone bankrupt on average about 3 times. But they keep getting back up and they keep succeeding because their set point is so freaking high. Donald Trump, like, has this crazy book, Art of the Deal. It's literally, it's so crazy. And if you're, I mean, it's more like real estate stuff, but it's also just a lot of stuff about, like, actual internal mindset, actual beliefs on how to create tons and tons of wealth. And I would really, I mean, it's a really good book. I'll leave my review of it below because it's phenomenal. And he talks about these stories where he literally lost billions of dollars. He was worth negative billions of dollars. He was destroyed. He was dead financially. And yet for him, even though he was literally negative by more than most people actually make in their entire life, he still had a set point way over here. He had a set point at tons and tons and tons and tons of money. And so when the bankers, they knocked on his door and they came into his home and they said, hey, you owe us literally billions of dollars. You've lost all of our money. And if you want to learn more about this story, I highly recommend you read The Art of the Deal. It's literally so good. Like, there's so much to learn there about wealth. But anyway, these bankers come to his door and they knock on the door and they come inside and they say, hey, you've got a problem. You owe us billions of dollars. And Donald Trump sits back in his chair and he does this concept which is so critical. Like, he cares, but not that much. And he says to these bankers, he says, with this little cigar in his mouth, he says, you know, I think you've got a problem. He says, what do you mean? You owe us billions of dollars. And he says, yeah, I know, that's a big problem for you. So I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. We're gonna restructure this loan, we're gonna restructure these deals, and we're gonna restructure this property so that you get paid back. This is a problem for you, and this is a problem for your bank. And these bankers are floored because they realize they're talking to somebody who's not worried about bankruptcy, because in Trump's mind, that wasn't even an option. That wasn't even a possibility. He only saw himself as a massive success. He only saw himself with literally billions. He did not have a millionaire mind. He had a billionaire mind. And for him, this was just a temporary setback, a temporary crash, temporary state. And he turned that failure, pivoted it, anyone could even dream of, and made it into a billion-dollar real estate empire, right? So, holy crap, really good book. There's a lot of stuff in there about, like, how he started off. And it kind of shows that, like, you can start at the bottom and really build, get to the top. Simply, and this is probably the biggest thing that you want to look for as you go through that book, simply by building up your own mental pedestal where you see yourself in the future as so much more than you are right now. When Zuckerberg, you know, was starting Facebook, like, he wasn't thinking about, like, how many 100 million people how many million people are going to use our platform, how many 100,000 people. Like, early on in the development, before they even hit 1 million clients or 1 million, you know, users, he was thinking, like, what's this platform going to be like when it's at 1 billion? What's it going to be like when it's at 2 billion? What's it going to be like growing? And he hadn't even hit 1 million. Why? Because he was mentally envisioning the future that he wanted. He's mentally preparing himself for that growth. And that was sort of the huge mindset shift that changed everything for him. Because for him, like, he could never just be a millionaire. He could never just make 6 figures. He could never just have that level of success. He's constantly used to being a billionaire because that's where his set point is. And so think about, like, where you want your set point to be, and it will become your reality. It's just so powerful, so critical. Most people, if they had $1 million, they would feel amazing. Maybe, right? It depends on where you are, it depends on your goals. For me, not so much, but I know for some people, like, $1 million is a really big objective. For Donald Trump, and for some of the most successful people on this planet, $1 million is gonna make them feel like they're broke. They're gonna feel total, like, losers. They're gonna feel like a financial failure because their set point is so much higher. And if you've been struggling to understand set point, think about it like a thermometer. Think about it, what Eckhart calls a thermostat. You know, he's got this thermostat and he's turned it up past what everybody else is set at. Billions, right? And so all you have to do is consciously attack that thermostat, consciously go out and say, look, I will increase my thermostat. Because most people grow up their lives sitting in this room, right? And this room can be their whole life, and they can grow up with their parents, they can grow up with the peers that are influencing them, and they get all this influence that basically pushes them into this corner and says, this is where you should be, and this is the temperature that you should be, and this is how much money you deserve, this is how much money you should make. You should go, you get a job, and you'll make this much a year for the rest of your life. Versus being able to escape all this, walk over to the other side of this room, find the thermostat on the wall, and increase the temperature from, say, 40,000 a year, 50,000 a year, 60,000 a year, 100,000 a year, 2,000, 100,000 a year, 400,000 a year. Increase that temperature to millions. Increase that temperature to tens of millions. Increase that temperature to hundreds of millions. Increase that temperature to billions. The way people operate at those higher levels of wealth is simply because they made the conscious decision to increase their wealth temperature. And they went over to that thermostat that was sitting inside their mind and they said, I want more. I will create more. And that's exactly what they did to create that level of abundance. Every single person I know that has a bank account with more than $100 million in it got there because they made a decision that they were gonna be different, that they were gonna have more, that they were going to achieve more, that they were gonna do more. And it manifested itself in investment assets. It manifested itself in cryptocurrency assets. It manifested itself in business assets, a lot of business assets, a lot of investing assets. Crypto is a little bit newer. And they shifted what they were willing to settle for. They shifted what they deemed appropriate and worthy of themselves. The deal is most people's financial thermostats are literally set below zero. Most people set points, a lot of people set points that are in debt, that are struggling paycheck to paycheck, like they are there because they're set to zero. They're set to negative, right? Some people, like, what's your bank account usually at? Some people are set to thousands. Some people are set to maybe, 5 figures. Other people are set to 9 figures. Other people are set to 10 figures. What's the difference? All it is a decision of where you decide to set your thermostat. And please, oh my gosh, if you're set negative and you have debt, like, all you have to do to shift that is to change your mindset. All you have to do is change and apply these secrets we're about to go through and set it to positive, because that is shit and it's really, really, really bad. Because see, the thing is, like, most people are freezing and they don't have a clue why, because their thermostats are so low. And the reality is that most people do not reach their full potential. Most people are not successful. Research shows that 80% of individuals will never be financially free in the way they'd like to be, and 80% will never claim to be truly happy. That's awful. And the reason is very simple. And overcoming this reason is very, very rudimentary, very elementary, very basic once you understand it. The reason is that most people are unconscious. They're asleep at the wheel, and they work and they think on a superficial level of life based only on what they can see. They live strictly in the visible world. And you might be thinking, what's that mean? Let me give you guys an example. Yesterday was probably one of the craziest days so far of my investing career. One of my clients made $500,000 yesterday. It literally blew me away. I was so impressed. It was one of the most influential and inspirational things I've ever seen. And as a client makes 500, I was like, holy crap, it's a lot of money in one day. So I go out to my bud and I'm like, yo, dude, a client made $525,000 today. And he goes berserk, he goes crazy. And his date across from him saying things like crazy, couldn't believe it. One of the most influential, and they're like, holy crap, like, stocks are amazing. We gotta get into investments. And I'm like, yeah, dude, it's crazy cool. I share with another friend, I'm like, dude, $500,000. He says, oh my God. Let's go freaking, next month, I think next month we're gonna get into some of the really, really, really powerful financial mindset movies that are like the basis for fundamental analysis in asset investments. And I'm like, dude, we gotta go watch this, we gotta go do this right now. And we watch one of the movies we're gonna go into soon about the crash, about the financial crisis, and we're to learn from that to create a ton of money. And like extremes in markets. And he's like, oh, this is so good. Next day, I go to one of my classes, there's economics, and my economics teacher wants me to drop, like, everyone I know wants me to drop out. Anyway, I'm sitting next to this other guy, and he's looking at me trading stocks, as I have nothing to do. I already know the stuff in the class, so I'm just trading stocks. And he's like, oh, no way, how much money are you making? I'm like, dude, check this stuff out. It's freaking crazy cool. And I tell him about this client that just made $500,000. And unlike every other person there every other person I talked to so far about this, close friends that I knew, like, that they knew what I do. I knew that they are cool. They were like blown away. They're like, holy crap, this is the coolest thing ever. They were conscious about the money around them. They were conscious about the investments that they had the opportunities to stake into. And they were like blown away and super pumped and super excited about investing. I talked to this one guy, and it just blows over his head. Like, I told him that my favorite color was jelly. I mean, it was like, it was almost like he didn't even hear me. And I'm like, dude, like, do you know, like, that's insane, dude. I would regret it a day. And it blows over his head, like wind going away. He doesn't even, like, know, it doesn't even faze him. And the reason why is because a lot of people, maybe they don't want to talk about money, or they don't think they should care about their bank account, and they totally ignore all the wealth that's right in front of them, and they never have true financial freedom because they just don't put their attention or their focus on their wealth. And that was the case with this guy. Another person I was talking to before this client of mine had that really big success. I'm just talking about like normal, like how sort of the returns that I get with 9 to noon trading and with swing trading. And I'm like, yeah, like I basically never need to work for anybody ever. And just trade stocks and you make tons of money. You work like a couple hours a day. It's pretty dope. And this person's like trying to talk me into like how it's super risky, it's super scary, and it's the craziest thing ever. And I've been doing it for literally almost half a decade now. And over and over and over and over and over again. And then all they're saying is like, oh, so risky, oh, so risky, oh, so risky, oh, so risky. And to them, like they're totally unconscious that there's something out there besides, you know, a 9 to 5. They're totally ignorant. They're just not even caring. There are other extraordinary ways to grow wealth, because most people are walking around with the wrong state. They're walking around with the wrong being, and because of that, they're unconscious to the opportunities that are out there. They're unconscious. Sort of some of the secrets we're going to go through here is we understand the core for what actually creates a millionaire mind. They just don't care. And it's so insane because, like, you guys know, I literally give away my book for free. And it, like, I have kids read that book, they make 6 figures, like, within a couple of months. And it's absolutely berserk because there's just so much potential that comes only to those who are willing to take that leap, jump off that cliff, and say, look, I'm gonna learn about this. And I'm going to consciously put my attention on money. And so it's so ridiculous. One of the most taboo things for a lot of people is there's their money and their investments. But I think it's crazy because it's so fun to talk about investing. But people just don't do it. And so the big takeaway here is you've got to focus on increasing that set point. You can't just ignore your bank account and expect it to magically grow. You've got to put effort, dedication, and energy and turn it into a reality. And for gosh sake, like please, don't be one of those people that sees somebody make $500,000 in a day and says, oh, that's cool, I'm gonna go back to working over here, see if I can make 50 grand a year. Like, that's great. You can make some phenomenal investments doing that, but there's so much more that's out there. And so that's the big message for this module. So with that said, hope you guys got a ton of value. That's module. Go out there, apply it, absolutely crush it. I will see you in the next module. Thank you. Bye. Awesome. All right, so you've got the core, you've got the foundation now, which is super great. Now we're gonna start to look at is sort of, you know, looking at life like you're a tree, right? Like if you want to plant peach tree seeds, or if you want to plant apple seed trees, like what do you think is gonna grow out of the apple seed trees? It's not a peach tree, right? You're gonna grow an apple tree. So the seeds that you plant now are gonna lead to the results that you get in the future. I mean, it's a very basic concept, but a lot of people, they expect that they're gonna have this magnificent apple tree. It's gonna grow the most delicious golden apples ever. It's gonna be awesome. And then they plant mango seeds, or they plant, you know, strawberry bushes. That's just not gonna happen. And so it's really critical to understand that a tree represents the tree of life, and the tree has fruits, and in life, these fruits are results. And so we look at the fruits, results, and if we don't like them, or there aren't enough of them, or they're too small, or they don't taste good, most people put their attention, most people put their focus, you know, they've got their tree. Most people put their focus on the actual fruits that come out of the tree. So again, kind of sticking with our apple tree example, say your apples are tiny, or your apples aren't really that delicious. Maybe they're browning a little bit. Most people put all of their attention on these apples. They put all their focus on the apples. They put all the attention on the fruit, but they can't really do anything about it just by focusing on the fruit or focusing on the results, right? Like if you notice that your investing is going awfully, most people put more and more attention on it. But what actually creates these results, what actually creates this fruit, is not like the tree up here, but instead it's the roots, right? It's the roots of the tree, it's the base of the tree, it's the core of the tree. It's what's underground that creates the results. And what's underground is what's also called your education, right? It's what's invisible, right? Like the ground, obviously you can't see below here, but it's what's invisible, right? You can't see this, but this what actually creates the results. It's what actually creates the roots. It's what actually creates the trunk that leads to the bushel that leads to the fruit. Like the results come from what's invisible. The visible is created by the education, by the underground forces that you plan at the beginning. This is what you start with, And then once you have what you need to start with, you go to the finish line. And what you have at the finish line, the result that you create, is going to depend exclusively on the foundation that you build and what you start growing with. This means that if you want to change the fruits, you first have to change the roots. If you want to change the visible, you first have to change the invisible. And that's sort of our first wealth principle here. You've got to focus on your core, on yourself, so you can create better results. And then Eckhart actually kind of does something really cool here. He says, you know, some people say that seeing is believing. And the question that he has for so many people is, he sees and they say, why do you bother paying your electric bill? You know, although you can see electricity, you cannot see electricity, you can certainly recognize its use and its power. And if you have any doubt as to whether it exists, you can just stick your finger in an electric socket and your doubts will quickly disappear. A lot of people don't focus on what they can't see. A lot of people don't focus on what maybe their education or their subconscious, but in reality, like, that's gonna create the biggest result for them. In Eckart's experience, what you cannot see in this world is far more powerful than anything you can see. You can have extraordinarily wealthy people lose a lot of money really quickly, like we talked about last time. What's gonna create the results, what's gonna allow them to rebound, what's gonna allow them to create much more wealth than they ever have before by creating new assets and investing in new assets, is not what's physically with them right now, but instead it's what's in their mind. It's gonna get them to that set point that they're at. And if you don't follow this law, you're literally going against the laws of nature, whereby what is under the ground creates what's above the ground, and what's invisible creates the visible. As humans, we're, you know, kind of naturally used to focusing on laws of nature, working on our roots, working on our inner, so that life can flow smoothly. If you don't focus on your inner world, it's going to be a rough trip. I grew up in a very, very, very harsh, emotionally tense environment, and the reason why it's so many arguments was probably I didn't have any social skills, so I didn't understand what I've kind of taught in the seminars on social skills. But I think most importantly was I didn't realize that you have to work on the roots of connections, the roots of relationship assets, the roots of care more than anything else. And if you don't do that, you're screwed, right? And that literally crushed like a really massive chunk of my childhood, because like I didn't have, it was rough, right? It gets rough if you don't focus on the inner world. In every forest, on every farm, in every orchard on earth, it's what's under the ground that creates what's above the ground. That's why placing your attention on the fruits that you already have grown is literally futile. I remember kind of when I was growing up, and it's kind of talking about this, but like my brother, I mean, it was really, for a long time, he'd bully me like over and over and over again, and it was so harsh. It was just a really difficult time in my life for a very long time. And like my parents were like, why are you so upset? Why are you so sad? I'm like, he would like bully me every single day over and over again. And I mean, my parents literally had me go to therapy for years because like I got so upset and so hurt. It was awful. And the reason it was so bad is because the roots and the base of our relationship was awful. It was so bad. And I would try to work on it. But it's tough because when you start growing something, when you start growing an asset, you start growing a connection, you start growing anything with the wrong roots. Like once the tree is half sprouted, you can't just yank it out of the ground. And that was a really big challenge I had for a very large period of my early life. Is I would always be bullied by my brother, and it would destroy. Like I was so upset, so sad, so distraught over and over again. And really the only end to it was like me leaving. And sometimes if you plant the wrong tree and you plant poison seeds and you grow something that's awful that you can't get rid of, sometimes you've got to do what we talked about earlier. You've got to jump off that ledge and into a new opportunity, into a new world. And that's kind of exactly what I've done. And ever since I left that toxic environment, my results, my portfolio, my financials, like everything has literally gone geometric. It's gone exponential. It's so huge because you get rid of the negative influences, the negative environment. And so I really don't want you to go through literally a decade of torture in your life. And so that's why I want you to understand this concept now, because you can plant seeds today that will literally have an impact on your life in 15 years, 20 years, 25 years. And you want to make sure you plant the right seeds, because if you don't, like I've personally firsthand been through some very ugly experiences, and those come from the wrong seed. And so let's go back over to the book and talk about how you can actually set up the right seeds by using a concept that Eckhart calls the 4 quadrant. Because that's the core, right? Is if you want to change fruits, like you can't, he says it right here, like you cannot change the fruits that are already hanging on the tree, but you can change tomorrow's fruits. And to do so, you have to dig below the ground and strengthen the roots. So With that said, let's look at the 4 quadrants. Now, what's interesting is, one of the most important things that you can ever understand is that we do not live on only one plane of existence. In fact, we live in at least 4 different realms at once, and these 4 quadrants literally make up everything around us. And soon we're gonna get into the cash flow quadrant. We're gonna get some more stuff about assets later on in the implementation program. I want you to kind of keep that all separate, keep it all separate. These are your 4 mental quadrants. These are your 4 inner quadrants. These aren't like asset quadrants. These are quadrants about you, okay? So you got M, E, S, and P, right? And it all goes to P. Now what's interesting is M is kind of what you probably think of. This is the mental world, right? P, this is the reality, right? Like this is the physical world, right? And then alongside that, you have the emotional world, and you guessed it, the spiritual world. And we're gonna focus a lot more later in the implementation coaching program on the spiritual world. Just with there's a lot of really powerful meditation and stress things that have really allowed me to literally 10x my trading and investing just by using some really powerful spiritual strategies. Doesn't matter if you're religious or not, this stuff's literally game changing. And then emotionally, like I'm not a relationships coach or anything, but to kind of give you that emotional side, that's kind of why I created the How to Win Friends and Influence People seminar series and all the bonuses and stuff with that. So that's kind of that. But what we want to focus on right now is how we can master the mental state. And again, we'll get to spiritual a lot deeper later in the program, just a little bit later, because it literally is so key to like trading and investing. Like if you don't have, it's not like just spiritual, but like it's you. And we'll get a lot deeper into it, and it's also emotional. It ties into emotional, and we'll get so much deeper into that as the program goes on. What we want to focus here is you want to understand that the physical results, these come from what you have in your mental world, what you have in your spiritual, what you have in your emotional world. They lead to the physical result. And what most people never realize is the physical realm is merely a printout of the other 3. These 3 are like the roots, and the physical world is the resulting tree, is the resulting fruit that comes from the roots internally, right? So for example, let's suppose you just written a letter on your computer and you hit the print key and the letter comes out of your computer. As you look at the hard copy, you realize that there's a typo. So you take out your erase, you wrote out the typo, you print it again, and out again comes the same typo. And you think, how could this be if you just erased the typo? Because this time you get a bigger eraser and you rub even harder and longer and longer. You even study a 300-page manual called Effective Erasing. I got all the tools and all the knowledge you could ever need, and you're ready. And you hit the print key, and there it is again. You cry out, stunning, amazing. How could this be? What is going on? Am I in the Twilight Zone? Because what's going on here, and this is that the real problem cannot be changed in the printout, in the physical world. It can only be changed in the program. It can only be changed in the mental, the emotional, and the spiritual world. Money, for all intents and purposes, money is a result. So when you think about results, like this is stuff like money, right? This is stuff like portfolio. When you think about the results that you have, these results come from, they're the printouts, right? Wealth is a result. You guys know how insanely important it is sort of to have physical well-being. Like health is just a printout. Health is just a result. Your weight is just a result. We live in a world of cause and effect. All the effects are results, and these results come from the causes, which are mental, emotional, and spiritual quadrants. If you've ever heard someone assert the lack of money was a problem, that's not the case. A lack of money is never ever a problem. A lack of money is merely a symptom of what is going on underneath, what is going on with the roots, what's going on down below, right? What's going on in your inner world, because the only way to change your outer world is to change your inner world. Whatever results you're getting, whether you're rich, poor, whether it's a great result or a terrible result, positive, negative, always remember that your outer world is simply a reflection of your inner world. And if things aren't going well in your outer life, it's because things aren't going well in your inner life. It's that simple. So as we get deeper and deeper and deeper especially into some of the declarations we're about to get into, it's really important that you understand, if you want to change the outside, you've got to change the inside. And that's sort of the core and the foundation for everything we're going to get deeper and deeper and deeper into here. You got to understand, everything comes from you. Everything comes from the work that you're doing right now and that you've done in the past to create who you are. And the output that you are comes from the work that you've done to create your inner self. And if you haven't done a lot of work there yet, not a big deal. We're gonna get through some secrets you can use to apply that and create that personal development, create those strategies for yourself and get the results that you want. Very, very powerful concept and really huge stuff. So definitely make sure you have your copy of the Millionaire Mind so you can follow along and actually implement everything here so you can actually shift those inner quadrants and create that result you desire. All right, sound cool? Sound fair? All right, sweet. Hope you guys had a ton of value. Hope you love this module. Go out there, apply it, absolutely crush it. I will see you in the next module. Thank you. Bye. Awesome. Okay, so this is where Ecker sort of starts to talk about the insane power of declarations. And declarations are literally huge. Like on the tower of things, they are at the top. They're at the peak. They're at the, I mean, they're huge. We're gonna talk a little bit about sort of the seminar here just because it sort of interweaves into it. And like I said, I've been to it. It's literally so powerful. I don't want to spoil some of the things for you because like if I do, they won't have the same impact if you do go there. But it's, oh my God, so good. So he talks about this idea, like the key to really any kind of learning is involvement, right? And as soon as you have involvement, you start to have success. And so that's why as I teach you guys about assets, like you're gonna start to invest in assets and you're gonna start to create some real savings in your retirement. You're gonna start to create wealth. You're gonna start to see your money multiply with the investments that you're making, which is really powerful. Now, for obviously this is a little bit more mental, so this is a little bit more difficult to physically equate to, but what he uses and what they use is it's called declarations, and it's really powerful because you know, what you hear, sometimes you might forget, and what you see, sometimes you remember, and what you do, you understand. And that's the big shift here. And that's why this is called the implementation coaching program. It's because you have to implement to remember, you have to implement to apply and to grow. And so Ecker says he's not gonna ask, you know, that he says, look, every time you get to the end of a major principle in this book, put your hand on your heart and you make a verbal declaration. You touch your head with your index finger. You make another verbal declaration. The declaration is simply a positive, this is key, I'll put this in green, it's important. It's a positive statement said aloud, empathetically. And these declarations are so valuable because everything that is made out of one thing, and that is energy. And all energy travels in frequencies and vibrations. And therefore, every single declaration you make carries its own vibrational frequency. And when you state a declaration aloud, its energy vibrates throughout the cells of your body. And by touching your body at the same time, you can feel its unique resonance. These declarations not only send a specific message out to the universe, right? But they also send a message to you. Universe send a message to you. They send a message to your subconscious. They send a message to the mind. The difference between a declaration and an affirmation is very slight, but in the mind it's extraordinarily powerful. Because the definition of an affirmation is a positive statement asserting that a goal you wish to achieve is already happening. The definition of a declaration is to state an official intention to undertake a declared particular course of action or adopt a particular status. An affirmation states that a goal is already happening. We have to affirm something that's not real yet, and sometimes you can think it's not true. Now this is a little bit interesting. It's a little bit of an interesting interpretation here that I kind of go against a little. I go against a lot. Because if you tell yourself something over and over and over again, it becomes a reality. I'll give you as a great example. My old cross-country coach, he'd wake up every single morning, he'd look in the mirror, and he would say, I look great today. I look phenomenal. I look awesome today. And I am super happy with my body. Then he would go off on his day. And what happens is, like, even if you tell yourself something that might not be like the most truthful thing, you tell it over and over and over again, you lie to yourself over and over and over and over again, eventually it becomes a reality. Because what you're doing is you're putting yourself up on a pedestal, you're giving yourself an image to look up to, and you're fulfilling that image, you're fulfilling that growth, you're fulfilling that development. And that's sort of the core and the key here is you kind of want to always push yourself in the direction that you want to go to. No matter if you're there or not, it's really important to say, like, you will see, you are success, money, 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 money. It all comes only after you have conviction and belief, like we talked about earlier. Only after you have commitment to the idea that it will become a reality. And so that's kind of the key. And what's cool is, on the other hand, like a declaration, it's not saying something that's true, it's stating that we have an intention. So that's another thing too, is focus on intention, doing or being something. And it's a position, is a little voice that can buy, because we're not saying the truth now, but again, it's an intention for us in the future. A declaration, by definition, is also official. It is formal statement of energy that goes in the universe and throughout your body. And what's cool, another word for this definition is important. It's the action, because you must take all the actions necessary to make your intentions a reality. And so it's really critical that you state your declarations aloud each morning, each evening. Is doing your declarations while looking in the mirror will accelerate the process even more. And we're going to look at some of the declarations that come from the Millionaire Mind. But again, this also applies really, like, this is like word for word straight out of the Think and Grow Rich Masterclass with your secret formula. Now, what's cool is, Eckhart says that he has to admit that when he first heard all this, he thought it was crazy and the declaration stuff was berserk, but he decided, why the heck not? Because it couldn't hurt. So he started doing them. And now he's so rich that it shouldn't come as a big surprise that he believes the declarations work, because they're just freaking golden. And so either way, it's really, really critical. Like, he'd rather be a silly rich guy than a really cool broke person. And I think that's a great mindset to establish. And so what's going to happen is, throughout this book, there are going to be declarations. What I want to do is, obviously we're going to say declaration. Like, the first declaration we have here is, my inner world creates my outer world. I have a millionaire mind. You're going to hear this over and over and over again. It's really critical that you take a moment to, like, pause it and say, my inner world creates my outer world. I have a millionaire mind. Because it's so critical to have this belief, and this conviction. It comes from these declarations, right? And so what I want to do in this module is I want to give you some, like, the top declarations that you can apply, like, right now, and they should continue to apply throughout this course, throughout these modules, over and over and over again. Put your hand on your heart and then yell it aloud. These come from the seminar, right? And it's so powerful. Going through this, we went through this list probably 20, 25, 30 times over the course of the seminar, because it's freaking game changer, right? So I'm going to list some of the core declarations here, and I want you to come back to them over and over and over again. I want you to go through them right now, hand on your heart, screaming aloud all these declarations, because they are so powerful. Remember, these are Eckhart's declarations. They come from his book, they come from his seminars. So please go support him. Definitely check this out. And his seminars are amazing. There's going to be more information on that at the end. But all I have to do is, like, Google it. It's not that tough. But I will definitely share with you specific. So we start out here with, like, my inner world, and this is critical because this is what we just talked about. And we're gonna see this so much more. My inner world creates my outer world, and this is massive because it shows you that you have control over your life, that you have control over the actions that lead to the results you get. And as soon as you know that you have control, you can say, I have a millionaire, because it all comes down to your mind, and that mind creates the reality. Now here's some more declarations that are absolutely critical, and these are what he calls, like, attitudes of wealth for winning the mind game, and they're literally massive. The first one is, I create my life. I create the exact amount of my financial success. Again, it's the idea that you want to have a set amount of money you desire. Now, really critical as we go through these, that you take a minute, you pause, put your hand on your heart, say, I create my life, I create the exact amount of my financial desire. So put your hand on your heart as you read this, and then over and over and over again, what you want to say after all of these with your hand on your head is, I have a millionaire mind. So you go through the declaration, and then I have a millionaire mind. So the next one is, I play the money game to win, not to be average, not to be Joe Schmo. I play the money game to win. My intention is to create wealth and abundance So look, I don't care if you're on the subway, I don't care if you're on a train, I don't care if you're watching this on your phone. Hand on your heart, I play the money game to win. My intention is to create wealth and abundance. I have a millionaire mind over and over and over again. I admire and model rich and successful people. I have a millionaire mind. And we're gonna get, a lot of these are a little bit deeper, a lot of these are a little more complex. Again, we've got a lot more to go through here, but understand that there's a lot of really core foundational concepts here that we're gonna dive a lot deeper to as we go deeper and deeper and deeper into the secrets of the millionaire mind. But there's a lot of stuff that's really crazy. Like, a lot of people like literally get upset when they see rich people, which is crazy because they associate negative emotions with high amounts of money, and therefore they try to not have high amounts of money because they don't want to have negative emotions. That concept right there, like, rewind and listen to that again, is literally so huge, and it's what stops a lot of people from actually creating the results that they want, because in their mind they think that, oh, this is a bad thing if I get this, which is awful. Please understand that and apply that. And we'll get deeper and deeper into that as we go on. It says, I believe money is important, not something to ignore. If you ignore your spouse, if you ignore someone you care about, they're gonna get pissed off at you. Same thing with money. You ignore it, it's gonna be like it's not gonna come towards you. Money is freedom, and money makes life more enjoyable. And on your heart, say that. Money is life more enjoyable. I believe money is important. Money is freedom. I have a millionaire mind. I get rich doing what I love. Probably trading, I don't know, like for me, like just trade stocks. It's like the coolest thing ever. Doing what I love. I have a millionaire mind. I deserve, you deserve to be rich. Cause you'd value to other people's life. I have a millionaire mind. Here's a really, really big one that we kind of established in the first week. I deserve, and I am a generous giver and an excellent receiver. This one's huge. Again, we'll kind of get deeper into this, and you guys will learn this if you go to one of the seminars. There's exercise they do that's literally like a game changer, and it kind of shows that a lot of people aren't used to receiving. They aren't used to actually becoming an excellent receiver. And what we do is there's this huge seminar full of tons of people. And everyone walks around. Everyone he says, everyone stand up. Everyone walk around. And what you have to do is you have to give somebody a really nice compliment, and then just walk away, right? So give someone like a super awesome compliment. Say, wow, that's super awesome. You're super nice. And then the objective and what you have to do is you cannot say thank you, or you cannot return the compliment. Or you say thank you, but like you don't say, oh, that's so cool. Like, because what most people do is you get a compliment, you say, oh, I like your shoes. Like, oh, no way, I like your jacket, or something like that. They say, thank you, you're the best ever, thanks. And most people don't ever actually practice being a receiver, and they just give and they give and they give and they give over and over and over again, not used to receiving. And so this was a really really interesting mindset shift for me, for a lot of people I know, because once you realize that like you can be a receiver of others and of the magic of once you realize that you can actually receive from the marketplace, you can receive from your investments, and you don't have to like give back half your profits to the market. Like, you can just take in and enjoy the gifts that come to you. It's a huge mental shift. It's a huge game changer, because you can give, you can receive, but the critical thing is you're grateful for the things you receive, and you don't immediately feel like you have to return the favor to someone. You don't immediately feel like you're in emotional debt or social debt. Like, you just enjoy receiving, and you're an excellent receiver. And this is a tough challenge. Like, it might sound weird, but like, go up to someone and sort of do this with them, or do it with someone else, and just like give them a compliment, but like ask them not to return the favor, or ask someone to give you a compliment, just don't return the favor. Just look at them and smile, and get used to just receiving, and then get used to just giving, but not expecting anything in return, not getting anything in return, just giving, and then receiving, and just receiving, and just enjoying it, and just being whole, being in the moment, taking in that return, taking in that growth. It's a huge shift from what most people do, which is immediately try to give back and make other people feel equal, or make them feel less, or make them feel like done more work for them. It's not, that's not the goal. It's not the way to go about it. The way to go about it is just become an excellent receiver, and that'll allow you to receive a lot more money as it starts to come into your life more and more. Really powerful concept there. I am truly grateful for all the money I have right now. I mean, this is huge. Like, this is what you have to invest with. I have Millionaire Mind, right? Go through. Lucrative opportunities always come my way. I have a Millionaire Mind. I want you to think about come my way. The most successful people you know, the ones that get the best business opportunities, the one that gets the best investment opportunities, the ones who are always finding the best stocks over and over and over again. Those are the people that in their mind know that lucrative opportunities always come my way. I have a Millionaire Mind. Say it. Declare it. Make it a reality. Because at the end of the day, you're not, like, I have never, ever seen somebody who makes a ton of money investing, who goes through their day-to-day life saying that, oh my God, the stock market's awful and there's terrible stocks, there's nothing good to invest in, and there are no good opportunities. That's bogus. Because you put out vibrational energy of what you speak. And when you speak, there are amazing investment opportunities everywhere. There's an abundance of wealth. The market's amazing. This is a phenomenal time to start investing, start growing, and explode your portfolio. When you vibrate that and you send that out, it's gonna come back to you. Similarly, if you send out negativity will come back to you. So you have to. It is a 100% requirement that you stick with declaring these positive statements, because they will attract the positive actions you want in your life. And then here's the last one. And this one I think is kind of the coolest one. It says, my capacity to earn, hold, and grow money expands day by day. I have a Millionaire Mind. Those are the core declarations. Go through them, hand on your heart, say them. I have a Millionaire Mind. Say them. I have a Millionaire Mind. Say them. I have a Millionaire Mind. Over and over and over again. Do not move on until you do it, because it's the core, it's foundation, it's exactly what you need to attract that wealth. You're gonna feel silly, you're gonna look silly, but it's gonna literally change your financial future, because it's gonna get your mindset in the right state. It's gonna get your being in the right state. And it's gonna prime you for some of the secrets in the education that we're about to go through by putting you in an empowered position, in a growth position, where you have a millionaire mind, where you have an attitude of wealth, okay? Don't move forward until you do this. At least 10 times, preferably 20. I don't care how long it takes. Make it happen, okay? That cool? That awesome? Hope you got a ton of value out of this module. Go out there, apply it, absolutely crush it. And I will see you in the next module. Thank you. Bye. Awesome. All right, you got declarations, you got statements, you got everything you can need. Pound it down like a professional, which is awesome. Now I'm really excited to sort of jump into how to actually form the money blueprint and have the right money mindset, because right now we're going to focus all about the mind game. It's all about mastering the mind game. Now Eckhart, he's pretty famous for this one statement he makes. It's like all over the back of his book, and it's like his favorite thing to say. You know, he says, give me 5 minutes and I can predict the financial future for the rest of your life, your financial future. And the reason why is because like everything comes down to mindset. And he says that in a short conversation, you can identify somebody's money blueprint. And my personal money and success blueprints already embedded in your subconscious mind, right? Remember, everything here is in the subconscious mind. And so what we're doing is we're trying to drag this out of subconscious into reality, right? So that we can observe what's actually motivating you, what's actually sort of underlying your emotions about money. Because remember, a lot of investing is a lot of it's emotional. It's based off of how people feel about money. It's how people feel. Notice how I said feel. And so what we want to do, especially start to get to really any kind of investing where you're actively managing your money, is you have to sort of separate these emotions from money. Now this took me a very long time to do, and hopefully this training will empower you to do it 10 times, 15 times, 100 times faster than I was ever able to do it, and allow you to get results and create growth and income and wealth a lot faster than I could ever have, because you really do have to make this big separation. And so that's why later on we're going to, very, very soon, we're going to get a lot more into the spiritual, emotional side of investing in money. But the core here, right, is we have to separate emotions from money by observing the reality of our subconscious minds, right? More than everything else combined will determine your financial destiny. Now here, he actually gives a little bit of a cool analogy. He says, think about the blueprint for a house, which is sort of the present plan or the design for a particular home. In the same way, the blueprint that you have in your mind is the blueprint for your financial being, your financial success, your relationship to money. It is your preset program. And just as a construction worker will lay bricks alongside the plans created by a blueprint, your mind will accumulate, your bank account will accumulate money alongside the plans of your mind, right? And so Eckhart shares now a very, very important formula that will literally determine how you create your reality, like any kind of amount of wealth. Like everything comes down to this formula. Many of the most respected teachers in the field of human potential have used this formula as the foundation for literally everything they teach through the process of manifestation. And it's very, very, very simple. This is one of like the biggest takeaways. I'm gonna put this in like magic rainbow color because it's huge. TFA equals R. Your thoughts lead to feelings, lead to actions, which equal your result. And so what a lot of people have is they have these negative thoughts in their mind. They have these thoughts of like, oh, financial markets are scary. Oh, I can't make money investing. Oh, I'm gonna be a failure. And those thoughts are not just thoughts. They lead to feelings. And those feelings are not just feelings. They lead to actions. And those actions are physical. Those actions are objective reality and they lead to your actual results. And so even just thinking negatively will in turn lead to negative results. That's why I very, very rarely will even focus on negative energy, because it's a very, very dangerous, deadly object. And so that's why it's so critical that we go through these affirmations, we go through these declarations, and we focus exclusively on positivity. Because when you focus exclusively on positivity, you create positive thoughts, lead to positive feelings, lead to positive actions, leads to amazing results. Financial blueprint contains and consists of a combination of your thoughts, feelings, your actions in the area of money. And so your blueprint is formed by the information or programming that you receive. It's formed by the world that you're surrounded with, right? This idea of like the world having an influence on you. For most people, this programming, like we talked about earlier, comes from people you grow up with. It comes from authority figures. It comes from maybe teachers or religious leaders or media or culture. Some cultures have one way of thinking and dealing with money, while other cultures have another. But every single child, every single person who's growing up, like their attitudes towards money are taught to them, because no one is born with an inherent feeling of money is amazing or money is evil or I have to avoid money or I have a loss of money or I have an abundance of money or I have tons of money. It all comes from conditioning, because everyone's taught how to think and act in relation to money. And the whole same thing holds true for literally everybody. You're taught how to think because of money. And these teachings became your conditioning, which becomes the automatic responses. So those teachings, they became your thoughts, right? For me, I grew up in a scarcity environment, a scarcity mindset, where there were these thoughts of like, there's a scarcity of money. That's how most people grow up. Money doesn't grow on trees. Like, yeah, it freaking does. It's the paper that they use to make the money. And those thoughts, for me, like for a long time, led to negative feelings, led to negative actions, like negative results. That's not the goal. You have to be able to separate yourself from sort of the bad things, and instead focus exclusively on these positive thoughts that are gonna lead to that positive feeling. They're gonna lead to the positive actions and lead to the positive result. That's exactly what we're gonna do, is to make it so that you have this new conditioning where your automatic responses to money that run you for the rest of your life are the positive responses, right? And they do it so well in the seminar. Everything's about it's awesome. Because as we said, like these feelings lead to the action lead to the results. So the question is like, where do your thoughts come from? Because your thoughts lead to everything else. And why do you think differently than the next person? Your thoughts, they originate from the files of information that you have inside the storage cabinets of your mind. So where does the information come from? It all comes from your past programming. So there's another aspect here before T, and that aspect is P, right? Your past leads to your thoughts. And you can't change your past, but you have to be able to recognize this as a very influential part and then understand that it has a really big impact on the results that you create. And that's kind of why we talk about this idea of a conditioned mind. It comes from our understanding of the process and manifestation. It all starts with your past, with your programming. So it's really, really, really critical that you sort of see that your programming leads your thoughts, and your thoughts lead your actions, feelings lead your actions, thoughts lead your feelings, your actions lead to your results. And as we look at this formula, it's really, really critical to understand that just as you can like program a computer, you can change your own programming, you can change your own thoughts, change your own, you can create your new future that's much, much, much better and more conditioned to the results that you want to create. And by doing that, you go through this path, and you actually get the results you desire by changing the roots of the tree of life that you have already. That's the core, right? And so all I have to do is take the first essential step to changing your results. Because we're conditioned here, there's like 3 main ways in every part of life, including money, that you'll face conditioning. First one is verbal programming. What did you hear when you were young? What did you hear about money? Did you grow up in a household that was constantly fighting about money? I know for me, my parents got divorced when I was pretty young, and it was a lot about money, right? It was a tough time in the financial world. 2008, 2012, some really, really hard times. My parents, they closed the restaurant, and it was just it was a tough time. That verbal programming led to a lot of really freaking messed up stuff for me that I had to kind of bunch up in a ball and throw away. So think about, like, what did you hear when you were young, and how's that going to create a different result for you than if you just never heard that, right? Or if you started off with a blank slate, because no one starts off, you start off as a blank slate, but you get influenced over and over and over again. Then think about modeling, right? What did you see when you were young? Did you see people spending all their money every single time they got a paycheck? Or did you see your parents investing? I never really saw my parents investing, but I eventually learned that they bought a bunch of like index funds all the time. And so that was like, what did you see when you were young? Did you see them, being frivolous? Did you see them maybe following a plan, following a blueprint? And the last one here is really interesting. It's specific, I agree, it's specific incidents. There's so many insane stories about this. Like, what did you experience when you were young? Because these 3 conditions are literally the most important things to understand. And part 2 of this book will kind of understand. I remember, again, like at this seminar, it's pretty insane. One of the speakers who came, he was talking about this specific incident where there was this kid who was in the hospital, and he had this like awful cancer, and he couldn't like walk. He's like a year old, like maybe like almost 2 years old. He was like maybe 15 months old or something. He was struggling so hard, and he was just sitting here in the hospital. The guy's like, well, where's his kid's mom? Where's his parents? And what happened is, like, the mom was a single mom, and she just didn't have the money to pay the medical bills if she didn't go back to work. So she had to leave the hospital, leave her son, and go work like 6 days a week so that she could pay the medical bills. She had to make a choice. She had to make a decision between her time with her family or her time making money, which is awful. It was terrible. And that's like the opposite of financial freedom, right? That's this concept that like you don't have control over your time, you don't have control over your life, you don't have control over anything. That's why I'm so passionate about sharing investing with you, because it'll allow you to regain that control, right? To go through this story, like, you realize there are a lot of really specific incidents that could occur at any time in your life where maybe it doesn't have to be you having cancer and your mother choosing to make money rather than spend time with you. But maybe it's, your parents, for me, like my parents, they separated. I think a lot of it was due to money. I think about that as a really traumatic experience. I think about the first time I lost 6 figures as a really traumatic experience, because like that's some harsh stuff, and it can really, really program you in the wrong way and influence your negative thinking if you don't recognize, take action on changing it, take action on letting it go so that you can embrace the future. There's one really powerful strategy I learned at the seminar. This idea, and it sounds so crazy, I've shared it with so many people, and very, 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 like a very small percentage of people actually apply this. And the people that do apply this have more happiness than anybody else I know, because it literally changes their life. Even though it looks silly, it's a groundbreaking thing. It's so powerful. And what you want to do is you want to take maybe one of these negative verbal programmings that you had when you were growing up, one of these negative things that you saw about money, or most impactfully, one of the specific incidents where you had a negative relationship to money, or maybe you're I remember this one story. This guy, he'd been waiting, like this 15-year-old kid is waiting for this check in the mail, He was so excited he was gonna get this check in the mail. He was waiting for his checks every month. He was working this summer job, and he really wanted to get like this new car. At this car lot, it was like this new Corvette. It was gonna be the coolest thing ever. So he's working this job, and every single week, this was a while ago, he gets paid like $150 or something. And the car is like, I don't know, $1,500, $1,650. And every single week he would get his paycheck from his job, and he'd be so excited because he'd be like, oh, I'm gonna go get this car. It's gonna be the coolest thing ever. I remember my dad, he got his first Corvette when he was in like high school, and it was like the coolest thing ever because he worked so hard at this summer job to get it. So he would check his bank account when the bank statement came in the mail every single week. And every single week you look, you say, oh, I'm so much closer. I get 150, 150, 150, 150, 150. He went on working, pounding away to get this money for this car for like 4 months or something. And or maybe it was 2 or 3 months. It was like the summer, right? At last he gets this check in the mail, he gets this bank statement in the mail, and he has like $16,037, and he needs like just another $20 or something to get this car. And he's like, oh my gosh, it's the most exciting thing ever. I'm so close. Next week, I'm gonna freaking hit it. And so the week goes by, he goes to work, and so his paycheck's supposed to come that day. And he gets the check in the mail, and all of a sudden his account says like $17. And he's like, oh my God, what is this? This is insane. And what happened is he was like so excited to get this envelope. He was so excited to get this piece of mail. Like he got this bank statement in the mail. He's like, oh, this is gonna be my last bank statement ever. He runs upstairs, all giddy, all happy, jumps into his room, closes the door, jumps on his bed. He opens up this envelope, and he's destroyed. He's like, what happened? And so he thinks about it, and he realizes he opened this bank account with his mom, and his mom's the only one who has access to the bank account besides him. And so he runs downstairs, he stands in front of the TV, and he just starts screaming at her, screaming about how upset he is, instead of actually just like trying to talk and work it out. And this incident, this experience, worked out really harshly for him. Basically, like the mom, like said, get out of here, go away, go to your room, you're the worst. It was super mean, super huge argument broke out over money because they didn't understand each other. And for the rest of this guy's life, that stuck with him as a traumatic, negative experience. It felt awful because he didn't actually take the time to talk it out. And instead, he got into this really massive, heated argument for hours and cried and was destroyed internally from his parents, from his mom. And what ended up happening is the mom saw there was a lot of money in the account, and so she moved it over from a checking account to a savings account so that it would get a little bit of interest. And she just didn't tell him. And she was gonna tell him, but then he came downstairs and just screamed at him instead of actually asking what was going on. And because of that, she felt destroyed. She felt awful. She sat out of his room, she's super mad. This was a really traumatic experience to live with this guy for the rest of his life until he came across this drink, until he came across this content. And he realized that was a past traumatic experience that made him sort of like hate any amount of money over like $1,500 because he would always think about this negative experience he had with his mom when that happened. And so every single time we would get to that point, like he would go out there and he would, take all his money, go buy a car, take all his money, go spend it on stuff or make investments that were maybe unwise because he wasn't used to overcoming that mental set point. He did get the car after his mom calmed everyone down and they figured out what happened. But it was a traumatic experience that lasted with him until he applied this one strategy. And I want you to go through this strategy. I want you to apply this right now on one of your 2 or 3 most traumatic past experiences that have led to sort of your current thoughts, your current money mindset, your current programming, your current blueprint, okay? And here's the deal, okay? You take whatever the experience is in your mind. For me, one that I used was a long time ago when I was like 6 or 8. I remember it was probably like the middle, it was probably 2008. And I remember my mom sat me down and she was like, look, there might not be like a Christmas this year. There might not be a Santa this year. The restaurant had probably lost, at least 6 figures that year. It was really bad for them. And it was just a really tough time. And they're like, look, this could be really bad stuff. And there was this scarcity mindset. It was this fear-based environment of negative emotions, of negative energy. Because of that, I was freaked out. I was like, what do you mean it's not gonna be well? I'm so sad. Because you're a kid and you're like, all you care about is stuff. And I remember I was so scared. And from that point forward, like I was always thinking that like money is like this limited resource, which is a total lie. Because it's in complete abundance. Literally, there are machines in Washington, there are machines that sit all day printing out hundreds of thousands, millions of dollar bills. over and over and over and over and over again. There's a complete and total abundance. Like the Federal Reserve, the bank issues billions of dollars and they just make money out of thin air. It's an abundant resource. But I didn't understand that at the time. And because of this negative experience I had, and then I kind of recognized that it was holding me back, that it was making me think that there was limited money everywhere and that I couldn't have everything. Which is a lie, you can have anything. If you make the right investments, you have the right assets. And so what you do is you take this negative experience, negative thought, take a minute to think about like, what are some of those things that happened when you were growing up. You close your eyes, okay, and envision in your mind that thought, and picture that thought, put it right in your mind, and repeat this process for 2 or 3 or however many of these experiences that you have, okay? Take that thought in your mind, you think, and for about 5, 10, 15 seconds, all I want you to do is visualize it, visualize it, and visualize it, and visualize it, and visualize it in your mind. And once you have it in there, you can do this 3 times, okay? And you're gonna totally look stupid, but it's gonna totally change your life, and it's gonna allow you to get rid of these negative thoughts. So I just can't. I go, ah! 3 times. Every time, what you wanna do is you wanna see yourself throwing away and destroying that negative thought, destroying that negativity, completely cutting off any life force, any energy flowing to that thought and flowing to that past experience. Destroy it. And then at the end, you replace it with the correct mindset, the mindset of abundance, the mindset of there is plenty of money, the mindset of you can have any money you want, right? And you want to totally and completely like picture yourself like using your voice as a screaming voice, as a yelling voice. You should yell like literally as loud as you can. Like I don't want to peak the microphones and like break your eardrums. But you want to be like as loud as you can. And I remember when I first did this, because it was the first time I ever done it, like literally like myself, and I've seen like literally dozens of people do this, like you should be crying. I was definitely crying when I did this. It's a highly emotional process. And you want to really dig deep on some of those core money issues that are holding you back. You want to release them, throw them away, push them out of your mind with the power of your voice. Scream as loud as you can, as hard as you can, as emotionally invested as you can, as you totally eradicate these negative experiences and you throw them out of your life, okay? Once you do this, it's going to open up your ability to focus exclusively on your thoughts, because you're no longer going to actually be focusing on the past. That's really critical. That's really huge. And that's the big action step to take right now. So like do not underestimate. Like this should be highly emotional. These should be some really deep personal things. Like really think about mindsets and actions and things you've heard, things that you've seen that are holding you back. Picture them, make a list if you have to. And then do this exercise for every single one of those things on the list. Give yourself like a minute and a half between each thing so that you can have time to reflect, time to actually recover, and throw it out of your life today and for every single day after for the rest of your life. It's an experience that I still remember from the first time I did it. I can still remember kind of the tears were flowing down my face as I threw away all these negative experiences. I threw away all these loss. I threw away all this difficulty. I threw away everything that had been hindering me, holding me back, and I felt so awful and so angry for everything that had been sort of ingrained in my subconscious. And I was recognizing it, bringing it to the surface, and then erasing it. And that's what you want to do here. So you want to be the eraser and erase away all that stuff, okay? So that's the big thing for today. We get a ton of value out of this module. Apply it right now, absolutely crush it, and I will see you in the next module. Thank you. Bye. Awesome. Okay, I hope you got a ton of just game-changing personal change from that last exercise, which is super exciting. Now we're gonna get into some more overarching concepts here, going deep into each of the individual sort of lies, constructs, or myths that might have come across, your experience directly or indirectly growing up, and that might be embedded in your subconscious without maybe necessarily 100% realizing it. And so how we can kind of overcome those to create some really powerful results, which is super cool. So we're gonna start off here with verbal programming, which is super huge, because this is literally like everything that you hear about money. This is everything you hear about wealth, right? You hear about not just wealth, but also like just rich people in general. Because remember, like money is just an amplifier of the people that have it, right? It's just phrases that are so crazy. Money is the root of all evil. Like how many people heard money is the root of all evil? Like that is so crazy. Stop, like, is berserk, right? Like It's so messed up. Like the love of money, yeah, that's messed up stuff. But like it's not like money is not the root. Like you can't say that and then expect to have a bunch of money. Like it just won't happen. And so what you gotta do is you gotta get rid of that. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. And replace it with something positive, replace it with something constructive. So instead of saying the root of all evil, you think about all the positive things you do with money. Think about all the people you can impact by being charitable, by sharing, by being generous. And then say instead, like money, you gotta replace that schema with money is the root of all good, right? Instead, right? Another really, like some of these might apply, some of these might not apply, some of these like really touch heart with, some of them might not. Here's a really bad one. Say money, you gotta save your money. That's crazy. Like you need to be investing, you need to be growing, you need to be multiplying your wealth over and over again. So you wanna cross out these negative things and instead replace them with money, something positive, right? So money is to be invested in my future, in your future, right? Just sitting in cash, not gonna do anything. Rich people are greedy. If you think rich people are greedy, like how are you ever gonna become wealthy? It's just not gonna happen. So you gotta take this, you cross it out, and replace it. Like if you see someone that drives up to your hotel and they're living in like this Lambo, or they're driving up in a Lambo or this nice Ferrari, like what you initially think about that person will literally determine your financial future. Because if you think they're an idiot, they're mean, or they're doing something wrong, or rich people are greedy, or rich people are screwing people over, like that's total bogus. Like 99% of the wealthy people on this planet are there because they added massive value to other people's lives, because they're doing tons of things to create a huge impact on others. Very few people get there by lying, by cheating, by being greedy. And so instead you need to replace this lie and instead be able to say, wow, that's awesome. You know, rich people are awesome. Here's another one, exact same concept. Rich people, I'll write this in orange, it says rich people are criminals, filthy rich criminals. And like that is so messed up, that's so terrible. It's not true at all. And so you gotta replace that with rich people are good people, all right? Words and phrases like filthy rich, like that's awful, right? And so you want to replace that negativity with happy wealth or something like that, right? You want to systematically go through all these negative things you might have heard, erase them and replace them with their positive counterpart, their positive equivalent. You have to, this one, I got stuck on this one for a very long time. You have to work hard to make money. Like, once you understand that a majority of your results come from a minority of your efforts, you realize that if you can just focus on building assets that create tremendous amounts of wealth and actually work and actually create returns, this is bogus. Look at some of the most successful people on the planet. They're not the hardest working people on the planet. They're the people that have the most assets. And so replace this negative schema with you have to have assets to make money. And then he says, this one's, oh man, so many bad things here. Right? Money doesn't grow on trees. Like, we've been through this. Money doesn't grow on trees. Like, what do you think money's made of? It's made out of paper, it's made out of cotton, it's made out of plants. Like, it's literally made on trees. People at the Federal Reserve, if they want to issue $1 billion, what do? They go into the little accounting system, and what they can do, which is really interesting, like if you go to the bank account and you open an account and you try to write a check for $1 million and you only have $47 in your bank account, like the bank is going to bounce your check and you're not going to be able to check it, you're not going to be able to cash it, you're not going to be able to send it to somebody. But what the Federal Reserve banking system does, if the Federal Reserve wants to make a check for $1 million, their account can have $47 and they can write that check for $1 million and it'll just go through, and money gets created out of thin air when the central banking system wants to create money. And so literally this is the opposite of true. And so you want to replace this with, money is in abundance. Money is not a scarce resource. Money is in abundance. You look at any currency system on the planet, even cryptocurrencies, like stuff like Bitcoin, right? Like there are literally new, it depends on the block rewards, but there are 5, 6, 7 figures, 6 figures created every single hour in new Bitcoin or in new currencies or in any currencies, every single day, 24 hours a day. Like money is an abundant resource. It's in abundance. Some of these are just so bad. Here's one. You can't be rich and spiritual. Like this is awful because you have to synchronize your wealth with your happiness. If you look at some of the most successful people on the planet, like they don't get fulfillment. You don't get fulfillment from the money. You don't get growth from the money. I remember I was talking to this Tony Robbins seminar. He's talking about one of the most famous actors on the planet, and he went to grow and to grow and to grow and to grow, and all he wanted to do was be at the top of a TV show. So he worked and he worked and he worked and he worked to get to the top of a TV show. And then after that, he wanted to be in movies. So he took like his 20-year history in TV shows, winning Emmy Awards, Grammys, being the most successful person he could ever even dream of. He took that over to the movie industry, left everything behind, and he went from being an action TV star to being a drama movie star. And he took one of the most challenging things possible that no one thought he could do, and he did it within a couple of years, within a decade, and then he was a nationally renowned movie star. And then he went on to start his own talk show, and he's a nationally renowned talk, like one of the most influential personalities ever. And after that went through, you know, he had his wife, he had his family, he had his kids, and he had done everything that he could ever dream of, that he ever wanted to accomplish. He had all the money in the world. But for him, he wasn't happy. For him, he wasn't fulfilled. For him, he wasn't spiritually enlightened. And again, we're going to go much deeper into this idea of spiritual and emotional enlightenment as we get more into like meditation, as we get more into growth and vibrations. But the core here is that this comes from you being happy with yourself. And sort of long story short, like the actor, he had done everything, he'd accomplished everything, and after he finished everything, he no longer had a purpose. He no longer had a reason to be around. And I've seen this happen so often, where somebody works like 40 years of their life, 50, 60 years of their life, and then they get this big payoff. You know, the stock they own explodes, and they sell everything, and they quit their job, and they retire, and then a week later they die. Or somebody wins the lottery, and then 2 weeks later they die after they quit their job. And the reason why is harsh, and as brutal, and as terrible as it is that if you don't have a purpose to work towards in your life, like there's not going to be a motivation to keep living. For example, his grandmother's, daughter dies. Her daughter's family's gone, and all of her relatives are, like all of her kids are dead. It's the saddest thing ever. She has no husband, and within a week after her death, she dies because she no longer has a reason to live. And that's why, like with this stuff about like setting overarching long-term goals and having an overarching purpose in life, like that's literally like what allows you to be here, is the mental state of spiritual and emotional enlightenment. And with this actor, after he accomplished everything he could ever want, he no longer had a purpose. And he literally killed himself as one of the most successful and wealthiest actors on the planet. So money and happiness, they are not mutual. You have to work on both, and that's why we work on both in this implementation coaching program, because I don't want you to have one and then not have the other and then feel awful and then like die. It's a bad place to be. It's an awful, tragic place to be. So you got to replace this with you can be rich and spiritual. You can have it all. Okay, what's next? Money doesn't have, like this is so crazy. Money doesn't buy, there's this really great scene, Money Doesn't Buy Happiness, from Boiler Room, which is like this film about Wall Street. They made a long time ago. And there's this scene in the movie where there's this guy and he's leading this trading firm. Basically what they're doing is they're selling like hundreds of millions of dollars of stocks that don't exist. It's really crazy. And they're making like so much money because they're selling stocks that don't exist, and they're scamming people, and it's really bad business. And there's this recruitment process that all the new people that are gonna come work in the boiler room go through, so they can like call people and be like, hey, buy our stocks, buy our stocks, buy our stocks, buy our stocks, buy. It's kind of like the Wolf of Wall Street, but before, like 8 years earlier, I think, or something like that. Maybe a decade earlier. They're both phenomenal movies, like, oh, so good. And in this scene in the boiler room, like the recruiting, it's the lead guy, and he's in front of everybody. And he walks into this room. This room's got like 15, 20, 30 applicants in it for the position of like working at this new company and working in financial markets. And he goes and, he says like this one phrase, money doesn't buy happiness. Like, first of all, you got to get rid of that. Like, that's bogus, okay? You got to replace it with money. It empowers you to be more of you. And so if you're a happy person, more money is going to empower you to be a happier person. If you're a negative person, if you're a harsh person, like obviously money is going to like really hurt because like we talked earlier about, it's a multiplier, right? But what I want to do here is I want to kind of share with you guys this scene from this movie. It's really, it's kind of really powerful, and it really broke this down for me, because it showed me like, and there's a big concept we're going to talk about as we go through this implementation coaching program, this idea of like going against the majority, going against the masses, going into creating tremendous amounts of wealth. What I think this scene encapsulates, which is so deep, so powerful, is sort of the way that this man, he speaks and he presents himself. Most importantly, it's the way that he sees himself and he perceives himself, because like in the way his inner game sort of turns into his outer game. And I want you to take this scene as a way to sort of break down what you might see are barriers to money. And I want you to understand that like this guy, like he's he runs like a total scam, but the mindset behind it and the mentality that he has for like having success is extraordinarily strong. And the conviction and the belief in every single thing he says is really, really critical. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna roll the clip here, and I want you to focus on this concept of money not buying happiness. So let's roll it.
Sorry, man. It's my seat. Shit, I'm so sorry. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Fucking dumbass.
Get the fuck out of here.
What?
Don't talk to me. Don't look at me. Just pick your ass up out of that Italian leather chair and get the fuck out of this room right now. Come on, let's go, Schleprock. Out. That's it. We expect everyone here to treat their coworkers with a certain level of respect. Okay, before we get started, I have one question. Has anyone here passed the Series 7 exam?
I have a Series 7 license.
Good for you. You can get out too.
What? Why?
We don't hire brokers here. We train new ones. That's it, Skippy. Pack your shit. Let's go. Okay. Here's the deal. I'm not here to waste your time, okay? I certainly hope you're not here to waste mine. So I'm gonna keep this short. Become an employee of this firm, you will make your first $1 million within 3 years, okay? I'm gonna repeat that. You will make $1 million within 3 years of your first day of employment at JT Marlin. There is no question as to whether or not you'll become a millionaire working here. The only question is how many times over. You think I'm joking? I am not joking. I am a millionaire. It's a weird thing to hear, right? I tell you, it's a weird thing to say. I am a fucking millionaire. I guess how old I am. 27. You know what that makes me here? A fucking senior citizen. This firm is entirely comprised of people your age, not mine. Lucky for me, I happen to be very fucking good at my job, or I'd be out of one. You guys are the new blood. You're gonna go home with the Kesef. You are the future big swinging dicks of this firm. Now, y'all look money hungry, and that's good. Anybody tells you money's the root of all evil doesn't fucking have any. They say money can't buy happiness. Look at the fucking smile on my face. Ear to ear, baby. You want details? Fine. I drive a Ferrari, 355 Cabriolet. What's up? I have a ridiculous house in the South Fork. I have every toy you can possibly imagine. And best of all, kids, I am liquid. So, now you know what's possible. Let me tell you what's required. You are required to work your fucking ass off at this firm. We want winners here, not pikers. A piker walks at the bell. Piker asks how much vacation time you get in the first year. Vacation time? People come and work at this firm for one reason, to become filthy rich. That's it. We're not here to make friends. We're not saving the fucking manatees here, guys. You want vacation time? Go teach third grade public school. Okay. First 3 months at the firm are as a trainee. You make $150 a week. After you're done training, you take the Series 7. You pass that, you become a junior broker, and you're opening accounts for your team leader. You open 40 accounts, you start working for yourself. Sky's the limit. Word or two about being a trainee, your friends, your parents, the other brokers, whoever, they're going to give you shit about it. It's true. $150 a week, not a lot of money, but pay them no mind. You need to learn this business, and this is the time to do it. Once you pass the test, none of that's going to matter. Your friends are shit. You tell them you made 25 grand last month, they're not going to fucking believe you. Fuck them. Fuck them. Parents don't like the life you lead? Fuck you, Mom and Dad. See how it feels when you're making their fucking Lexus payments. Now go home and think about it. Think about whether or not this is really for you. If you decide it isn't, listen, it's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's not for everyone. Thanks. But if you really want this, you call me on Monday, and we'll talk. Just don't waste my fucking time. Okay, that's it.
All right, how powerful. Hey, like, it's so crazy. You gotta have the conviction, you have to have the belief, and that's what happens when you replace these negative mindsets with positive mindsets. You can automatically know that you deserve the success, that you deserve to have that money, to grow that bank account. For him, like, he became a millionaire, and it changed everything for him, and it changed everything for so many people who worked with him. And it all came from what? It all came from conviction. It all came from having the right mind game. Okay, there's a couple more phrases here that are really important to kind of get over. It's the idea that money talks, right? Like, money doesn't talk, money doesn't do anything, right? The only thing it will do, and it's the same thing here, right? It only multiplies who you are. Money is only a representation of value. It's representation of value. It's literally nothing more than a tool. Like, you go to the grocery store and you exchange your money for food. Like, money is good. Money is a tool for exchange. It's a representation of value, and it's nothing more than something that you should use and you should leverage to get more of what you want without having to do the things that you don't want. If you think about why money was invented, it was invented so that people didn't have to grow their own food. So that people didn't have to literally grow pigs every single day. If you look at some of the founding fathers of America, John Hancock was a lawyer by day, and at night he would come home and he would have a garden and he would have to grow every single thing that his family ate. It's the same thing with literally Ben Franklin. Like, all of these amazing people that we know as some of the most successful people on the planet, like, they had to actually grow their own food. They had no specialization. And that's why if you look at the past, you see a lot of what are known as like Renaissance men who were like super good at like 15 different things. They were like PhD, nurses, doctors, authors, electricians, mathematicians, physicists. They would do like 20 different things because there was no specialization and everybody had to do everything for themselves. And what money allowed us to do is it allowed us to specialize. It allowed America to go from a land where like 75% of people are farmers now to a land where like 2 to 3% of the population is a farmer. Or something maybe around those bouts. That shift and that change came because money being used as a tool, as a way to leverage skills, as a way to leverage what you're freaking amazing at. And especially once financial markets get on the scene, it's a way for you to get really, really phenomenal at one thing and then exchange that value as using money as a tool to get other services, or the goods, or the things you desire, so you don't have to freaking grow your own tomatoes in the backyard, so that you can go to the store and exchange a nominal amount of value because you create that value in a different part of your life. So again, money really is just a representation of value. It's just a tool to get what you want, and a tool to leverage other people's time, other people's energy. You exchange money to go through this content, like literally, to get to where I am right here, I had to like pick up, oh my gosh, it's so crazy. But like I drag cameras around everywhere. I wish you guys could kind of see everything that kind of goes into, creating this content. Like there's so much here. There's literally hundreds of hours going into this little course right now. Like you're literally getting that for free, basically, which is insane. Pennies an hour to and you'll be able to leverage that cash flow, leverage whatever it is you have to get things from other people who are willing to work for you for whatever the cost is, whatever the price is, right? That's what determines the value. That's what determines the actual representation of value, using money as a tool. That's all it is, just a tool, right? All right, here's a smart one, okay? The rich get richer and the poor get poorer. What do you think that even means? Like, that's the key here is assets. The rich get richer, why? Because they have assets. The poor get poorer because they don't have assets. All you have to do is shift that mindset to you can become rich with assets. And if you want to become the rich, all you have to do is get assets. Assets are the key. You become rich with assets. And that shift is, instead of like now being a disempowering negative statement, becomes a positive statement that inspires you to go out there and achieve that wealth, to go out there and invest and to grow and to grow and to grow and to make the actual returns, right? Another one is so crazy. People that literally say, that's not for people like us. Like, money doesn't matter. We shouldn't think about money. Or, all you have to do is go and do the same thing over and over and over and over again. Don't have to worry about it. Like, that's bogus. If you don't put your attention on something, it's obviously not going to improve. If you don't care about your financial situation at all, like, you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be putting in the effort. You wouldn't be putting in the time. And you wouldn't be actually putting in energy to expand your means. Because money is for me. It is for you. It's part of everything. And it is much, much, much more difficult to live without money than it is to live with money. And so it's really critical that, like, and you guys probably overcome this, but there's a lot of people that literally don't even focus on it. And they're like, oh, it doesn't even matter. It's crazy. So you gotta remember that money is for you. And then this other limiting belief that I think is so crazy. It says, not everyone can be rich. That is so bogus because, like we talked about earlier, money is in abundance. Everyone can be rich. I remember I was looking at this this chart, and this chart really solidified this perspective for me, and it totally changed the game. And basically what the chart showed is it was like all of the wealth in the United States. This is like US wealth, right? And it was kind of split up. So at the bottom, you know, you have like the 50% mark right here, and you know, below the 50, this is like the 25% mark, and then this is probably the 75% mark, right? And as you look at the amount of money that people have, like it grows and, you know, it gets higher and 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 higher. And what's interesting is when you're near the bottom, it stays pretty flat, right? Like this, again, this is US wealth. This is like the actual amount of wealth people have. This is like money in the bank account. This is income. This is assets. This is investments. And it starts to go up kind of, you know, a little bit quicker just to get to the higher percentages. And what's really interesting is then it starts to go a little bit faster. Then it goes a little bit faster. Then it goes a little bit faster. And for sort of most of the people down here, like they have a pretty, you know, a reasonably, you know, price thing. If you're looking at this in terms of money, you know, this is, you know, a little bit of money. This is maybe, you know, a sizable bit of money. And this is like a lot of money, right? And then what happened next was really interesting. You get here, and this is the 1%, right? The 1%, the top 1%. And up until this point, there's been some pretty fast growth. You know, it's a pretty reasonable, like, geometric curve, kind of what you would expect. I mean, it makes sense that you know, people that are at the top, that work harder, that do be more specialized jobs, that have like more education or whatever, you know, they have a little bit more money. Like, that kind of makes sense. Whereas over here, maybe the people that are in, you know, poverty, maybe don't have as much, and they're kind of below the poverty line, and they're really struggling. But then you get to the top 1%, and something really interesting happens. Like the chart doesn't just like fill up this bar. No. Actually, for me to draw this, and what I saw here that I thought was kind of crazy, if I actually want to draw the top 1%, what I have to do is I have to kind of take this 1% here, and I need to expand it out. And so I'm going to expand this into an entire new graph, okay? And it's the same, you know, the same scale. Like, this is a lot of money. This is a little money. And for the top, this is all the top 1%, okay? For me to represent all the money in the top 1%, I need an entire column here. I need an entire column here. I need an entire column here. I need this entire block of columns, like this. All of it. And if you guys understand concepts like the 80-20 principle, you realize that like a vast majority of the wealth and the value in this country is in a vast minority of the people. A vast minority of the people control it. Because these are the people that have the top 1% of assets, right? And if I was to draw this as a actual pillar, instead of fanning it out like I just did, like it would just literally, it would just go up. It would just go up, just go up, just go up, just go up, up. I mean, it's not even like reasonably feasible for me to draw this. It makes no sense to draw this. It just keeps going up, just keeps going up, just keeps going up, keeps going up. And you can look at, I mean, it's insane if you look at this chart. It's like income distribution. The top 1%, well, it's so much. If you look at it in comparison to everything else, like it's not even close. Like it's so vastly much more that it's incomprehensible for me to even like it's so huge. Now let me ask you something. Does it look like there's an abundant amount of wealth in this system? Like the answer is 100%. Of course, there's 620,000 people every single year in America that become millionaires. And that works out to be about, you know, 1,700 people a day, or 70 people in an hour. That's more than a person. Every single minute you sit here, one person becomes a millionaire. Now, if there are 1,700 people a day becoming millionaires, what do you think they're doing differently? How do you think they're actually, you know, getting into those higher levels of the income bracket or the wealth bracket? All they do is invest in assets. And so that's why you kind of see a lot of this population here, a lot of this, you know, 40% of the wealth comes sometimes from maybe like the older generation, Because why? Because they have more time to invest, they have more resources and more capital. And so a pretty good chunk of those 1,700 people every single day that become millionaires just because of long-term appreciation and gains in financial market. But another huge chunk of those are actually super young, and all they're doing is what? They're investing in assets just like older, wiser people are doing, because they have means, they have the means. Like when my dad was growing up, he didn't have access to, you know, TD or Robinhood or brokers. Like, they didn't exist, at least in a mainstream way. And they just weren't a possibility. But now, like, everything has changed because you have access to financial markets, and they will literally change your life, which is just so powerful, so huge, so massive. And it all kind of comes down to, like, a vast majority of this comes from, like, it's almost all assets. Because, like, you don't just, like nobody gets to the top 1%. A very, like, almost, like, literally such a small percentage, very negligible, almost 0% of people in the top 1% get there because they worked to get up there. They get there because they invested. They get there because they have an asset. And there's this massive difference in growth because freaking half of Americans, and when I say half of Americans, what I mean is generally and most often is this half right here. These are the half of Americans, at least in the time of recording, who don't own stocks, who don't have assets, who don't have investments. Because as soon as you have assets, you're over here and you're working your way up. You're compounding, and you're growing. And so if you want to increase, you gotta realize that everybody can be rich. There is so much money out there. There's an abundant supply of growth in financial markets. And there's literally money printed every single day. Everyone can be rich. You gotta overcome that belief, gotta overcome that halt so you can actually get those results, okay? Cool. And then I kind of like the way he finishes up. He says the infamous, and this is probably the biggest thing, this is what I want to leave you guys with, because literally, like, I use this on the 9 Unit Sales page because it's just such a powerful, or maybe I used it in the Think and Grow Rich special offer, because, like, I know that course will literally change your life. It might have been the Win Friends Influence. I'm pretty sure it's Think and Grow Rich one. And he says, you know, we can't afford it. And we're gonna hear this phrase as we start to dive a little bit deeper into stuff by Robert Kiyosaki and really understanding more fundamentally after this assets. You gotta get rid of this crap. And instead, and what we'll learn is you wanna ask the question, how can we afford it? Because as soon as you stop telling yourself, oh, I can't afford that, oh, I can't afford that, oh, I can't afford that, like, the moment you do that, you're shutting your mind off to all potential opportunities and chances that you could ever achieve whatever it is you desire. And you're saying, you're just literally throwing it away. And that is awful, because you can achieve anything that you set your mind to over and over and over and over again. It's improving every single time there's a major accomplishment in history when somebody achieves something that everyone thought was impossible. Because the person who did it asked themselves how they could do it, how they could afford to freaking go and finance that new investment property that would lead to the foundation of PayPal, how they could finance that new property that's going to build electric cars, how they could finance, you know, building this new rock company, how they could finance putting together a team to put together this massive software that would change computing in the world, how they could finance warehousing that will allow you know, fulfillment of anything anywhere. Like Bezos, he owns like 16% of Amazon because he gave everything away to finance it, because he said, how can I afford this? How can I give away some of my company to get some of this money in to turn it into a reality? And so you have to make this shift away from, oh, I can't afford that, to how can I afford that? What can I do, especially with that budget that we set out last week? What can I do with that to figure out a way to afford this? Figure out a way to invest more in my education. Figure out a way more to invest in myself. Figure out a way to have success by making the investments in assets for myself and for my portfolio that will change everything. That's the big question, and that's exactly what you must focus on. It's how to do that, okay? That makes sense? Is that cool? All right. That's a really big concept right there. That one literally changed my life once I understood it. And so I want you to really focus on it, really let it sink in. Because you want to ask yourself how you can afford things. And then when you start asking good questions instead of negative questions, you're going to start to get good results. You're going to start to get great results. You're going to start to get phenomenal results. And it will literally change everything. Because you're focusing not on negatives, but instead on the positive. You're focusing on the opportunity. You're focusing on the potential. You're focusing on finding a path to actually get to the result that you want. asking yourself, you know, how can I afford that share of Amazon? How can I afford that course on investing? How can I afford the time that I need to go through this educational content? How can I afford it? What can I do? You know, do I have to wake up 15 minutes earlier every day for the next week? Do I have to maybe save a couple extra percentages of my income to go towards that? Do I need to shift my mindset and just allow myself to take the leap to go into that education or to make that investment? Some of the scariest investments I ever made were some of the most profitable ones, because I asked myself how I could afford it. How could I diversify my portfolio in a way that would allow me to make this investment in a reasonably risk adhesive way that would allow me to maintain portfolio diversity but still give me opportunity for massive upside. And so we'll talk a little bit more about that, as obviously, you know, you'll understand some of that 9 to noon, and we'll go a lot deeper into diversification and stuff, especially with options. I mean, I'm just so excited for you guys to get to that, but it's at the core first, and that's exactly what we're doing right now. So with that said, hope you get a ton of value out of the training. Go out there, apply it, absolutely crush it, and I will see you in the next module. Thank you. Bye. Awesome, you've gone through sort of the basis of verbal programming, which is really, really powerful. What I want to do now is look at more at the application of it, and kind of most significantly look at how you can really overcome like super huge challenges by sort of leveraging these tools and leveraging the exercise that you just did. And if you didn't do the exercise, go do the exercise. It's gonna be awesome and you're gonna love it, and it will literally change your life, which is insane and super, super cool. So with that said, what Eckhart does here is kind of interesting. He talks about how when he was growing up, you know, his dad would always be sort of like the head of the household. And he would, you know, if Eckhart ever wanted something, or he's like, hey, you know, can I get something or something? You know, he would say, what do you think I'm made of, right? And I think this is something that at least I heard a lot when I was growing up, and most people I know heard a lot when they were growing up. It's like, you know, do you think I'm like made of money or something? And what this does is kind of harsh, is it puts this limiting mental capacity on money and income and cash flow. And it implies that money is a scarcity instead of what you need to look at it as, which is of course an abundance, right? There's an abundance of anything, and the more you think of things in terms of abundance, the more of that you will have. A really great example, like I have a pretty, you know, heavy, hefty metabolism. I eat a lot of food just because I need to. Always working out, and it's just really important for me. And so like if I go to lunch, if I go to dinner or something, the first thing I will do is like get food, right? I mean, it's basic stuff. But if I get a bunch of stuff and someone's like sitting next to me and they're like, oh my gosh, like that looks so good. Or even if it's just like some random person in a dining hall or something, like I will totally share with people or give them like a fruit cup or whatever. I think it's like the coolest thing ever. I remember yesterday I gave someone like a parfait or something because I had like 3 of them because they eat a lot of food. And they're like, oh my god, that looks so great. I'm like, I know it looks great. It's for cheat day. You should have one. And you know, you give them one. What that does is, I mean, obviously it feels great, but the biggest thing is thinking about things in terms of an abundance, right? The more you think about, like, there's an abundance of anything, right? Food, money, resources. The more you think in terms of an abundance, the easier and easier and easier it's gonna be to actually get those things. And if, you know, you're thinking of everything in terms of scarcity, if you're thinking of everything in terms of limitations, it's gonna inherently cause you to be less generous, and less generosity is gonna crush the amount that you give out to people, and the amount that you receive from the world around you is directly proportional to what you give to others. And it all kind of goes in the circular flow model of, you know, giving and then having that fulfillment, having that happiness, and having that impact. And in turn, maybe not necessarily from that same person, maybe not necessarily for a week or 2 or 3 or 4, but in time, like everything comes back, everything flows back, and you know, it comes full circle, right? And that's really the big concept, and the really important kind of key thing here is thinking in terms of abundance. And you know, as Eckhart talks about some of the conditions in some of his childhood, and also some of his students, you know, he's thinking about all these people that, like, a limiting idea, like their parents or their, you know, whoever they grew up with would always, like there's you know, a lack of money or whatever. And for a lot of people, that's where they start if they don't really come from a really privileged background, and it totally crushes their sort of ability to earn mass amounts of wealth, because they think they're like, oh, it must be difficult to earn a bunch of money. And in reality, it's really only as tough as you make it. If you look at people that build assets, if you look at people that literally spend their whole lives going hard to build assets and then create a bunch of wealth from that, a lot of times they come from really wealthy backgrounds. Why? Because they're verbally programmed to have abundance. And so all you have to do to make a simple shift and to be just like those people is to verbally program yourself to have abundance and think in terms of how can you create assets. And that's sort of the big difference. There's just one really great example that I think kind of sums this concept up a lot more than kind of I could like just theoretically. And it's this idea of one of Ecker's students who was Steven. And the thing with Steven is, had this job, this career, and there is really easy to earn a lot of money. This person, they're making $800,000 a year, and they were crushing it. It was really great for them. They were doing a really awesome job, and they would take this into their household. They'd have this huge income. The difficulty was keeping it. The difficulty was not making the money, but it was spending it the right way. Remember, I was talking with Carter Farr. He's thinking about this exact same concept, where for many people, the difficulty isn't making the money, especially if you start to understand sort of like new investing and trading. Like the difficulty isn't making it. The difficulty is keeping it. The difficulty is spending it the right way. And that's exactly what happened with this guy Steven, right? He was making $800,000 a year, and at the end of the day, he was scraping by. He was scraping by. Why? Scraping by because of the, think about it, right? Like, what are the things that could make you have tons of money and yet at the end of the day have particularly little money, like no money at all? Like, what could make that happen? Obviously, it's not the money, it's not the income, because you have an abundance, that's a lot of money. So if it's not the money, and it's not somebody holding you up at gunpoint saying, give me all your money and I'm gonna hold your family, like if it's not that, like the only other thing that it could be is the person who's managing, right? Managing the money. Money management is the most valuable skill on this planet, and it all comes down to managing, right? If you're investing in liabilities, if you're investing in sort of depreciating and completely worthless things, like you're not gonna be able to, if you don't manage it the right way, obviously it's gonna disappear. And that's kind of what happened here. Is this guy, he grew up and his mom would always tell him that rich people are greedy. They make their money off the sweat of the poor. You should have just enough to get by and nothing more. That is enough. After that, you're a pig. That's what this guy's mom told him for years and years while he was growing up. And because of that, he constantly thought inside of his subconscious that he should not have all this money and that he had to have just a little tiny amount. He had to be able to just scrape by, because that's how he thought, that's how he believed. And so hopefully with that last exercise, you've sort of been able to push away some of those negative beliefs that might have been holding you back like that. Because that's literally why this guy was broke. He was verbally conditioned to believe that rich people were greedy. And obviously, the way you think about quote-unquote rich people, because I'll tell you guys a secret, like rich people, this comes back to this concept of set point. Like what you think of as a rich person comes back to sort of what your experience is. For some people, $1 million is like way pie in the sky high, absolutely crazy. For people that live sort of maybe not in the United States, or maybe live in like the bottom, percentages, like maybe 100,000 might be like really pie in the sky high, absolutely crazy. I know a lot of people that live sort of in third world countries, like for them, like $5,000, $10,000, like pie in the sky, crazy, absolutely insane, because you're living on like dollars a day, and to see that amount of wealth is insane. And yet then you have people on, Wall Street, people live in New York, and for them, like super wealthy starts off when your bank account has 2 commas in it. And not 2 commas, 3 commas, or 4 commas, right? When you become a billionaire, like for them, that might be their idea of super wealthy. And so the shift, it comes sort of from what you perceive it to be based on your set point. For me, like super wealthy starts off once you have like 3 commas in your bank account. Once you have 4 commas in your bank account, like that's sort of the game-changing place. That comes, why? It comes from the subconscious. It comes from your programming. And what's cool is like I didn't grow up around billionaires. I didn't grow up around 100 millionaires. But what I've been able to do is not only surround myself with those people, which is one of the best things you can do if you have that ability, but most significantly is mentally program yourself to be in that state. Mentally program yourself to say, look, if you have access to those kinds of level of wealth, surround yourself with those individuals, and they will rub off on you. It is without a doubt one of the best things that's ever happened in my life. But if you don't, first of all, always look for that opportunity. But second of all, just surround yourself mentally with some of the top mentors, some of the top, wealthy people that you know of that are where you want to be. And even if they're not maybe where you want to be, like maybe, you're like, oh, maybe I'm not going to be a 100 billionaire. But like, think of like, what would happen if you thought like Jeff Bezos? What would happen if you thought like 100 billionaires? And what would happen if you just sort of mentally played the game as if you were them, as if you were constantly being taught by them? Even if it's just in your mind, you can make it a reality by sort of internally believing in it, right? Internally saying, what would I do if I was this person? And if you do that over and over and over again for years and years and years and decades and decades and decades, you can become any person that you want. You can have any level of achievement that you want by just following a model and constantly anchoring yourself where you might be down here, right? You might be at just a little bit of mine. And you could be constantly anchoring yourself with somebody who's like way up here. The important to understand is there are 4 key elements to change. 4 really critical, essential factors in reprogramming your financial blueprint. So let's go through those real quick. And I think once you master these and you understand these, it's really a pretty huge game changer. So the first one is awareness, right? This is what we're talking about. This idea that you need to understand what's going on. You can't understand or change something unless you know that it exists. And the second element is sort of the more critical point, at least, I think, is understanding. You really want to know where something comes from if you want to change it. If you're looking at the end result, if you're looking at that tree and you're like, why is this tree growing apples? I thought it was going to grow oranges. Like, you want to look at what's actually causing that to happen. And usually, well, I guess trees don't grow oranges, but it comes from the seeds you plant, right? It comes from the roots. It comes from the base. It kind of understands sort of the way of thinking where it originates, right? Like, that's the really important thing with understanding, is you're looking at where something originates from. And once you know that, you can start to shift it, right? You start to change it. And you can make a change because it comes from outside of you, not something that's inside of you. If you have this thought that you're not happy with, if you have this mindset that's sort of holding you back, you want to think of where it comes from and then realize that, because it's tough to say that, like, I'm going to change myself or I'm going to change. I remember when I first long time ago was starting to get into like actually changing my body to be healthy and to have really great physical fitness. I was thinking about like, well, why am I in this state? Why am I where I am? And I'm thinking about like growing up with my parents and they had the restaurant, right? And I would just always go there and just have like really unhealthy food, like cheeseburgers, fries, Coke and all that crap. And it was great, growing up as this kid who was having a baller time every time, because we would literally eat out like every day because, we own the restaurant. But that led to a lot of really bad habits that I had to realize that, look, I myself internally am not naturally just going to be this really heavy consumption, high calorie guy. It's coming from my surroundings. It's coming from my environment. It's coming from this outside force. And once you understand where that outside factor is, then you can start to make the shift. Then you can start to make the change, because now you understand where it's actually coming from. You can identify it, you can change it. And that's the big shift. You can identify it, you can change it. Then the third step, and sort of the third element, is disassociation, right? So now that you have something that's outside of you, because like I said, it's really difficult to disassociate something if you believe it's part of you. It's a much more difficult problem. But now that you have sort of something that's outside of you, you want to disassociate yourself from that. You want to put up a wall and realize that that way of thinking isn't you, and you can separate yourself from it and choose in the present whether to keep it or let it go. And based on who you are today and where you want to be tomorrow, you can kind of observe this way of thinking and see it for what it is. It is a file of information that was stored in your mind a long time ago and may not hold any truth or value for you anymore. And that simple shift, that simple demeanor, it comes from what? It comes from being able to understand that you can separate yourself from that. And usually what I found is, as I've gone through this process many times to change a lot of my habits, and it takes about a month from what I found, to really establish and really shift a habit. I've gone through this process over and over and over, especially like with my investing and my mentality and my psychology behind finances and trading. Very, very, very often, you have to sort of overcome something. You have to sort of shift your state, shift your beliefs. And that change comes from you being able to say, look, I'm gonna visually see like this thing that is outside of me, and I'm gonna make the conscious decision, and here's the important part, you're gonna make the conscious decision to ignore it. And usually this comes sort of when you're ignoring something that's negative, when you're ignoring something that's bad. Because if you put like any attention on anything, it will grow. It doesn't matter if it's negative attention, if you're saying like, oh, that's a bad thing. Like if I keep saying every single day that, you know, crack heroin and taking tons of drugs is a bad thing, and I constantly surround myself with that kind of environment, and I put my attention and my focus on you know, stuff like that, like, give it time and it will become, you know, I'll be like a druggie, right? Why? Because it doesn't matter if it's good attention or if it's bad attention. If you look at, you know, Trump, how did he get elected, right? A lot of it came from quote unquote bad attention, but attention is attention. It doesn't matter if it's good, doesn't matter if it's bad. If you look at companies, like literally any company, an example that comes to mind is Ford. An example that comes to mind are the car manufacturers when Unsafe at Any Speed came out and everyone was like freaking out about cars. Like even though that was awful news, and even though that was really, really, really a crushing article or a crushing book that led to, you know, a lot of people saying cars are super dangerous, what did it do? Bad PR is good PR. Bad emotion, bad attention, bad focus is good focus. And it led to what? It led to more sales. Doesn't matter, like there is no association between positive attention and negative attention and the actual outcome. In either situation, you're going to have more of whatever you focus on. Doesn't matter what kind of association you have in your mind. And this is shown obviously in financial markets. Like you look at everybody, I remember there's so many examples in history and Bitcoin has just exploded. And it doesn't matter if it's good news or bad news about the currency or the whole network, this idea of blockchain tech. Like the only thing that matters is attention. And so what's really critical is you make this association in your mind of yourself and these emotions that you don't want to have anymore. You need to cut them off from who you are. And you need to sort of, if you think about it in terms of like, you have, let's say, you know, you're getting surgery. And I know a lot of people that are amputees, and it's really it's really tough. And this one guy, he has like a leg, and he has like a femur, but in his knee, his leg just stops, and after that, it's like this little curved, kind of bendy stick thing. You might have seen something like this before. You might not have seen something like this before. But basically, like he lost like the lower half of his leg, and as they're doing this surgery. To sort of remove his leg, which is like, it's so harsh. What do you do, right? You cut off the blood from the leg. You know, you constrain the nerves so that the energy of your body, which is blood, which is kind of gross, but the energy doesn't reach the portion of that leg that you want to sort of remove. And it's the same thing with your mind. Like if you want to remove a chunk that's not really serving you, like for this guy, like the bottom of his leg was just wrangled and disgusting, but it was like totally unusable, right? The same thing with these negative ideas that are holding you back. They're totally unusable. And what you want to do is you want to think about that metaphor of like constraining the leg to get rid of that little portion on the bottom. It's the same thing with your mind. You want to mentally sort of cut off the blood flow to those negative thoughts, cut off the blood flow to those negative outside things that you've dissociated and you understand that they exist. If you cut off the attention that you give to them, they will slowly fade away. They'll start to disappear because they aren't being fed what they need to survive. For the body, you know, any part of the body needs blood to survive. For your mind, ideas need attention to survive. And sometimes that attention can come sort of unintentionally, you know, if you accidentally remember something, versus forgetting something else. It's kind of interesting looking at memory. Like a lot of people, at least scientifically, they've kind of proven that you remember bad experiences a lot better than good experiences, which I think is kind of weird. It takes, according to statistics, 10 good experiences to balance out one bad experience. And so if you can just cut off the energy of one bad experience using sort of the exercise that we used in the last module, you use that to get rid of one bad experience by cutting off the attention to it and thereby over time killing it, then you will create in turn 10 times more great experiences and 10 times better recognition of happiness in your mind. Like I said, I kind of first went through that experience about a year or so ago, and I don't remember the things that I did, like I don't remember the things that I sort of projected out of my mind. I kind of remember what they were about, but I don't remember the actual experiences themselves anymore because I literally threw them off and cut off all attention to them, and now they are not a part of who I am. And that's again kind of the big power of that exercise we just did, is what you're really doing when you scream that thought out of your mind and out of your body is you're replacing it with this positive experience of you being in control, you being in power. Now when I think of sort of those negative experiences that I can't remember anymore, like I don't know what they are, all I can think about is me doing that exercise and screaming it away, screaming it away, screaming it away. And it's better to put your attention and positive focus on something that's neutral or positive or slightly positive than something that's, 1,000 times more negative, because that's bad stuff right there, right? And so again, all your attention, all your focus, you want to put it towards that positivity. And then this fourth step here is kind of the final step, and the final element is reconditioning. And this is what happens sort of over time, right? Reconditioning. Reconditioning. And we begin this, we'll kind of look, Eckhart talks about it a lot more in part 2 of the book, where we're going to learn about kind of how you can generate your own mental files and create tons and tons of wealth and, have a lot of success by filling your mind with ideas of abundance, ideas of money, ideas of success. And that kind of comes, a lot of it will come through experience. For me, most of that came through just making really phenomenal investments and then having those, sort of be the inspiration for me to do more and be more and to have more. And hopefully I'll be able to share that with you, especially now that you have 9 to noon. You'll be able to make, you should, you're really, really close, if not already there, making some absolutely out of this world ballpark investments, just home run. It's cool stuff. And so that's kind of the really, really powerful mindset, the really powerful shift that comes here, especially with verbal programming, is you sort of want to write down all the statements that you heard about money, about wealth, about rich people when you were young. This goes back to this process we were just talking about, this process we were going through last module. You want to go through this process of understanding what you've been through, understanding the beliefs that you've heard from others, and you want to understand why you believe these statements and how these statements have affected your financial life so far. And this is why it's really critical that you guys actually get a copy of this book, because this is a pretty in-depth exercise where you're actually writing stuff down, so you want to be able to follow the step-by-step process in here. But basically what you need to do is, it's really basic. Write down all the statements you heard about money, wealth, and rich people when you were young. Write down how you believe these statements have affected your financial life so far. And then for the disassociation element, you want to sort of look and see, can you see these thoughts represent only what you learned and are not part of your anatomy and not who you are? Can you see that you have a choice in the present moment to be different, to be more, to do more? Can you see that these thoughts represent not you, but something outside of you? And you want to kind of write this down. Kind of have like a first column for what the belief is, first column for their awareness, a second column for understanding, a second column for figuring out how it's had an effect on you, a third column for dissociation. Write down how you can dissociate it. And then this fourth one is the most important thing. Put your hand over your heart and you say, what I heard about money isn't necessarily true. I choose to adopt new ways of thinking that support my happiness and success. And then you want to touch your head and say, I have a millionaire mind. You want to do that for every single element, just like we were doing in the last module. You do that for every single limiting belief. And it's a game changer. It'll change everything for you. That's sort of the core, and that's the foundation behind overcoming this idea of mental limitations, verbal limitations, where people come from. It all comes down to this one core concept, this one simple 4-step process that you can kind of use to really, really, really be able to focus on abundance, focus on that growth mindset, focus on what is out there, because there's so much more that's out there, no matter where you're starting from, and it's all sort of at your fingertips once you understand the core concepts, once you understand how to really master your mind, which is super, super exciting. And that's kind of I just think verbal programming is probably one of the most interesting parts here. And the one that really made a really huge chunk of the shift that came from going through this was understanding this and going through these exercises. So really, really critical, really important. You go through this exercise, right? You have your columns, and you sort of have, awareness in one, understanding in another, disassociation in another, and then you go through the process of actually verbally saying this reconditioning, verbally going through, hand on your heart. You understand what you've done is wrong. You think about like the positive equivalent of what you said, and thinking about, if it's something negative like, money's root all evil, you want to write that down, understand where it came from, disassociate that thought from you, and then say, I understand that money is good and empowering and a multiple of only who you are. I have a millionaire mind. You want to go through that process? For me, like this list was about 20 things when I first started. For you, it might be 50. For some of you guys, it might be 10. Depends on what you grew up with. But you want to go through this process, go through this list right now, and every single one you want to make that declaration and audibly, literally scream as loud as you can that you have a millionaire mind, and you will have the success, and you'll have that growth, because right now, you're gonna overcome these limiting verbal conditionings that you probably have grown up with. So with that said, thank you so much. I hope you get a ton of value out of this module. Apply it right now. Absolutely crush it, and I will see you in the next module. Thank you. Bye. Awesome. So now I've got verbal programming down, which is phenomenal. We're gonna move on to now is sort of the second most influential kind programming, and one of the really core foundational keys here, which is modeling, right? This idea of behavior. And when you think about like what you grew up around, what you grew up with, for most people, there's like the 1%, and maybe 1% of people watching this grew up in the 1%, but for the other like 99%, most people, you kind of grow up around sort of a normal environment. And even if you don't, you grow up around behaviors that maybe aren't the best condoned to creating, it depends obviously on what your goals are, but maybe towards creating, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, billions of dollars, wherever it is you want to go to. For most people I know, and myself included, like I didn't grow up around people that were like where I want to be, and I had to surround myself with those people. And because of that, there were a lot of these modeling beliefs and a lot of these, that when I grew up, like my parents, my guardians, my friends, when I was surrounded by sort of how they manage their money. And again, we're coming back to this core concept of money management, which is literally the most valuable skill you can have, money management. Because once you understand how to multiply your money, which you're gonna learn through the implementation coaching program, like you can literally write your own paycheck every single week for the rest of your life. No matter how many hours you put into the day, you buy you buy any asset and it pays you, like it doesn't matter how much work you put in, you don't have to be doing things if you just have assets, You put a couple million into something that pays a dividend, and you never have to work again. And that's one of the really powerful things you can do once you master the insane power. Financial assets, also business assets, this is just everything we teach, right? And so, because of that, you kind of want to think about like, are people spenders, or were you growing up around spenders, or were you growing up around savers? Now, neither of these really have an impact on the amount of investment return that you achieve, but it's a really, really big differentiation, right? I grew up around savers. Now, a lot of people, they grew up around spenders. And what's interesting is, the reason I grew up around savers is because I mentally surrounded myself, and through my social group, with people that are a little bit more conservative, a little bit more like save your money. My brother, on the other hand, grew up in the exact same household as me, and he surrounded himself with people that were a little bit more spenders, a little bit more outgoing. And so because of that, my brother, he doesn't really have as much money saved, and he'll listen to me scream at him all day about, bro, you gotta invest in stock, this is the coolest thing on the planet. But instead, a lot of this goes out the door for him. It goes towards liabilities, it goes towards clothes, it goes towards things that aren't really, they don't matter. Versus people that are saving a lot of their money, and instead of having it go out the door, they're sort of, growing it and growing it and growing it and growing it to become more for them by investing it in assets, right? But assets are kind of like, they're down here, and they're like this whole different thing, right? So the assets are sort of separated from the rest of it, and the important differentiator here is spending versus saving. Like, who did you grow up around? You know, the people, were they, when you grew up around, or the friends you have, were they like phenomenal investors, or maybe did they never invest in their life? They didn't have any assets. You know, start to question, like, did they have assets? Were they saving, you know, a bunch of money? The difference is really critical. Once you understand sort of what you're used to, you know, are you used to being risky, or are you used to being sort of conservative, right? It depends, right? If you surround yourself and you grew up around people that run Indian casinos every single day, the entire time you grew up, and you grew up working in the Indian casinos or whatever, you know, it might sound silly, but there are literally people that grow up in casinos, and because of that, they're constantly surrounded by risky spending behavior, and because of that, they have a really, really, really difficult time later in life creating savings, creating, you know, quality investments. Whether or not they're, you know, conservative or aggressive investments is another topic, but the important thing is understanding, you know, obviously once you learn how to invest really well, you're sort of going to be able to create a ton of upside with a lot of very, very minimal downside. And so I think, you know, we're going to talk about this a lot when we get into investing, but conservative versus risky investing all kind of comes down to your skills. It comes down to your ability to actually understand how stocks are going to move and then accurately predict those movements. Like, I think, you know, a lot of people, they see what I do and they're like, oh, you have hundreds of percent gains, that must be super risky. But like, if I completely understand my downside in every position I take, and I drastically put all my efforts towards limiting that, like, is that really risky, or is that more conservative if I know what the hell I'm doing? Like, and that's what I want to share with you is how to actually do things. But things that are risky is like stupid stuff. Like, you know, let's put, I remember, this has been one of the just craziest weeks that I've personally ever seen. I have clients this week that, like, it's just been insane. So much money this week. I remember this one guy turned probably 100 grand into like $8 million in the last week and a half. So I think I turned like $4 into like 40. It's just been 40 grand, I think. It was really a crazy week with Tesla. It's just been, oh my gosh, insane. And I remember a couple days ago, you know, this stock is hitting its all-time high. It's at the peak of the peak. It is so radically, it's insane. And like, all I'm doing is buying puts. Like, it's and you buy puts, and everyone's selling, and everyone's selling their calls, and they're like cashing out, making tons of money. And while the smart investors are kind of getting out, more people bought their first stock on Robinhood in Tesla. About 100,020 people bought their first stock ever on Robinhood in Tesla at that exact same moment. They bought literally the riskiest investment you could ever make, because there was some speculative news that it was going to go from $1,000 to $7,000. And if you've ever experienced any kind of bubble, or if you've gone through any of the educational courses that you'll probably get more access to once you go through this program, you're going to understand sort of how to find bubbles and how to find peaks and emotions and stuff like that, and how to predict market tops, and, you know, how I knew that, like, that was the day that you freaking short the hell out of it. Like, just to give you guys a spoiler, is because everyone was selling total joke options calls at $1,000 when it was at $500, and then those calls went up by a factor of 100 or so, and you know it's not going to hit that strike, and you have to sell. And if those words that I just said didn't make sense, don't worry about it. There's a whole options masterclass you guys are going to get access to later on in the coaching program. Not a big deal, but sort of the big differentiator and the big shift for these guys was like everyone that's smart knows what they're doing is getting out. But the people and those were all the savers, right? Those were the smart savers, right? But over here you have sort of people that are like risk, you know, spend, and they literally they bought, like, you know, got what, like 1,200 people after $1,000. I mean, you're spending millions, tens of millions, hundreds of $1 millions getting poured into this stock with people that are buying it for the first time ever in the hopes that it's gonna keep on going. It's gonna burst through and be the craziest investment ever. It's gonna have tons of returns. And they don't look at the downside at all. And then, everyone sells. The next day it opens down 15%. The next day it opens down, you know, another 5%. Or it opens up 15%. Now it's gonna go down, up and down and down. It's this huge, like, parabolic movement. And people lost, 10%, 15%. It's a good chunk of change. I know a lot of my cousin, or my aunt, she has tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of stock in Tesla. Like literally, I think about a third of her portfolio is in Tesla. Maybe it was half. I think it might have been about half. And because of that, her portfolio value has basically doubled over the past couple of months or so. And I'm like, yo, you gotta sell at like 60, 950, whatever, or these really high prices. And they're like, nah, don't worry about it. And I'm like, dude, just do a partial sell at least. And they're like, nah, don't worry about it. And then it tanks. And it's like, like a lot of people have this idea of like, oh, well, you should invest in the long term and you should buy a stock and hold it for like 15 years. And like, yes, that's good, that's great, especially if that's smart. But if you know for a fact that this is the top and tomorrow it's gonna go down 20%, like there's no reason to lose money, it just doesn't make any sense. And so a lot of people, they grow up around individuals maybe who don't understand this concept, maybe they don't understand technical analysis, they don't understand outperforming investments, and they're just spending, making risky choices with their money. And because of that, they're living paycheck to paycheck. Because of that, their bank account has less than 5, 6, 7 figures in it. Because of that, they don't have quality assets. And a lot of people see that as the norm. And so what you want to do is you want to sort of recognize that, and because actions speak a lot louder than words. And if you're constantly surrounded with negative actions, like you need to get rid of those negative actions and instead surround yourself with quality positive actions, like making really sustainable quality investments and having following your budget, following what we set out earlier on with having an actual plan for saving and investing. And I mean, it's not that freaking tough. It's pretty simple once you know what to do, once you have a formula, once you have a game plan, once you have a plan to get to that result. And so that's kind of the core here, is you need to separate yourself from individuals who don't know what they're doing. You need to separate yourself from those who are just going about it in a nonchalant, unplanned, and really, non-strategic way, then instead focus on the growth, instead focus on the development to actually get to that next level of success. That's kind of the big mindset shift here. And Eckhart kind of realized this when he was growing up. And for him, he was thinking like, was money consistently there? Like when you're growing up, is money always there? Or was the flow kind of sporadic, right? Did money come easily? Or was it always a struggle? Was money a source of joy? Or was it the cause of bitter arguments? I remember I was probably like 9 or 10, because my dad left when I was like 11 or 12. And I remember all these just awful arguments about money, especially kind of when the restaurant was like getting to its brink and then closing. And it was really bad. And I think back at that, at least I used to think back at that, and I was like, wow, like who would want to deal with money? That's such a terrible thing, and look at all this argument, all this negativity that it caused. And I think that's probably why I didn't start investing until I was a little bit older, and I spent I probably spent like 3-4 years of my life just doing nothing but playing video games. And I sort of got to like really great. Like I would literally play like national tournaments. I was top 500 NA in like Overwatch, Team Fortress, and like all I would do is, because for me, like I made no money doing that, like at all. But it was a way to avoid the concept of money. It was a way to avoid the responsibility of managing my wealth, because I would say how much I start with, but because of those negative arguments that I saw over and over again about delegation and responsibility and cash flow, that sort of put this negative spin on me growing up, thinking like, oh wow, I don't want to have to deal with money. That's such a hard thing and negative thing. And for me, like, it was kind of tough to overcome that. And sort of about a year working a minimum wage job, because for me, you make like 10 grand and it's like, wow, that's an abundance of money. That's an abundance of cash. And for, a kid, it's like, that's cool, right? And that abundance, and only once I had that abundance, and only once I felt that there was no scarcity of resources whatsoever in my life, did I actually get over that. Because I didn't really understand the framework that I'm sharing with you right now. I never really understood this concept. I definitely had not read this book when I was that age. If you read this, you're gonna literally be like a light year ahead of everybody. It's insane. But anyway, it kind of just happened accidentally, where I finally started to realize that I could take responsibility for myself and I could actually create the results I wanted in my life. And So it's really important that you think about the actions that you've been surrounded with. Think about the actions that have led to really the frame that you have around the cash and the investable capital that you sort of manage. Because once you understand that, you can start to sort of shift it, just like the exercise we did with verbal argument, showing you the exact same thing that you did in verbal with active modeling behavior. Sort of overcome those, right? And that information is really critical. It's like what you see, like usually you will do, unless you make a conscious decision to be more, to do more, to be different, and to achieve more. Because that's really the shift. And we learn almost everything, especially when we're kids, like growing up, through modeling. And so if you grew up maybe in a more negative, maybe in a more positive, like it'd be phenomenal if you grew up constantly seeing people like happy about money, and just saving and being smart, and like if that's you, that's phenomenal. That definitely was not me. There was a lot of there was a lot of art, like it was just a lot of bad emotions that surrounded money in my family. And so if that's you, like understand that doesn't have to be the way it is. That doesn't have to be the path. And if you're surrounded with great emotions, that's phenomenal. Stick with it, and then that'll be sort of the path that you want to follow. But either way, you want to constantly be looking towards this greater future where you have money not as a challenge, but instead as an opportunity, instead as a multiplier, instead as something to be joyful for and grateful for and happy about, to get to that ideal future state where you're living in constant perpetual abundance with sort of the investments you make and the assets that you create, which is really, really, really powerful. And I think kind of the best way to explain this is a story that Eckhart tells, that once I heard the story, like I've never forgotten this story. It's been one of the biggest game changers that I've ever had. This really is totally changed everything for me once I understood the concept behind this story. I mean, it's just so massive, and it empowered me to actually question the beliefs that I had and to think about what would be the best way for me to invest, what would be the best way for me to trade, what would be the best way to sort of shift that game set of portfolio diversification, allocation. Almost everything I do all kind of came from this one mindset shift. And it all comes out of this concept of like, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree and stuff like that. And so if you've got like this tree, and you grow it up and you have like, apples everywhere, what I want to do, sort of through the rest of this class and through the coaching program, is I want to make it so that you don't have to be just an apple that's falling on the ground and sitting next to this tree and it's growing up just like, your past. Because for most of you guys, myself included, like my past did not have a lot of money in it. And so instead, if you have this goal of like making tons and tons and tons of money, what do you want to do, right? What do you have to do? You have to sort of, what I want to do is I want to build up this slide so that you can fall onto this slide as an apple, and instead of landing with everybody else, you go all the way over here to the abundant. Like this is where you want to be, right? Whatever that goal is for you, whatever that amount of money, whatever the growth is that'll get you the end result you want, like that's all you have to do. It's just by building up this foundation. And so here's kind of the story, okay? So there was this woman, and she prepares a ham for dinner by cutting off both ends of the ham. But one day her bewildered husband asks like why she cuts off both ends of this ham. And she replies, that's how my mom cooked it. And so he says, well, it just so happened that her mom was coming for dinner that night. And so they asked her why she cut off the ends of the ham. And the mom replied, that's how my mom cooked it. And so they decided to call grandma on the phone and ask her why she cut off the ends of the ham, because the grandma had done it and the mom had done it and then the new mom had done it. They were always cutting off the ends of the ham. The grandma says because her pan was too small. Because her pan was too small. I mean, like now the new mom has a freaking giant oven. The old mom had a giant oven. But the grandma had this little pan. And so she would cut off the ends. And others would blindly follow her because that's what they grew up with. They always grew up with the ends cut off the ham. That's what they were used to. That was their tradition. That was their basis. That was their mentality. But in reality, it was self-destructive. They were wasting tons of food. There was no reason to do that. But they did it anyway, because they didn't take a minute to just think about it. And so some of the actions that you might subconsciously be modeling right now might be very, very simple. They might be very, very basic. They might be something as simple as my mom. She would always carry and my dad, he would always, like both of them, mostly my dad, would carry like tons of cash around. Just like spare cash for like no reason. And I guess it kind of depends on like your set point, how much wealth you have. But for a lot of people, you know, if you just have a lot of money sitting in your wallet, like eventually you're just gonna like have a natural tendency to spend it because, you know, you have it and there's nothing else you're gonna do with it. So you just start to whisk it away. And that's something I struggled with for a while because I was like modeling my parents. And then I realized like, you know, you don't have to do the same thing as the people you grew up around. You don't have to always cut off the edge of the ham if you're in a different situation where you have different circumstances, where you have maybe a bigger oven, where you have sort of less of a need to just randomly spend tons of money on stuff. So I started carrying around just a 20 in case I ran out of gas or something, and that was that. And all of a sudden, like I was wasting way less money and investing way more money by simply changing that behavior because I took a moment to recognize it and say, I'm gonna make a shift, I'm gonna make a change, I'm gonna do something differently than what I'm used to. And it was a very, very simple change, but it was one that required one thing. It was one that required acknowledgement. You gotta take a minute and sort of zoom out and step back and think about like what's actually going on and how, you know, is that gonna make an impact? How is that gonna change it? How is that gonna affect it? Wrecker, his dad was an entrepreneur and he was in sort of the home building business and he would build anywhere from, you know, 12 to 100 projects per month. And every single project took a huge amount of capital investment. And so his dad would have to put up everything that they had and borrow heavily from the bank till the homes were sold and the cash came through. So consequently, at the beginning of each project, they had no money and they were in debt up to their eyes. And during this period, you know, the dad was not in really great moods. He was not generous, he was a little bit on the edge, and if Ecker asked him for anything that cost even a penny, he would always say, you know, what do you think I made of? Like, he would say like, there's no money, can't do that, it's not possible, I'm not made of money, crap like that. And, you know, Ecker wouldn't get a dime. And he would say, you know, his dad would be like, don't even think of asking me that again. And it was a really negative, destructive situation, a bad action, a bad environment to be in. And this scenario lasted for about a year or two until the home was finally sold. And then they would be rolling in dough, they would have tons of money, and all of a sudden his dad was a different person. And he would be happy, kind, and extremely generous. And he would come over and he would ask if he needed a couple bucks, and he was just, you know, he felt like giving him his stare back, but he wasn't that stupid. He said, sure, you know, thanks, and rolled his eyes. And so he would get tons of money, he would have tons of abundance, there'd be tons of sharing, and life would be phenomenal after they had that deal, after they sold that home. Until that dreaded day when he'd come home and announce that he found a good piece of land and they're gonna go build again. And, you know, he'd say, great, you know, good luck. But in his heart, like, Ecker sank knowing that sort of this repetitive cycle of struggle was gonna happen again. And this pattern lasted from like literally the time I could remember when he was about 6 years old to the age of 21 when he moved out of his parents' house for good. And then it stopped, or so Ecker thought. He thought that because he was away from the individuals that had this really destructive like poverty, rich mindset and cyclical money management strategy, that he would be separate from, he would be different, and he would be in a separate land where he could just have abundant money all over the place. And you know, he finished school and he became a builder, and then he went on to several other kind of like project-based businesses where it was like, you know, the value that you give through the projects determines your income. And for some strange reason, he would make a small fortune, and then a short time later he'd be broke. And then he'd get into another business and believe he was on top of the world again, he'd make it huge, make a ton of money, and a year later he'd hit rock bottom. The up and down pattern went on for nearly 10 years. Like if you think about this as like his bank account, right? Not necessarily because of him, but just because of the mentalities. The value, right? You'd make tons and tons and tons, you would have so much money, and then he would go broke. And it went up and down and up and down and up and down for decades, until he realized that maybe the problem wasn't the type of business he was choosing, the patterns he was choosing, the employees he had, the state of the economy, or his decision to take time off and relax when things were going well. And he finally recognized that maybe, just maybe, he was unconsciously reliving his dad's experiences. and his dad's up and down income pattern. Because he understood that, and he realized that he was yo-yoing up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. And all he had to do was make this simple shift and say, instead of going like this, why don't I just go up and then keep going up, then keep going up, then keep going up. And instead of saying like, you know, we're gonna quit everything and stop working and not do anything at the top, all he had to do was make a simple shift and say, let's just keep on going, keep on going, keep on going, keep on going. And he made the mental decision to stop doing this and instead have consistent growth over time. And all it was for him was, again, a decision to stop doing what wasn't really working for him and instead do what he actually wanted to do to have that consistent growth. It all came down to his choice to say, look, that's not me. I'm gonna be my own thing. I'm gonna do my own thing. And I'm gonna have success. And I know that there's nothing at fault here. There's no responsibility for my own wealth or the success of my companies or myself, except for myself. And he took full responsibility, and it led to a really phenomenal result. It changed everything for him, and he got onto that consistent path of growth because he went away from what wasn't working, and he moved towards his ideal future, which was really powerful. You know, and as soon as you make that decision, it's all uphill from there because you have that end goal that you're working towards. You have that upside that you can achieve, and you understand that there are people that you can model to get there, and all you have to do is follow the process and continue to apply what you're doing. Like, he already knew so much stuff, but the thing is, it was like latent. It was just sitting in his mind. It was information that wasn't being applied because he wasn't mentally used to applying it. And so all he started to do was apply it, and then he made way more money, and he kept way more money because he decided that he was gonna have his own mindset, his own blueprint, his own money, you know, management technique. And so that's sort of the big key concept here, is to understand that no matter where you're coming from, no matter what you've seen, you can have a complete and total abundance of wealth, and all you have to do is make the mental decision to do so. The mental decision, especially if you have a negative experience, negative past, to cut off the crap and instead focus almost exclusively on the positive growth, positive mindset, positive development you can have, and you make that simple shift, and it's all upwards from there, and you can start to apply everything we're going to learn once we get more and more into the coaching program, this idea of assets and investing. Once you start to apply that, like, you can actually keep that money and have it grow and compound over time. And that's the big takeaway. That's the big message. And it's really critical and really core. So definitely awesome that you're going through that. Make sure, take a moment now and think. Like, take 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes. Just think. If there are any experiences that you kind of had growing up, and then go through the same process of sort of eradicating those from your mind and understanding that you don't have to follow the stigma. You don't have to follow what broke people are doing. You can actually achieve that success with your own dedication, okay? So that's the big message for here. Hope you get a ton of value out of this module. Go there, apply it, absolutely crush it, and I will see you in the next module. Thank you. Bye. Awesome. All right, you've kind of started to master how to get over modeling, which is really powerful and super cool. What I wanted to do now is answer a question that I get a lot, and it's based into your budgeting plan that hopefully you've gone through and you set up, and you're in the habit of, at least by now, you should sort of be in the habit of applying your budget, which is awesome. And then I want to look at one of the most powerful concepts that you can really have with this, relating to this idea of like underlying subconscious motivations and what the root of your intentions are and what the motivations are behind the actual money that you achieve, and that you grow and you grow and you grow once you start to go through this program more and just multiply your money through the power of quality financial assets. And it all comes down to this concept, and Ecker starts off with it here, of saving for a rainy day. And he says, a lot of people are kind of focused on saving for a rainy day versus others that spend crazy, and they think that this mindset of you could lose everything and you're only living for today and you should never really save for the future. And those are two very different mindsets, very different mentalities. And so for him, like for Ecker, and I think it's a really great mentality that he focuses on, he says saving for a rainy day might sound like a good idea, but it can create big problems. And one of the principles that he sort of focuses on is that if you're saving your money for a rainy day, what are you gonna get, right? You're going to get rainy days. Because like we talked about earlier, what you put your attention on, what you put your focus on, will become a reality. If you have a fund if you have a bank account, and in your bank, I know this happened with someone I worked with at Subway. They had a little subset of their bank account, and I've never had like a flat tire, or I've gotten into a couple of crashes, a little bit minor crashes, totally my fault. They're not great, but I don't have like a flat tire or anything like that, and I think the reason why is because I totally don't think that it's a possibility, and I ignore it. Now, I might be a stupid, like, I'm probably talking about it right now. I'm gonna go get, like, whatever, right? But I had this coworker, and they had a little bank account they set up, kind of like we talked about earlier with like setting up multiple bank accounts so you can sort out your money. And the bank account was like their flat tire fund. And out of the thousands of people I know, this person who had a flat tire account, who had a bank account for flat tires, got more flat tires than anybody I know. They would literally miss I think they missed like 7 days over the course of the year that I knew them, 8 months that I knew them. They missed work 7 times because they got a flat tire coming to work. And I'm pretty sure they weren't lying about it. And it would happen over and over and over again, because they would constantly allocate a certain percent of their income to like their flat tire fund. And it became this self-fulfilling prophecy where they would constantly get flat tires because they were always focusing on flat tires. And Eckert kind of acknowledges this, and he says that you need to stop saving for rainy days and instead focus on saving. And this is a key difference. Focus on saving for joyous days. Right? Joyous, that's a really, really good J. Joyous days. Or for, the day that you win your financial freedom. And then by the virtue of the law of intention, right? This is really critical. The law of intention. If you have a bank account and it's labeled, this is the money I'm going to spend on a divorce attorney. Like, how do you think a marriage is going to go? Right? Versus, this is the money that I'm gonna spend on our 50-year anniversary. Like, they're totally separate paths, and all it comes down to is what is the intention that you have with the money that you have, that you generate, that you invest, that you get from your assets, because that intention will become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Most people tend to be identical to their parents in the area of money, but it's also like the flip side of the coin. So some of us end up being exactly the opposite of our parents because of anger or rebellion. And I think this is probably one of the reasons I started getting really hardcore into investing, is neither of my parents are really hardcore into it. Is because I wanted something that was mine. And in short, it kind of depends off of the tensions that exist in your life. But he kind of talks about it. Yeah, this is a tough concept, and it's a delicate concept. And the tough thing is, it's kind of hard to talk about money management, especially as you're growing up, when you're a kid, right? And when you're learning about these concepts, you start to realize that the shifts come not early on, but instead once you go through stuff like this, you understand concepts like this, and you intentionally decide that you're gonna have better money management. You intentionally decide that you will be more, you will have more, and you will achieve more. And that shift is tough because you have to make it yourself. And if you try to share that, especially like my parents, they don't have the best investments ever, just because they don't understand sort of the concepts that you're gonna learn and that you have in 9 to noon. And if you try to share that with somebody, or be like, hey, you need to make better investments and this is how you do it, usually you're gonna get a door slammed in the face. Usually you're not going to be well received unless you have really, really, really phenomenal social skills, which is something I've been working on for a very, very long time. But it's tough, and so, because of that, if you flat out go up to someone and say that I'm never going to be like you and I'm going to be rich and, whatever, that's kind of how I started probably 5 years ago. That was kind of how it was like to my parents. And because of that, it was, at least with my mom, because, it's kind of the only person I live with, it didn't work out very well. It was pretty bad at first. So I started to realize, if you want to have a shift, if you want to have a change, you got to be a lot more delicate with it. And so now, I've become a lot more delicate with it, and I've shared a lot of my overarching goals with at least my mom, my dad, and it's been a lot easier because you're not really forcing on them. You're just look, this is sort of the plan, the process, and the goals that I have. And if you've gone through the Think and Grow Rich Masterclass, you probably understand that at a much deeper level than I could kind of share with you in this brief moment. It's really, really critical, especially if you come from maybe a family that's not $100 million family, not $1 billion family, You understand that this motivation can be shared with others, and even if they don't have the motivation themselves, they don't have the root of their wealth in themselves. Like, it's really critical that you don't feel like you're going against somebody. You don't feel like you're gonna go out and make a bunch of money to show people off, or to, show your parents that you can do it. That prove them wrong. This idea of like proving people wrong, because that's not really the right way to sprout a lot of money. Like, especially if you have a lot of achievement, a lot of success, you have phenomenal investments, and you make tons of money trading, or investing in assets, or anything, right? If the root of that cash, if the root of that money is in anger, and you have money linked with anger, this money is going to subconsciously bring pain to you, because anger is one of the very, 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 very few negative emotions that can literally destroy your life. And if you link money to anger, even if it's not conscious, even if it's subconscious, your mind is going to desire to get rid of this anger, and the way it's going to do that is by saying, well, we got to get rid of this money. And you'll find a freaking way to lose it all. It happened to me pretty often. You get scammed. Like, I got scammed at least pretty freaking hard. And what happened, I was making a lot of money trading actively 9 to noon, and then I was really crushing it when I was first getting investing with swing trading. And this was like right sort of when crypto was starting to come up, and I started to invest in crypto because I was at school all day, so I couldn't really trade the market 9 to noon, but I could trade currency markets 24 hours a day, and it started to make like a lot of money in currency markets, or cryptocurrency markets. And I had this portfolio. It was growing. But for me, I was still linking this money with anger, just because of like seeing my parents constantly argue with money up until the point where they got divorced and my dad left. And so for me, like, I was linking all this money I was making to all these angry, negative emotions. And for me, like, I was like, okay, well, if I want to get rid of this anger, if I want to get rid of this negativity, what should I do? And the right thing to do, spoiler alert, is to actually confront the anger, and actually confront the emotion, and find a way to overcome it, and find a way to get rid of it by talking it out with people around you, or by personally deciding mentally that you will not put any attention on that anger. You will strain it out like you would strain out, a wound. Like, you will completely deprive it of any energy. I didn't understand that concept. I didn't understand that story of, like, wrapping around a rubber band around your wounds so that you can stop the blood flow. I didn't understand that concept. And so for me, I thought about like why I was being angrier and having a negative experience. And it came from this link that I had subconsciously that I wasn't even thinking about between money and all these negative experiences I had in the past with money with my parents. And so subconsciously, I made the decision that I had to get rid of all my money to get rid of all my anger. Now, spoiler alert, and Ecker talks about this, like, that's not the strategy. That's not the way to get rid of anger. All you're gonna do is be broke and angry if you get rid of all your money. But the mind and the subconscious thinks that, oh, this money causes this anger and I must get rid of this money and I'll be happy. But in reality, you're not happy. You're just broke and angry. But I didn't understand that concept at the time. And so I remember I had these absolutely phenomenal investments in two of these cryptocurrencies called Verge and Stellar Lumens. I had about 60-70% of my overarching cryptocurrency portfolio in those two assets, and they were over the course of about a month and a half, Verge went up by a factor, I believe 35, and Stellar Lumens went up by a factor of about 48, and that's like 48x, not like a percent, like 38x, not a percent, and those positions were a couple grand. And combined with a couple of other positions in the same space and the same investment time frame, within about a month and a half, like on the table was $100,000, pretty easily $100,000, a little bit more than $100,000, like right there in my portfolio. Like, I owned the investments. Like, it wasn't like, oh, this is a paper account. Like, no, that's like, paper trading is stupid. You're gonna literally waste your time on money that's not even money. Like, this was like assets. This was in my account. At the time, cryptocurrency was really booming. And as we start to get more into cryptocurrency, so I'll talk to you guys a lot more about this concept of cryptocurrency mining. But basically, like, there were these really big computers, and people would invest in these really big computers. And so you have kind of two options. The first option is like buy cryptocurrency and just like own the actual cryptocurrency or whatever it is, and you just wait for it to appreciate in value, hopefully, or it goes down. It's just like any other you know, stock, investment, anything like that. Or you can, you know, we'll kind of look more at the sites. I have this whole like framework I'm really excited to kind of go through with you guys on investing. And we aren't really there yet, but just as a core foundational concept, basically you have this machine, you put money in it, and you build it, and then it mines cryptocurrency by running sort of the blockchain network, and it gives you a bunch of these coins in return, and then the coins are just the coins that go up and down in value. So you make this one-time investment right here, and then it just pays you out forever and ever and ever, for hopefully. And we can kind of get deeper into this concept later, but what's really important here is that these machines, especially when you're building your own machines, the most important piece of that machine is what's called a graphics card. Most of you guys probably know what a graphics card is. It's just like, it's this little, you know, card about yay big inside of a computer, and it does like all the graphic processing, all the computational processing, the intense computations. And so these machines will have like 8, 10, 12 of these graphics cards, or you can just do it with 1 or 2 or 3. And they will just mine and mine and mine cryptocurrencies. And so you have this little card, and you know, at the time, like, you know, a mid-tier level one of these cards, it basically, you know, you put up, you know, a couple $100, and it makes this little piece of metal sitting in your computer will make about $6, $5, $4 a day, something around that range. Depends, obviously, and we'll get much more into that when we get to like actually cryptocurrency mining. But you know, you build one of these machines and it's making like 40, $50 a day, and you invest a couple grand and it returns in the year or a couple of months. And a lot of people that ROI their machines in a couple months, and then it's just like pure profit after that. It's just a phenomenal investing thing. And so because cryptocurrencies were getting really popular, and Bitcoin was going from like 2 grand to like 20 grand, and everyone was exploding, it was the coolest thing ever. Demand for these graphics cards, I mean, they just went like straight up. It was like, it was insane. And this is actually when I was kind of first investing in Nvidia stock, and Nvidia stock, same thing. I mean, it just goes straight up. So obviously there's this huge demand. And what was happening in the marketplace is everyone was trying to buy this. Like, there were literally people that had never built a computer before, and they were looking at this as an investment opportunity, and they were like, oh my gosh, I need to buy all these graphics cards. And so the prices, similarly, since demand exploded, the prices went straight up. And what was interesting is at the same time this is going on, the new iPhone had just come out. And because of that, there are only a couple of people on this planet, a couple of companies in the world that produce what's called DRAM, which is just like the RAM, it's the memory that computers run on. And it's the memory that the phones use, it's the memory that these graphics cards use. And what happened is the phone companies, you know, Apple, Samsung specifically, have really strong contracts with the big memory providers, mostly with Micron. And they have contracts that say, look, we get the RAM, we get the memory first. And it doesn't matter who else you sell to, we want the memory first. We want it, you know, they lock in their prices, their exchange rates, stuff like that. But the most important thing is that they get first dibs on this memory. And so they were producing tons and tons of phones because demand for these phones was exploding. It was like all these new phones, there was a new screen, and it was like the new edgeless display, and everyone's like, oh my gosh, this is awesome. And it is pretty awesome. So because of that, they were selling a ridiculous amount of these phones, and you know, Apple stock reflects it, right? Samsung reflects it. And as they were selling all these phones, they were sucking up like 85 to 90% of the capacity of the memory producers. And what happened is Nvidia and AMD to an extent, they also, AMD and Nvidia, they're probably the two big guys that produce these graphics cards, right? They would go to these suppliers and be like, we want to buy your stuff. Please let us buy your stuff. And they would be like, dude, we don't have that much stuff to sell you. We're running our factories 24/7. And like, we can only produce, you know, 10, 15% of what we usually produce for you. And so because of that, basically, for all intents and purposes, and from what I could tell, literally experiencing this firsthand, these companies were not making any more graphics cards because they were physically incapable of them due to supply chain limitations. And more specifically, a complete and total lack of memory availability. Because if you don't have, you know, if you're NVIDIA, if you're AMD, whatever, like, your production runs need to be pretty sizable to have economics of scale. And so if you can't get enough of one component, which would be memory, and you can't manufacture it yourself because it's freaking really specialized process, then you can't run a production run of cards if you don't physically have enough of it to make it reliable, make it feasible. If you don't have, maybe say you need a production capacity of 1 million cards to be able to make it make sense to actually do a run and get all the factories going. Like, they didn't have that. And so they sold out of every single, like, their inventory was zero. They sold almost, like, pretty much everything they had was sold out. Everywhere it was sold out, sold out, sold out, sold out. And there was nobody whatsoever that actually had access to, buy these new. And so because of that, in the secondary markets, and mostly on, like, stuff like eBay, the prices just went up and up and up and up and up and up and up because demand was exploding. And so basically the price of these graphics cards, in the matter of a couple of weeks, like, they doubled. I mean, like, something that used to cost like $500, it was $1,000. And if you could get these cards manufactured, you could literally sell them for ludicrous profit. I mean, it's insane, but they just weren't capable of doing that. And so in the secondary market, because, and I mean, these were selling like hotcakes. I mean, it was insane. There was a lot of volume and it was at very, very high prices. And me at the time, like, my entire background was in financial markets. Everything I'd done was in investing. And that was my core, that was my focus, that was my passion, that was everything for me. And I made a decision. I was like, wow, look at this really great opportunity. If I could just get these graphics cards in bulk and then sell them on secondary market, sell them on eBay, like, I would double my money. That's freaking sweet. I started contacting tons and tons of people in China, and like through Alibaba and stuff like that. Well, it was mostly Alibaba. I was like messaging people. And what I didn't know at the time was, companies like NVIDIA, multi-billion-dollar graphics cards manufacturing corporations, like, they have a closed supply chain. They have a closed loop they have a closed manufacturing loop. Like, no, not anybody can just buy their cards. Like, not anybody can just make their cards. Like, it's proprietary. It's all their stuff, and they don't share that with random Chinese companies. And so what I'm pretty sure, looking back, is that everybody that, like, said that they had NVIDIA graphics cards was a scam. And spoiler alert, like, it's a pretty bad scam. And I lost a lot of money through this. But what happened is I was contacting tons, probably like 20, 30, 40 of these, like, fake scam Chinese companies to, like, try to buy NVIDIA graphics cards, import them into the US, and then sell them. And I basically go through this process. I look at everybody's prices and I find, whoever's got the cheapest prices for bulk cards or whatever. And I'm like, okay, cool. You're awesome. You're the cheapest. I know that these cards are selling super quick. Can we get an order through? And so I'm like, okay, well, let me just do a test order because I don't want to, like, I didn't want to get scammed, right? And so I was thinking I'll put like a couple grand into this. And so I'm like, okay, well, why don't I just start out with, a couple $100? And so I find the supplier and I'm like, okay, cool. Hey, can I pay you, send me graphics cards? But why don't we just do a test shipment first? I'll send you a couple $100 in Bitcoin. And because Bitcoin, like if you guys don't know, like, it's like a bajillion times easier to transfer money, especially overseas, with crypto than it is to do really anything even close to that with the traditional banking system. There's so many more fees in the traditional banking. Like, it just makes sense to use crypto. And so, and I didn't even have bank accounts at the time, like, because I was young, and anyway. So, I send this guy a couple $100 in crypto and Bitcoin, and he's like, okay, cool, shipped it out. You got it. And so I'm waiting. Like, a week later, he sends me this message. And he says, oh my gosh, craziest thing ever happened. Our warehouse sent you out 10 times what you ordered. And so instead of getting like a couple of graphics cards, you're gonna get like 20 graphics cards. And I'm like, dude, holy crap. And I'm running the math. And I'm like, that's like $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 on this pallet ship that's coming to me. And they're like, yeah, it's really great. We just sent you everything, and you can pay us when it gets there, whatever. But it got to Mexico, and it's stuck in Mexican customs. I'm like, what do you mean it's stuck in Mexican customs? And they're like, well, since we sent more than we thought, it's a really, really big package, and they won't let it over unless we make a deposit or whatever. And I'm like, dude, how is that my problem? Fix it. And they're like, no, we can't get it to you unless you pay us more money. And I'm like, crap, all right? And I'm looking at this as an investment. I'm looking at this as an opportunity. And I'm like, okay, well, my upside here is like $30,000. And my downside here is, a couple grand. And I'm making this decision in my mind of like, what should I do here? And like, that's a pretty good upside. It's a lot of money. So I'm like, okay, fine. I send these guys, a couple grand or so. And and I pay it to them in Bitcoin, and they're like, okay, cool, we'll get it to you. And then a week later, I had another message from these guys. And at this point, what I was doing is interesting. Like, I didn't have like a ton of extra investable capital at the time. A lot of my money was invested in assets, as it should be. And so to fund sending these guys $1,000, $1.50, $2,000, what I was doing is I was taking my positions in Verge and my positions in Stellar Lumens, and I was selling. So like the first time to pay them, what I did was I mentally said in my mind, okay, here's the deal. Here's my timeline, okay? Basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pay these guys some money. They're gonna send me these graphics cards, and this should take me about, 40 days or so. And because it's gonna take me 40 days or so, I should be able to flip them on the market. I should be able to flip them as soon as they get here, because like I said, the market, especially on eBay, was really hot. And so, I mean, they were just selling so much of them. So I decided I was gonna take sort of my crypto portfolio is right here, right? And I sold, give or take a third of my positions in Verge and Stellar Lumens. I sold about a third to kind of finance this initial run right here, to finance this first purchase order, and to finance sending these guys the money to get these cards. And my idea was, I'm gonna sell it in 40 days, I'm gonna get all the money back, and then I'm just gonna reinvest the money back into the portfolio. I'm gonna reinvest the money back into the assets. I'm gonna reinvest into Verge and Stellar Lumens. And that was my plan, that was my idea, that was my mentality. And that was exactly what I thought was gonna happen. But then you get this, these guys are like, oh, you gotta pay us more money, it's stuck in Mexican customs. And I'm like, crap, dude, I don't have that money, where am I gonna get it? So I sell, like, basically, I had to make a decision here, because to send these guys the money that they needed, that they quote unquote needed, to get it from Mexico to America, and then I'm like, if I pay you guys this money, is it gonna get to my house? And they're like, yeah, you pay us the money, it'll go from Mexico right over to your house. Which was stupid, it was crazy. I obviously should have seen that this was a scam, especially because they were like literally shipping it out of like the middle of nowhere in England, and it was like, it was a pretty telltale sign of a scam. It was a pretty dumb thing for me to do on my part. It was pretty obvious that like these guys, they were sending it, they sent me their like shipping tracking number, and it was basically like they sent me to this website, and it was like this fake shipping company. And looking back at it, so like at the time I didn't know that this was fake, but they sent me to like this fake shipping company with like this fake tracking number, and they built like this whole website for this fake shipping company. And they're like, we are a shipping company. And at the time I was like, oh, okay, guess looks good. I don't know, I never heard of him before, because obviously it was a fake name for a fake shipping company. But I was like convinced in my mind to believe in it, convinced in my mind that like this was legit. And so I see that, and I'm like, okay, well, I gotta make a decision here. All right, should I keep my investments in Verge and Stellar Lumens in my portfolio, or should I, give everything to these guys and give them a bunch of money and hope that the stuff gets here, and then I can sell it, and then I can, reinvest that money? And I made a decision, I made a choice to sell the other 2/3, sell everything I had, basically sell my entire positions in here. And the reason I had to sell everything is just because over the course of a week or so, the value of Verge and Stellar Lumens had temporarily declined, just a little bit, maybe about 20% or so. And so because the value was just a little bit less, I had to actually sell everything, even though I should have had more money. The value temporarily declined. This is why you need to be able to obviously hold your assets in the long term and not have capital illiquidity problems where maybe you have to sell earlier than you actually want to because of little tough situations. I made the decision. I said, look, all right, I'm gonna send this money to these guys, so it comes, and I can sell everything. And I sell everything I have in this portfolio, at least in Verge Stellar Lumens, to pay them. And I pay them, and then a week later, like, this guy, it just falls apart. And basically they say, look, you need to send us more money, it's stuck in Texas now, and they won't let it pass borders or customs. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? This is bogus. What's going on? I didn't have any cash on him. And I mean, basically it was a scam, and none of the shipping stuff was real. I had spent a lot of time looking at it, and I was like, this has got to be a great investment. But it wasn't, and like it was pretty obvious, looking back, it's very obvious this was a huge scam. And I never got anything else from these guys, never got any more messages from them. And once I stopped sending them money, they stopped talking to me. And I basically lost, the value of these investments within about 3 or 4 weeks after this was $100,000. And lost all of that. Why? I lost all of that because I got scammed, right? But why did I get scammed? Why did I fall for this crap? Why did I think this was gonna be real? And obviously, you're looking back and it was stupid. I was filled with emotion, I was filled with logic, I was filled with greed. I didn't understand where I was. But I think the biggest thing is that, like, mentally, I wasn't ready for that. I wasn't ready to have six figure. I wasn't ready to have all that money. And I had associated it with these negative emotions of pain. And because of that, like, I felt that I didn't deserve. And I mentally found a way to get rid of that money, whether it was intentional or not, or subconscious or not. Like, I found a way to lose all that money. Now, I'm not saying this is a bad experience. Like, I learned a lot through this experience. Like, if you guys ever have a chance to lose 100 grand, like, you will learn a lot losing 100 grand. Definitely a ton of stuff about, like, sticking to your core and sticking to what you know and what you're passionate about and what you're really, really good at, instead of trying to go out in all these directions, try to stretch yourself out into industries that you're not familiar with. You know, it's really, one of the biggest things I learned from this was I really need to stick with my core rather than try to do everything. You've got to specialize. You have to stick with your stuff. Because if all I did was stick with investing, which was my core, my passion, and my expertise, I would have had six figures easily. And that would have turned into more and more and more through the power of compounding and investing in, you know, more and more assets. But it didn't, because I went out of sort of my specialty. And so obviously there's some really great lessons learned here, but I think the reason it happened was because I wasn't personally ready to have that money, and more importantly, because I had this mental association that, like, you know, money was angry, and the root of money was anger and arguments and destruction from sort of what I grew up with. And that led me to go and basically throw it away. And I mean, I was pretty, like, I cried a lot after this happened, because it was really, really, really crushing to see this wealth just disappear. But I think, you know, in the long term, it's what I needed. And I needed to understand that, like, you can lose it if you make bad investments. And most importantly is this concept that if you don't have money rooted correctly in your mind, is a positive root, is a positive base, and if you don't throw away those negative connections that you subconsciously have, like, you will not succeed. And it was a tough freaking lesson to learn. You know, you go through this process. I was probably so young at the time, but I mean, it was just really, really harsh to see that happen. And hopefully you don't make that same mistake. Hopefully you can learn from this experience. You can learn from what I just shared with you, and not be stupid, not be silly, and just throw away cash and just crap, because you need to focus on, you know, associating money with the right emotions. And that's kind of where Eckhart comes in, right? You know, he says that, like, if you link the mind to negativity, if you link your mind to money being a bad thing, that you're gonna throw away that money, like we talked about earlier. But sort of the big thing here is, he says that the reason or the motivation you have for making money or creating success is vital. The reason or the motivation is extraordinarily important. And what you need to focus on is getting rid of sort of the roots, like the negative roots of bad emotions, instead of money, which is like the fruit, right? Because the real issue is usually something that's deeper. For me and for Eckhart, the issue is anger between yourself and parents. The issue is anger that you see in the household. The issue is what you're surrounded with. And what you want to do is you want to resolve the actual difficulty, the actual challenge, instead of, you know, like, it doesn't matter how much money you have or don't have. Like, if you can't get rid of the core, if you can't solve the core, like, you're not gonna have that success. In one way or another, you're gonna find a way to just get it out, just throw it away. And the really important thing here is that if your motivation for acquiring money or success comes from a non-supportive root, for me, like with crypto, this was like proving my parents, proving to everyone, no, improving. Like, you can make tons of money, you can invest extraordinarily well, and you can absolutely crush it, and you can do insane things with financial markets. But that root, if it comes from something non-supportive, such as fear or anger or need to prove yourself, your money will never bring you happiness. And more often than not, it'll just get thrown away, because you can't solve any of these emotional internal issues with money Take fear, for instance. Eckert talks about during seminars, it's like, how many of you would cite fear as your primary motivator for success? And not many people put their hand up. And then he says, how many people would cite security as one of your main motivators for success? And almost everybody puts their hands up. But here's the thing, like security and fear are both motivated by the same thing. Seeking security comes from insecurity, which is based in fear. So, will more money dissolve the fear? You wish, but the answer is no, because money is not the root of the problem. Fear is. Money, it will not happen. Even worse is that if the fear is not a problem, it's a habit. If you make more money, it will only change the kind of fear that you have, as if you were broke. And when we're broke, a lot of people think they're only afraid they'll make it and then they'll have enough. But once you make it, the fear changes to what if we lose what I have, or everyone's gonna want what I have, or I'm gonna get, crushed in taxes. And in short, until you get to the root of the issue and dissolve the fear, no amount of money will help. And so it's really, really critical that you make the choice, make the decision to not worry, make the choice to get rid of these negative emotions, and that you decide that it's more important to live in an enlightened way, more important to live with purpose and with understanding and with care for what you're doing. Because if you don't crush sort of these non-supportive emotions, replace them with really, really positive, solid foundational frameworks, you can lose tons of stuff solely because of the mental state that you're in. Like this example with this, I call him China guy. With this China guy who took all my money, like, he's gonna be there scamming people for years and years and years and years and years, whatever, right? And the reason that I fell for this crap was not because of him, right? He's doing the same thing every day, no matter what. It's because of me, right? It is my fault. And the big shift and the big takeaway from this, obviously, first of all, is stick with what you're really phenomenal at. Stick with what works. Stick with your core. Stick with your foundation. Stick with your skills, and focus on building those up more and more and more and more. And for me, that's investing. And it expands and expands over time, but you want to stick with what you know, which you can freaking crush it with until you get the actual results, and then you can, learn new stuff. But the other thing is to really be happy with that, and stick with it, and make sure that you're not trying to just have tons of money based on some deep underlying emotional subset. Because at the end of the day, that is not going to lead to a positive growth. It's not going to lead to abundance. It's not going to lead to wealth. Instead, it'll lead to this pit, lead to this hole, and that hole, it's kind of like creating a sinkhole. So if you think about your mind as like a road, right? And you're driving along this road on your mental car, and at the end of this road is a ton of money, and this is where you want to go to, and this is going to make you super, it's going to be the best thing ever. But underneath everything, you have this buildup of sort of negativity, these bad emotions, right? If these negative emotions manifest themselves more and more and more and more, and they come up to the surface, or they're right below the surface, all you need is a little tiny crack in this road, and all of a sudden, everything caves in, and you have a giant sinkhole, and you fall into this huge sinkhole, and you crash and burn. And so it's really important that instead of that, you see this starting out, and you see this crack, and you see this underlying tension, and you make the conscious decision to deal with it, and to get rid of it, and instead replace it, not with negativity, but instead with positive emotion. Instead, replace it with a solid foundation, a solid framework, and a solid base that you can then drive on and go through and, do whatever you need to do. Invest in the assets you need to invest in, go through the process you need to do to follow to have really, really quality investments and assets. And you'll have the solid foundation that's gonna support that growth, support that money, support that income, support that wealth over time, sustainably in the long term. It all comes from having this base in your mind. And even if you think about it like a road, right? You don't see the dirt under a road. You don't see what's inside my, if you look at a picture of me and you're like, wow, that guy's stocks and stuff, and I'm a suit or whatever, you're not gonna see what's inside my mind. All you're gonna see is that outside image. Same thing with you. People don't see inside your mind. All they see is the outside image. Same thing with a road. You don't see what's under a road. All you see is the outside paved surface. If you don't have the right stuff under the road, under the hood, in your mind to say, then this road, this outside image will crackle and crack. So it's really important that you focus and focus and focus on building this and building up the foundation. If you think about how they build a highway, they have to settle the dirt first before they lay the pavement. That's exactly what you need to do here is take a minute and understand sort of where those negative deep-rooted emotions can come from and how they could be linked subconsciously, and then abolish them. And I'll tell you guys what, it's way easier, and I don't care how dumb it looks, like it's a bajillion times easier to go and throw away those negative emotions and go, you know, this is not true, this is not true, not true, not true, not true. I have a millionaire mind. It's a lot easier to do that than it is to go and you know, lose 100 grand to some scam crap and never see that money again, because you don't take the 10 seconds it takes to do that. So the reward is just so much greater, and it's really, really powerful. So with that said, hope you get a ton of value out of this module. Go out there, apply it, absolutely crush it, and I will see you in the next module. Thanks, bye. Awesome. All right, so now you understand sort of the core foundational concept behind having the right motivations. So like, you know, whether you're a high achiever, a hard driver, determined, you know, crushing, going out there, doing what you really, really are passionate about, that's phenomenal. But it's really important that you understand why you're doing that. What are like the internal mindset shifts and the internal motivations that actually bring you to that exterior viewpoint, that exterior image. And so hopefully now you can understand the core foundation of making sure that this is a positive mindset, a positive interior, not something fueled by negativity, right? Something that's fueled by this positive mental emotions, because that positivity manifests itself in positive results that are sustained and that last, and that don't, you know, fade away. Like, that's bad stuff. Now what Ecker does, he kind of talks about a lot of people who are sort of proving themselves, and what he realizes is that no amount of money can ever ease the pain of an inner wound, and no amount of money can make everything and everyone in life like right. Like, there's always going to be this like not enough if you don't have that internal fulfillment. And that's sort of the big shift, because it's all about you, right? And so your inner world reflects your outer world, and that's a really big theme you're going to see a lot in this book. Is your inner world reflects your outer world, and your outer world reflects your inner world. And if you believe that you are enough, you will validate that belief and create the reality that you have enough. And that's it, right? All you have to do is believe that you have plenty, and that belief turns into validation. And that's sort of the keys. Once you have this validation, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy where this belief actually turns into money, and then that money turns into more validation, and that validation turns into more money, right? And as soon as you do that, you can sort of dissociate anger, fear, negativity, or proving yourself, and install new links, right? And these new links can be really, really positive intentions. This can be stuff like purpose, right? You can start to develop a purpose. You can start to develop contribution to others, contribution to the world around you, and most significantly, personal joy, right? These are really, really phenomenal ways to sort of work towards yourself, and also never really have to worry about money to be happy, because this comes from you, from your own links. These are links, but in reality, all they are internal emotions. And so all you have to do is kind of master like creating these emotions, and you'll get sort of that end result pretty much automatically once you follow just the simple framework of not like going out and wasting all your money. You're going out and, you know, taking that giant vacation or wasting a bunch on a house that's going to be a depreciating asset, and instead investing it towards things that you're actually passionate about, things that will actually have a really, really big impact on your life. And instead of trying to like be a rebel or the opposite or of others, what you really sort of have to do is shift into this mindset that you want to do good things, and you want to, you know, become successful for your own financial reasons, so that you can have your own fulfillment. You want to sort of stop focusing on what other people think about you. Stop focusing on how you're perceived by maybe your friend group or your peers or family, and instead just think about like why should I get this result that I want? And once you understand why, like what makes logical sense, what's like the next, sorry, I don't really want it to show the thing, so we'll do that again. What makes logical sense, and like, you know, what's the next thing that makes sense to do to actually get this result that I want? And then you just sort of work through it, knowing at your core that you have the right base, you have sort of the right idea behind what you're doing, and you can recognize your way of being and how it relates to not only those around you, but more importantly, like your understanding of your own way of money. And so to do that, The steps for change shift from modeling, it's the same as what you've been doing. You want to be aware of the beings and the habits that, you know, your parents had or that those around you had relating to money and wealth. You want to write down these habits, understand what these habits are, you know, and how you may be identical, maybe opposite to them. So sort of like, what are the habits that you've seen? And then, you know, do you actually reflect those or not? And then understand the effect that this habit, this mood has on your financial life, and understand, like, go through this exercise, make a list, right? Like, what are the habits you've seen? How do you see them in yourself? How does this actually affect you? And then you want to kind of do the dissociation exercise that I talked about earlier. So this is where you want to dissociate and understand that this way of being is only what you learned, and it isn't you. And you can see, you can step back and pull away, and you have a choice to be in the present. You have a choice in this moment to be different. You have a choice to do your own thing, and really make the shift. So go through this exercise right now, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna list out all these habits that we've seen, and how they're actually manifested in you, and then sort of the real effect that it has, and the dissociation and that you have from yourself, right? You want to step away, and then once you do that for each of them, you want to, you know, place your hand over your heart and say, what I modeled around money was their way, and I choose my way. You know, like, this false belief that you have to argue all the time is not true. You don't have to argue about money. You can be happy with it. You don't have to make any, like, you should constantly be joyous and only use it as a multiplier of yourself, instead of thinking of it as a negative. It's only positive. And hand on your head, say, I have a millionaire mind, over and over and over again. You should have probably said, I have a millionaire mind at least like 10, 15, 30 times right now. And you'll continue to do it through this. And those declarations, again, like we talked about earlier, are really gonna be the powerful mindset shift that are gonna get you a bulk of the results, which is super, super cool. So that's sort of the end of, you know, changing modeling, which is really, really, really powerful. So now the next step is to go through this exercise, follow the steps, and really, really sort of erase some of these latent internal mindsets and beliefs and actions and habits about money, and instead think about what it makes sense to replace them with, the positive equivalent that it makes sense to replace them with. And then once you have the positive equivalent, you want to really declare that you're going to make that positive equivalent your own reality. You're going to make that positive equivalent the actual method that you're going to use for the rest of your life, right? That's the big shift here. So thank you guys so much for watching this module. We get a ton of value from it. Now it's time to apply it, absolutely crush it, and I will see you in the next module. Thank you. Bye. Awesome. All right, so the third and final kind of influence you can have from your past, from your history, from your family, from your peers, and really from the surroundings that you've, you know, grown up in and have been in for your entire life, are specific incidents. And we've kind of touched on this a little bit lightly as we go through the other two, with, you know, verbal and physical actions and other kind of modelings that you might have sort of grown up with. This one's a little bit more in depth, and Ecker, he kind of calls it like specific incidents that condition your mind. These might be experiences where you were young, where you're around money, where you're around wealth, when you're around specifically rich people. And these experiences are extremely important because, you know, if you think about, you know, if you're, say, playing pool, and, you know, you've got like the pool table here, and, you know, there's like, you know, the pockets everywhere, and you hit a ball, right? The most important thing, at least in my opinion, as an amateur, non-professional, honestly don't really play pool that much kind of guy, the most important thing that can ever happen on this pool table is what happens when you hit like the cue ball, what happens at the beginning. And so, you know, if you hit the ball like at the beginning, and, you know, you just kind of like hit it, say, towards like this ball right here. If you hit it towards that ball right there, and it hits it, and then this ball bounces off, and it, you know, goes into the pocket or something, like, that's really, really great. But the most important moment of that system was right here. The most important part is like when you hit the ball. And even though the ball is going to travel so much further than, you know, you hitting it, and it's going to have an impact that's going to be much greater than the amount of distance that it takes to actually hit the ball. When you hit the ball, like, and when you set that object into motion, what you do when you hit it it's only gonna be like, say, 5% of the amount of time that it takes for the ball to go and knock everything around. But that 5%, like that moment where you actually make the impact and you take that leap and you shoot, your shot, the amount, like how you angle it is gonna determine the entire result that you get. So if you hit it, but you hit it just a little bit off and it goes over here and you miss this ball and you scratch, like that's all gonna happen because of the way that you kind of line up your shot. And so it's the same thing, as you're going to work on your portfolio, work on your assets, work on your income, like you've gotta sort of hit it in the right way, because any small deviation at the beginning can totally change the entire path that you're on. Like if you think about rolling a ball down a hill, rolling it straight versus rolling it just with a little bit of a curve. If you roll it with just a little bit of a curve, that'll grow and it'll 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 grow. And so it's the same thing really with anything. A little experience, especially when you're growing up, especially when you're really young, can actually become an illusion that you live by years and years and years and years later. Even if, say this is your path, right? And this is like your dream path. This is like the best way to succeed. And, you get like a third of the way through it, and you have just a little tiny shift on your path, right? And at the beginning, it's like, it's pretty small. Like, that's a small shift. It's not that big a deal. But if you don't course correct and go back onto your path again, and instead you just let that shift continue to grow and grow and grow and grow and grow, it's gonna grow and grow and grow and grow and grow so much that at the end, it'll be like, holy crap, how did this giant shift happen? And the reason why is because you didn't deal with it when it was small and now it became big, right? And so it's really important to sort of correct these as fast as possible, and get yourself back on the right track, especially if you have anything traumatic, like that can seriously mess you up, even if it doesn't look that big at the beginning, just because of the pure fact of compounding, which, it works in financial markets, right? It'll grow your portfolio, but it can also have an impact on sort of the underlying psychology that you have behind investing and most significantly behind money management. So that's kind of the goal here. And Ecker, he gives a really, really phenomenal example. This girl named Josie who came, and she always spent all of her money, like forever. And as they dug a little deeper, Josie revealed that when she was 11 years old, she remembers being in a Chinese restaurant with her parents and her sister. Her mom and her dad were having another bitter argument about money, and her dad was standing up screaming and slamming his fist on the table. And she remembered him turning red, then blue, and falling to the floor from a heart attack. Since she was on the swim team at school and had CPR training, she administered CPR, but she couldn't do anything. And her father died in her arms. So from that day forth, her mind linked money with pain. It's this idea of classical conditioning. If you have two stimulus applied at the exact same time, one of them being arguments about money, the other one being your father dying in your arms, you're going to associate money with death, pain, right? And they're going to be linked internally. It's the same thing with any kind of advertising or any kind of marketing. Like, if you have one thing occur, one stimulus occur at the exact same time as another stimulus, like this is, the concept behind crap like Pavlov's dog, like it's the same thing. Like, do you think somebody that goes through this experience is gonna have good money management? Do you think it's a wonder that as an adult, she subconsciously got rid of all of her money in an effort to rid herself of pain? Of course not, right? It's absurd. And she became a nurse was because what? She's still trying to save her dad. And that experience shifted the entire course of her life, not because necessarily of the traumatic nature of it, which was definitely a big part, but more importantly, because this happened right here, and she didn't do the most important thing, which is you've got to acknowledge these painful situations. You have to acknowledge these influential, critical situations, or these really, really important specific incidents. And if you don't acknowledge them and you ignore them, they're just going to manifest subconsciously in negative ways more often than not. But when you acknowledge them, you can sort of work through the process that you've been going through to actually make a shift, make a change, and move it into sort of a better state, move it into a positive outlook so that you can actually have growth from it instead of destruction. And that was exactly what she did. So she had to identify her old money blueprint and revise it. And now she's on her way to becoming financially free. And she, now she's as a financial planner, and she's able to shift her whole life because she took action on which she'd acknowledged, and she decided to make a change, and that change allowed her to become financially free and get the results that she wanted, because she's able to dissociate her own career from that of her father's and instead focus on her own life as an independent self, which is really, really, really powerful. Another really great example with Ecker himself, when he was talking with his wife, when she was only 8 years old, she would always kind of, hear the ice cream truck coming, and she would ask, her parents for like a quarter, and her mom would say, go ask your dad, he's got all the money. And so she would go ask her dad, and her dad would, give her a quarter, and she'd go get ice cream and be super happy. And this happened week after week, over and over and over again. And so because of this specific incident, she was programmed to think that like men have all the money. And so when she got married, she constantly expected men to have all the money, and she wasn't asking for quarters anymore. But in her mind, like, all you could see was men with money. And so it's this idea that like your past will shape your present if you don't make a shift, if you don't make a change and actually visualize where you want your future to be, and then work to make that a reality. And that's, kind of comes back to this core concept of actually creating quality, overarching, long-term goals, which is really, really critical. And you just do that, right, by figuring out like where you want to be, and then finding out like the next logical step to get there, right? And she also, like, woman didn't have any money, and so if, her mom didn't have any money, obviously this is the way that it should be. And so to validate that, she would subconsciously get rid of all of her money. And, she was really specific. Like, if you gave her $100, this is how most people live. They would spend $100. If she gave her $200, she'd spend $200. Gave her $5,000, she'd spend $5,000. And then Ecker taught her about leverage, so he gave her $2,000, she spent $10,000. Which was the wrong way to spend leverage, right? You want to use leverage, at least he was doing it with real estate investing and assets, which is a little bit more specific niche, so we'll kind of get more into that once we get sort of into financial markets and assets. But the thing was that it was her mindset that, woman didn't have any money that caused her to constantly spend her money, which is bogus, right? And the only thing they ever thought about was money, and it cost them their marriage, and they didn't know it at the time. But all they had to do was look at the meanings that each of them attributed to money and realize that they were radically different. To Ecker's wife, money meant immediate pleasure, right? Enjoying ice cream. But on the other hand, Ecker grew up with the belief that money was meant to be accumulated as the means to create freedom. And as far as he was concerned, whenever his wife spent money, she was spending their future freedom. And as far as, she was concerned, whenever he held her back, he was taking away her pleasure in life. So it's really important, especially, as you connect with individuals and you have quality relationships and spouses and whatever, you kind of understand money blueprints, money mindsets, because if you're not in sync, and specifically if you're not following the budgeting that we set out in like the first week, or the second week, like that's critical, that's key, and that'll sort of fix this whole problem for you, because it makes it very systematic. It makes it, so that it's not an emotional decision anymore. You just follow the budget and you're set. Same thing, like if you're with relationships, if you want to apply that budget, like the only thing you do differently is you have sort of separate accounts. So for like the 10% to spend on whatever you want, like you both can spend it on whatever you want and not, worry about conflict at all. It's pretty basic. It's the exact same formula pretty much. It all just comes down to having a system and then following that system over and over and over again. And for the stuff that's like free and pleasure fun, like you can kind of do whatever you want with it, right? Because it's you just follow the budget and you'll be solid. And that was kind of what he did, and that's kind of how he moved on from that, which is good because they learned how to revise each other's money blueprints and create a third money blueprint specifically for the relationship, right? So you're gonna have that overarching blueprint that's specifically for the relationship, and that's why you have your budget. And then he talks about a cool success story from one of his clients, which was awesome, and it's just a lot of fun. Talking about this idea that you want to have multiple streams of passive income, and especially asset income, instead of trading hours for dollars, stuff like that. And how that creates self-respect, how it creates confidence, how it creates hope, and really the core comes down to truly believing that you deserve to be wealthy, and then actualizing that by managing your money and becoming financially free using the power of your millionaire mind, which is really, really inspirational, really, really powerful. That was kind of the big takeaway for Ecker that kind of allowed him to, not have to argue with his wife about money anymore. And it totally changed everything for him because they were able to overcome this specific incident. And he talks a little bit more here about how, money is the #1 cause of all relationship breakups, which, I've seen firsthand, it's totally true. The biggest reason is because people don't understand the blueprints of each other. Not necessarily the money itself, but really it's the blueprints and understanding that, saving versus spending and like where you want to be on that spectrum will determine almost exclusively like how much wealth you create based off how much money that you invest into assets. Personally, like investing in assets is literally the most fun thing for me like on the planet, and it's the coolest thing ever. And so like there's like why would you want to do anything but invest in assets, right? It's like, come on, man. But it kind of depends on your situation. But really this applies to married couples, applies to dating couples, applies to families, applies to business associates, applies to the personal self. It all just kind of comes down to dealing with blueprints, not money. And once you recognize that a person's blueprint is different than yours, you can deal with them in a way that works for both of you. And you can become aware of their blueprint and their money files, that they're not the same as yours, and kind of tackle that problem, that challenge, instead of like, there's not enough money in the budget, we need to cut something. Because if you just deal with it on the surface without actually dealing with the underlying differences, then, over the long term, you're gonna have a lot more difficulties versus just taking the time at the beginning to go through and understand where people are coming from, what their perspective is. You understand that, you make a shift, you make a simple agreement, and in the future, all your challenges are significantly easier. They're all solved for you because you agree on the foundation, which is really, really, really critical. And that's exactly what they do here, which works out really, really well. But I understand others' motivations, others' fears, like what actually makes them tick. And then once you do that, like you can really connect with them on a personal level and move forward, and create a much stronger connection with others and get what you really want by blessing others, and most significantly, kind of by alleviating sort of the biggest cause of pain for anyone, for any connection, by understanding exactly where others are coming from, and then being able to shift your budgeting, shift your spending, shift your investing accordingly based on, hopefully a sound budget, and sort of what we've gone through earlier on with the golden plan and the budget. So that's really critical, and kind of the core here with specific incidents is understanding where your past comes from, where you are, and then how to get to where you want to be in the future, which is hopefully following a quality budget that then turns into assets that create income and revenue and growth and real savings and retirements for you over time. And so to kind of sum up this idea of specific incidents, a lot of it here is based sort of on like partners. So if you're deeper into a connection, deeper into a relationship, it's really critical you take a moment to do sort of an independent exercise where you create a blueprint, you create a plan for like an actual partnership with someone, especially if you're really, really close, you're like living together or whatever, and you're sharing money and income and statements and credit. It's definitely really, really, really critical that you sort of come together, make a plan, and really just follow the budget we established earlier as a unit, as a connection, as a couple, and make sure that obviously there's freedom to do what you want, the other people can do what they want. And at the core, you really just want to make sure that you have general goals and attitudes that are positive in regards to money and success, and then kind of create a list of these attitudes and actions that you can live by, everyone can live by, and write them down over and over and over again, post them, and constantly come back to them. So with that said, we're going to finish up this chapter same way as other chapters, right? You want to take, paper, if you haven't gone through anything yet, and if there are any really specific emotional incidents that you've experienced around money when you were young, you want to become aware of those experiences. So write down those experiences and then understand sort of how these specific emotional incidents may have affected your current financial life. And now that you know what it is, you want to dissociate that from, dissociate it and understand that like, this way of being is only what you learned, and it isn't you. You want to be able to see that you have a choice in the present moment to be different. And once you understand that you have a choice to be different and it's not actually you want to place your hand on your heart, do the exact same thing we've been doing over and over and over again. I release my non-supportive money experiences in the past and create a new and rich future. And then you declare the positive equivalent of whatever it is that you've experienced. I have a millionaire mind. And that's sort of the blueprint. That's the message. And that's the third thing that could really be holding you back. It's the third specific step for change. And hopefully, once you get through all that, you will be whooshed away. All that past negativity, all those past experiences be gone. You'll be in a perfect prime state to moving on now to actually setting up the right mindsets and the significantly critical millionaire mind. So with that said, thank you so much. Go out there, apply it, absolutely crush it, and I will see you in the next module. Thanks. Bye. Awesome! Congratulations, you've gone through basically the whole foundational money blueprint, which is awesome, and now you're ready to actually learn how to invest, learn how to create real savings and retirements, and actually have those really outstanding, phenomenal positions and investments and assets that turn into just insane amounts of wealth for you, which is phenomenal and super exciting. What we're gonna do now is we're gonna do two things. First thing I wanna do is I wanna go through, there were two sets of declarations, right? And I'm definitely make sure that you went through that first set of declarations. There's also another set of declarations we're gonna go through. This is, instead of winning the mental game, which we've just done, this is winning the money game. This is gonna prep you for the next module, which is gonna be probably the final module. And then also figure out what your money blueprint is set for, which is really critical, and that's gonna be sort of the basis for everything else here. So first thing I wanna go through are these. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 more, 7 of these core foundational key attitudes of wealth for winning the money game. And these are going to come up over and over again. And it's really important that what we do is we say them with a hand on our heart, and then we declare with our mind that we have a millionaire mind, or you have a millionaire mind. So let's go through that first, and then we'll go over to the money blueprint. So the first one here is really cool. And I'm going to write these in green because if you can master these enough, they will turn into money, which is like phenomenal. That's the goal, right? As I am an excellent money manager. Now this is huge, we talked about this so much. I am an excellent money manager. So hand on heart, I am an excellent money manager. I have a millionaire mind. This is like, just so critical, so key. I think Eckhart talks about this book too. This is a book that I read a while ago that was really a total game changer for me. It was called The Millionaire Next Door. And I think I've talked about it before, Millionaire Next Door. But again, it comes down to this concept that some of the wealthiest people that you can know, and then there's obviously, I'm oversimplifying, it's a phenomenal book, I highly recommend it. But it's this core foundation that, the most wealthy people on this planet, and a vast majority of the self-made millionaires that, exist, or self-made billionaires, whatever, like it comes from, their wealth, it comes from quality money management skills. Like they are where they are because they're good at money management and they invest in assets. And really, that's the simple formula. The simple formula all comes down to one word, and that one word is assets. And, when you're a great money manager, what it means is you invest in assets, and they're great assets. So you make really great investments, and naturally that's just going to lead to tons and tons of wealth. I look at some of the most successful people in politics. I know Mitt Romney has an IRA with $100 million in it. And how, you might be thinking, how do you do this? Especially if you've gone through 9 to noon, you know the limitations like IRA deposits. Basically what he did is he went out and he found strategic corporate business partnerships and figured out ways he could invest his own equity into them through his own work and create really valuable assets. And it turned, a little nest egg of a couple, dozen grand into hundreds of millions of dollars. And how does he do that? You do that by investing in assets. And that's kind of the key. Now the second one is, and this is huge, I always pay myself first. Again, we talked about this sort of in the first week. We're talking about this budget that you should be following, implementing. Like most people, they go out and they spend all their money when they get a paycheck, and then at the end of the week they say, oh, how much is left? Okay, that must be how much I should spend on my Hawaiian vacation because I don't want to invest. And that's crazy. It's just berserk. And obviously you guys kind of learn through the Jim Rohn training, and you understand that you have to always invest in yourself first by intentionally and deliberately setting a personal budget and then sticking with it no matter what. That's kind of the core. And so hopefully you have that established from the beginning weeks. And if not, you go back to the budget, make sure you're following that budget step by step because it's so good. And the third one is so I always pay myself first. I have a millionaire mind. You gotta remember, it's all about emotionally committing to it, right? I put money into my financial freedom account, and this is sort of the word that he uses to talk about that 10% of investing into your nest egg from the budget every day, or whenever you get paid, or whatever you make it pay. This is core. This is key. This is the foundation. This is critical because you're always investing in your future, and the way you do that is by investing in assets, right? So I put money into my financial freedom account every day. I have a millionaire mind. Massive. The fourth one here is probably one of the biggest mindset shifts. Is my money, and this is critical, and this is probably what Jim Rohn would focus on. A lot of you is sort of talking about this concept. The money works hard for me and makes me more and more money. Like the key here is that instead of you working for your money is working for you. And as soon as that happens, all of a sudden you start to get, this compounding growth curve. You start to get, if this is how much money you have, and you're starting out with, your investments, small investments or whatever, like it grows and it grows and it grows and it grows and it grows, and you get so much more over time, because now it's not just, you investing your own money, but it's actually your own money compounding on itself. And this is sort of the basis of compound interest, right? As you reinvest gains, and it grows 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 over time, because your money works for you, not the other way around. So money works hard for me and makes me more and more money, makes me money and more money. I have a millionaire mind. Next one's super cool. It says I earn enough passive income, right? Passive income. We'll kind of break down how to generate this as you go through the program. Earn enough passive income to pay for my desired lifestyle. And this is really wherever your set point is, right? Wherever your spending is, whatever your desired lifestyle is, you can create enough passive income to pay for it. And as soon as you have enough passive income to cover your desired lifestyle reliably over and over and over again, whether it's through business assets, whether it's through financial assets, whether it's through currency assets, whatever kind of asset that you're using or you're leveraging, as soon as the amount of passive income you have is greater than your living expenses, you never have to work again. And it's a very simple formula of, like, if you can live on 10 grand or 100 grand a year or something, and you have a portfolio that's bringing you in 100 grand in passive income over and over again reliably without really any kind of risk, and we'll kind of break down how you can do that. And it's also not in how you can do that. We'll break down as we get more and more into stocks and equities and bonds, stuff like that. Like once you have that, like you don't have to work anymore. You can live on a beach for the rest of your life. It doesn't matter if you have that income coming in, that passive income. Same thing with business assets, right? And we'll get deeper and deeper into that as we go through the program. I earn enough passive income to pay for my desired lifestyle. I have a millionaire mind. I am financially free. I work because, and this is a big one, I choose to, not because I have to. If you look at some of the most impactful, most successful people on the planet, they're working in areas where they're super passionate about what they do. Like Warren Buffett doesn't have to go to work ever, but he does. Why? Because he loves it, because he cares about it, because it's something he's passionate about. And that's where you want to be with your career. You want to say, I am financially free. I work because I choose to, not because I have to. I have a millionaire mind. And as soon as you make that shift, not only are you going to enjoy your work more, enjoy your career more, obviously, but you're also going to make a very important shift that allows you to actually create more abundance, more wealth, and more value in the marketplace, which translates into your income, because when you do what you're passionate about, it turns into a better result. It turns into more value, and it will come back to you tenfold, right? And the last one is my part-time business. This kind of loops around and it comes full circle, is managing and investing my money. And this is kind of the key here. And you can use active money management or passive money management. You can use whatever you want. You can use active business assets. You can use passive business assets. And you'll kind of learn how to leverage those tools. My money. And over time, creating passive income streams, right? So it's not just constant grind, hustle, work over and over and over again, but instead you have passive income. My part-time business is managing and investing my money and creating passive income streams. I have a millionaire mind. And that's sort of the key. That's the foundation. And that's sort of the core mindset to be following, are these attitudes of wealth when you win the money game. So go through those attitudes, make those declarations over and over and over again, and they will sort of establish mindset in the right position. And that's sort of the key, right? And that trying to segues us into what is your money blueprint set for. And this kind of comes back to the concept we're talking about, set point, and how your set point will determine your wealth. You have a set, like the question is your set point, is your money blueprint, are you set for high income, are you set for moderate income, are you set for low income? Because at the end of the day, all it is a decision, all it is a choice, you have to just pick a number and stick with that number, right? Ecker gives an example of this guy who's earning $500,000 a year. And he says, congratulations, how long have you been doing that? He says, for 7 years he's been doing that over and over and over again. He says, well, what the heck, why aren't you earning $2 million a year? And that simple question, that simple mindset shift, that simple challenge of like, you can do more, you can be more, you can have more, made this guy go out, and he came back the next year, and now he came back, and he was earning $2 million a year, just as they talked about. And he attended this new seminar, he was like, I want to earn $10 million a year. Because all it is a choice of where you want to set your set point, where you want to set your thermometer, and then correspondingly who you surround yourself with that's going to promote the numbers that you choose, right? So all you have to do, right, at the core here, is you have to pick. You have to pick a number, pick a point, pick wherever you want to be, and like once you have your number, and this kind of comes back to like the best way to pick this number is to follow sort of the secret formula from Think and Grow Rich. But really the core here is you just want to have a number in your mind, a set number where it's like this is the amount of money that I desire. And then just stick with it. And what's cool is like the actual amount doesn't matter. What matters is that you're reaching, and this is important, you're reaching your full financial potential. And that's all you really have to do is if you reach full potential, your goal. If you get to that next step, you're like right where you need to be. And all you want to do is think about like where's your full potential, and then figure out the steps that you need to take to actually fulfill and achieve that full potential. And for him, it changed everything because he started making $10 million a year, and then he could give tons and tons and tons of money to AIDS victims in Africa, and it was really, really fulfilling for him. He wasn't greedy at all. He was actually sharing, creating a really huge impact on literally tens of thousands of people through the contributions that he made, which is really, really, really powerful. And so you might say, like, are you set for picking winning investments or picking losers? And hopefully you're set for picking winning investments, but if you're not, like go through the exercises we've been going through so that you can abolish any negative mindsets that might, have you set to pick losing investments, because I can teach you anything I want or anything that you want, but if you're not mentally set to succeed, like it's not gonna have an impact, right? So it's important that you go through kind of the exercises that we've been talking about. You should be solid because you've been doing that, which is awesome. If you want to program it to say, look, it's simple, you're gonna make money in stocks, you're gonna make money in investments, you're gonna make money in assets, it all comes down to just having a higher income blueprint. It comes down to sort of constantly knowing that like you deserve, you can have it, and your comfort zone is a lot higher than what your current wealth is. And so to get to that, you want to program your mind that like you have to do more, you have to have more assets so you can actually get to that higher level. As soon as you do that, you're golden, right? So that's kind of the shift, because people think that success of their business or success in their investments is primarily dependent on their business skills, their knowledge of investing, or at least timing in the market. But in reality, how well your business does is simply a result of your money blueprint. You will always validate your money blueprint. And if you're set to earning $1 million a year, you're gonna earn $1 million a year. If you're a salesperson set for earning, $90K a year, you're gonna earn $90K a year. And it doesn't really shift if you make more, if you make less. If you have a sale for $500,000, the sale will either cancel, or if you do end up with it, you're gonna have a bad year following, because of your set point, right? And so you just want to make sure that instead of focusing on a lot of people think they have their set point at whatever, right? And they're like, look, I want to make this is the amount of money that they think they're worth, the amount of money they think they make. And so if they get something that's more than that, if they get something that's higher, like all of a sudden for them, they're like, oh crap, I gotta come back to my set point. So like what we've been talking about over and over and over and over again, take like an hour and sit down and just think about like how you can increase your set point so that it's more, and you're pulled not towards less but pulled towards more. And just take an exercise. Something that really helped me was getting a piece of paper and just writing down very, very specifically and very, very vividly like everything that I could ever want. Like it would be like make me so I'm like right now, like I want helicopters, I want this huge houses or whatever. or cars. Like write down exactly what it is you desire, and like figure out how much that would cost. Like how much would it cost for you to have an island, right? And figure out like exactly what you want, and use that as a tool to say like, look, I got to get my set point way up here so that I can get all these cool things, right? Instead of being here, because if I do that, like I'm never gonna get all these giant list of things that I want. And by no means am I saying like you should be focusing on items or money and stuff like that, or just constantly thinking about material things, but it's a really great way to increase your set point. And then as soon as you do that, I mean, you're literally creating your own financial freedom by doing that, which is really powerful. Definitely a great exercise to kind of pause and apply like right now as you go through that process, writing down all the top things that you could ever desire, and then using that as a tool, using the total of that as a tool to increase your set point and say, look, I've got to have more. I've got to have more assets that are creating more wealth. My money's got to work harder for me so that I can get to that point in the future. And that's kind of a pedestal you can look up to. It's a great starting point. It works really well. And then, as soon as you do that, all of a sudden you can make this shift where you can say, look, money's going to come to you easily. Money's going to come to you, not as a struggle, but instead as just the fact of life. And as soon as you have that shift, and as soon as you sort of move that financial thermostat, you shift your set point to become more, like it might not take, if I change the temperature in this room, it's gonna take maybe 15-20 minutes for the temperature to actually adjust. But you're on the right track, you're going through the process, and you're making that shift over time. So obviously you're not gonna get results like in 25 minutes, but over time, like the temperature will slowly shift. Your bank account will slowly grow higher and higher. And your investments, what do? They'll perform better and better. Because if you just, open up a window or let some hot air in or turn on a fireplace, in the short term, like it can increase the amount of money you have, right? It increase the temperature. But the thermostat's gonna kick back on and cool everything down and lower your money if you don't actually shift what your setting is, what that thing says on the wall, so that you can actually have it set to be more and to sort of have more money in your life. And so that's kind of the core and the foundation. The key here is that you want to consciously observe your thoughts and actions so that you can live from true choice in the present moment rather than being run by programs in the past, and choose exactly where you want to be, exactly sort of the tools that you're going to use to get to that future point. It all comes down to a very simple choice of making a decision that you are going to be extraordinarily wealthy. And then it just comes down to following the actions and the steps needed to invest in assets to actually get to that point in the future. And that's kind of the core, that's the foundation. It's really powerful. And once you achieve this consciousness, you can live from who you are today rather than who you were yesterday, and focus on the power of now. Focus on the present and respond appropriately, knowing that you can tap into your full range of potential, your full range of skills, your full range of talent. You can finally realize that your programming, in all reality, all it is a simple recording of information you received and believed in the past when you were too young to know any better. And you can finally see this conditioning is not who you are, but who you learn to be. And you can see that you are not a recording, but you are the recorder. And you are not the content in the glass, but you are the glass itself. You're not the software, but you are the hardware. And while it's true, like genetics might play a role, spiritual aspects might come into play, much of what shapes who you are comes from other people's beliefs and information. And as talked about earlier, beliefs are not necessarily true or false or right or wrong. And regardless of their validity, beliefs are opinions that are passed down and around and then down from generation to generation to you. Once you know this, you can consciously choose to release any belief or way of being that is not supportive of your wealth. And you can deliberately replace it with one that is supportive of your wealth. And that's really the huge shift, and that's what you've been doing through the exercise that you've been going through. That's super important. And he kind of finishes up this section here by talking about this idea that no thought lives in your mind rent-free. Like you're always giving attention to any of the thoughts that you have. And so you want to sort of stop giving attention to bad thoughts and remove them from your mind by intention and by design. And instead replace them with quality thoughts that are going to get you closer and closer and empower you to create more money and more wealth in your life. And all you have to do is choose your thoughts and beliefs wisely and realize that negative thoughts, negative beliefs are not who you are and they're not attached to you, and you can cut them off and kill them. And instead replace them with importance and meaning, and give that importance and meaning to like wealth building thoughts and asset building thoughts and sort of the information, like a 9 to noon, like that's like gold. Like you put your attention on that, you will phenomenally outperform 99% of investors. It all comes down to having your attention on the right things instead of thinking about like the wrong things. And I'm not gonna talk about them because like you know what the wrong things are, but like I cut those out of my mind so many years ago, because if I gave them any attention or any acknowledgement whatsoever, even give them the privilege of being spoken, it turns them into a reality, and I don't want those negative ideas to be a reality. And so the biggest thing you can do is just stop talking entirely, completely, or surround yourself with people that talk completely about negativity. And as soon as you cut that out, like the growth is going to be so much more. You'll be able to kind of focus on the four main key foundational elements of wealth, right? And so that's kind of the basis here, is that you're going to believe something, you might as well adopt the beliefs that support you. You might as well adopt rich beliefs, because thoughts lead to feelings, feelings lead to actions, and actions lead to results. And you can choose to think and act like rich people, and therefore create the results that rich people create. And so that's sort of the concept behind figuring out how rich people think and act, and modeling what rich people do with their assets and their investments, and just copying them to make a bunch of money, right? And then there's a really great declaration that says, I observe my thoughts and entertain only those that empower me. I have a millionaire mind. And the last thing here, we kind of talked about the four kind of key measurements of wealth. And I want to go through these here, and then we'll kind of go on to the second part here, which is super exciting. So the first sort of key foundational net worth factor is really important. This is income, right? And this is probably the first thing most people think of when they think of, like, you know, how much you're worth or whatever. And what's critical is rich people understand that building a high net worth is an equation that contains all four of these elements. And income, it kind of comes in two forms, okay? So there's active working income and there's passive income. Now, working income is money that you earn from like active work. This is a paycheck from a day-to-day job, where, you know, for an entrepreneur, it's the profits taken from a business. And when working income requires that you're investing your own time and labor to earn money. Working income is important because without it, it's almost impossible to address sort of the other three forms and the other three net worth factors. And so like me doing exactly what I'm doing right now, like this is like working income. Like I'm putting time, energy, effort. There's gonna be a lot more time, energy, effort after this is recorded. It's gonna go into turning this into a reality. Like this is working income. And it's sort of critical, and it's where most people start out, and it's how you kind of fill up your financial funnel. All things else being equal, the more working income you earn, the more you can save, the more you can invest, and it's really critical, but it's also the only just this little valuable part of the entire equation. You know, what kind of sucks is most poor people, most middle class people, they focus exclusively on working income out of the four factors, and consequently they end up with a low or no net worth whatsoever. And because why? Because they don't have assets, right? If you don't have assets, like you're not gonna get the result. Now passive income is a little more powerful. Passive income is money earned without you actively working, and like this is sort of the key when you're investing in assets and you're creating streams of income through the investments that you make. Like these passive income, these recurring, any kind of income you get from your investments, that's really good. That's phenomenal. That's leverage. That's it's dividends or any kind of investment can pay you over and over again. Where you put in maybe a set amount of work at the beginning, and then you put in no work ever again, but you keep getting paid, and you keep getting paid, and you keep getting paid, and you keep getting paid. That's what you do, and that's what you achieve when you have assets. And so it's really important that you kind of split your income into active and passive, and then you do everything you can to invest in assets that lead to passive income, or whatever thing you can to invest in assets that lead to the greatest returns, right? This is sort of a trade-off sometimes between passive income and just really phenomenal capital gains, and usually those really phenomenal capital gains can kind of outweigh it. We'll get more into that as we get into, investing, right? Now, saving is the second net worth factor. And I'll put this in Greek. So, 2 is savings, right? And this is sort of the big win for a lot of people. This is, you can earn wads and wads and wads of money, but if you don't keep any of it, right, you're not gonna have a chance of creating wealth. So this is why we've kind of gone through the Jim Rohn content and the budgeting earlier on, so that you can actually have those savings. Because many people, they have their financial blueprint. It's wired for spending. Whatever money they have, they spend. They choose immediate gratification over long-term balance. And what happens is spenders, they kind of have like 3 core models. The first motto is it's only money, and therefore, money is something that they don't have to really, have much of, because they don't value it, because they don't see it as a tool to actually create financial freedom, because they don't see it as a resource to get sort of an end result of real savings and retirements that they desire, right? And sort of the second core motto is what goes around comes around. And at least they hope so, but in reality, like, if they're not investing in anything, like, you're not gonna get results if you don't have assets, right? And it kind of comes down to their third motto, which is, sorry, I can't right now, I'm broke. And it sucks because, like, if I'm like, dude, Microsoft stock is gonna triple, the options are gonna sextuple in the next 4 months, like, it's gonna be amazing, you gotta invest in this, it's gonna be so good, it's gonna literally be the best thing ever, and you have like $8 in your bank account, like, what are you gonna turn that into? $24, maybe $40? Like, that's nothing, right? But if you have savings, and then I'm like, dude, check out this investment. I have one of my clients, I'm like, dude, check out this investment. And within like a week, they make 6 figures. And I'm like, yeah, dude, power assets, right? Because you have sort of the cash flow and the savings to invest, like, money turns into more money. It's not a difficult concept. You just have to have somewhere to start with. We don't have to have a whole lot to start with, and you can continue, start off with a little bit, but constantly be focusing on saving, and multiplying that through assets, right? That's kind of that's the key, that's the foundation. And that's exactly what you're hoping for. Because without creating income to sort of fill the funnel and savings to keep it there, it's impossible to invest. You have to make sure you have that savings plan in place, which is why we set out the budget. Now, the third key net worth factor is investments. Now, this is really where you get to the fun part, right? Investments is what? It's multiplying your money. It's investing in assets. It's growing your money, turning it into more and more money, building real savings and retirements. And what he says here is, generally, the better you are at investing, the faster your money will grow and generate a greater net worth. And rich people, they take time and they take their energy to learn about investing and learn about investments. And the fourth net worth factor is probably one of the sort of most hidden ones, that is simplification. This idea that, if you can, get by on less and simplify your life, it's gonna be a lot easier to live on passive income. And the way Ecker kind of shares this is he talks about, few people have recognized how important this factor is in actually creating wealth. And the thing is, it goes hand in hand with saving money, whereby, you consciously create a lifestyle in which you need less money to live on. And by decreasing your cost of living, you kind of increase your savings and the amount of funds available for investing, which is like the best, right? And to kind of talk about this, talks about one of his students, Sue, who, when she was 23, she purchased this home, and she paid about $300,000 for it. She was kind of more into like the real estate investing space. And 7 years later, she sold it for $600,000, which basically doubled their money in 6 years. Which, I don't know, that's pretty good. Like, you can probably do it a little bit faster, and by a little bit faster, I mean like a bajillion times faster with not even new investing. But it's pretty impressive, right? It's nice. You double your money. It's $300,000 in the bank. Very cool. Very cool. And she considered sort of buying a new home, but then she sort of understood the concepts in, Secrets of the Millionaire Mind, and she realized that if she invested her money in a secure second mortgage at 10% interest rates and kind of simplified her lifestyle, she could actually be quite comfortable living on the earnings from her investments, earnings from the loans that she was giving out, earnings from her assets that she was using her money to earn money with. And as soon as she did that, she would never have to work again. And so instead of purchasing a new home, she moved in with her sister, and she's completely financially free because she just invests her money in assets to pay her interest over and over again. Like you guys are going to learn how to do absolutely phenomenally. And just constantly scaling back her personal overhead. And it works phenomenally for her because she enjoys it. And she doesn't have to really do anything if she doesn't want to. She does, she can. Like, she wants to work, she can, but it's up to her, right? It's her choice. And she can spend it, she spends a lot of her time in Fiji, she says, because she loves it. And, her money goes further, especially if you start living abroad. The cost of living internationally is much lower than in the States. Like, you can get lobster steak dinners for $1 or $3 in some of these third world countries, and still have really great quality of living in places like Spain, places like Ecuador. But this is a concept that Tim Ferriss really talks about a lot more in the 4-Hour Work Week. This idea of vagabonding, this idea of living internationally long term, and using that as a tool to basically decrease the amount of money that you need to have, the amount of recurring income you need to have, but you can live in places abroad where you might be able to get by on 1/10 of the income you would need in San Diego, California, but still have the exact same quality of living, if not better. Because in reality, like, you can literally get flights for just like a couple dozen bucks, and it's just the cost of living is so much cheaper in so many international places. This is not something I focus too much on, but it's a really powerful concept, and a lot of, I mean, everything in the far about work week is just phenomenal. It's definitely a lot more geared towards like building business assets. But with that said, for work week is like that concept of vagabonding, and he talks about it more in Tools of Titans, which you guys get as a book review as a 9 to noon client. Definitely check out those book reviews because they kind of touch on this a little bit more than I'm going to go into it right now. But those books are really phenomenal. They talk more about this concept of living abroad and decreasing your living expenses while increasing the quality of your living on the same income, which is super cool. And so for her, she lives with the locals, she doesn't spend a lot, and I mean, she doesn't have to really like work ever, because she has this fortune that's paying her out over and over again. And so, you know, a lot of people really overestimate the amount of money that it would take to be completely financially free, when in reality, if you look at living abroad, it's very inexpensive. And if you just have assets that pay a little bit of like interest, like, you don't have to work ever again. And again, that concept and that foundation is really laid out in the 4-hour work week, and a little bit more in Tools of Titans, but mostly in the 4-hour work week by Tim Ferriss. So definitely, but check out those book reviews that you have access to as a client, because those books are like, they changed my life. They're amazing, and it's just really good. So with that said, that was sort of her idea. This idea of simplification is basically following that concept of, you know, lowering your expenses while increasing your quality of living. And at the same time, she didn't need all the toys that she used to need to be happy, and instead she could reach her financial goals a lot sooner by, you know, not having to focus as much on, you know, spending money on stuff that she didn't really actually need. They didn't actually matter. And as you make that simple shift, it's just phenomenally easier to actually get sort of closer and closer to those end results, where you're able to focus on just enjoying life instead of focusing on money all the time, over and over again, by simplifying your lifestyle, right? And it's pretty important. It's cool. And then when he kind of wraps it up here, he says, imagine kind of driving a bus with 4 wheels. And he says that each of these 4 key net worth factors are all equally important, and they are all like part of the equation. They're all part of life, and you have to focus on all of them and master all of them. And as soon as you can do that, like, you get to this leads to financial freedom, right? And so, you know, my objective, my goal is to make you an insanely profitable and ludicrously well outperforming investor, so that you can turn your savings into tons of cash, and hopefully some of what I teach you with investing will turn into a lot more passive income. And especially if you take on 9 to noon trading, you can actually up that active income as well, through financial markets, through assets, and mostly it's just through creating quality assets. So that's kind of the core, and that's what I'm super passionate about and can't wait to share with you throughout this coaching program, which is super exciting. And so, yeah, rich people play the game on all 4 wheels, and that's why the ride is fast, smooth, direct, and relatively easy. And so that's the core, right? If you lose one wheel, or if you're driving on one wheel, if you're only driving your car, if you're only driving your bus on income, and all you have is income, you don't have savings, you don't have investment, you don't have simplifications, like, how do you think your bus is gonna, like, how do you think you can't drive a car with one wheel. It just won't happen. So you have to have all 4. It's critical that you have all 4, and that's why we set out this budget early on. Most people, especially like poor people, they play the game with one wheel only, and because of that, like, you can't take your friends on your bus, you can't take your family on your bus if your bus has one wheel. Like, it just won't move. But if your bus has 4 wheels, you can take as many people as you want to anywhere that you want to go to, right? It all comes down to what? It comes down to having the right net worth factors. And he kind of touches here on concepts that are developed more in the Millionaire Next Door. This idea of like keeping up with the Joneses, and how people are always spending on crap that they don't really need. And when he talks about, Ecker says that in society, what's normal is you have a car, you make more money, you get a better car, you have a house, you make more money, you get a better house, you have clothes, you make more money, you get better clothes, you have holidays, you make more money, spend more on the holidays. And of course, you know, there are a few exceptions to this rule, but there are very few. And in general, as income goes up, expenses almost always invariably go up as well. And if you look at surveys of, you know, how much people think it costs to live in a city, there's this huge study they did in New York, and they surveyed like everyone on this huge wide range of income spectrums. And I think this actually comes from the Millionaire Next Door. which is like literally insane because the book's crazy. Basically what they found is people that had less money said that it cost less money to live. And people that had maybe 10, 30% more money than them said it cost more money to live by a factor of about 10 to 30%. People that had twice as much money said that it cost about twice as much to live. And what happens is the amount of money people think it costs to live actually goes up as their income goes up, because to them, for a lot of people, they're programmed to basically spend everything that they make. And they're not programmed to save, they're programmed to invest, they're not programmed to have like a disciplined budget, and so they don't. Which is why you're a light year ahead of them through this content, through this course, and through this program. And I want you to kind of take that concept and understand that the millionaire mind, it refers to net worth, not income. It refers to net worth. And your intention, if you want to be a millionaire or more, billionaire, whatever, you have to focus on building your net worth, which is based on way, way, way more than just your income. And so really the key and the foundation here is to focus on actually following the budget that we set out in week 2. And as soon as, as long as you follow that, like, you should be solid. You should be really crushing it. And as soon as you do that, all you have to do then is just track your results, track your results, track your results. Figure out, what's my net worth and where does it want to go and where do I want it to be. And as soon as you can do that, you can get some really, really, really phenomenal results just by focusing on these core foundational mental concepts of like, where's my money going, right? And so how much of my money is going from income over to savings, and how much of my savings are going to investments, and how much of those investments are actually, like, what's my percent return, right? What's my gain? And that's what you'll kind of learn, how to get really phenomenal investments through this program. And then, all of that just at the end of the day comes down to like simplifying your lifestyle. Like, if you don't have to live in New York and pay ridiculous taxes and live in extraordinarily expensive real estate because you run, or you have your investments online or something, like, you could like live somewhere where it's a lot cheaper. Maybe live, follow some of the stuff in for a work week and go vagabonding and live abroad where it costs literally like fractions of what it costs to live here, and have like a 10 times better quality of life because the extraordinarily and stunningly low costs of like actually living, which is pretty interesting. And the 4 Work Week is a phenomenal book. A lot of the resources we've kind of talked about today are total game changers. And so hopefully you got a ton of value out of this module. I want you to go out there, I want you to apply it. I want you to absolutely crush it. And I'm excited because now you kind of understand like what mentally is the process to go through to actually sort of get to the results that you want to grow that wealth extraordinarily and exponentially quickly, which is really, really powerful. Now the next module is going to be the last module, and it's one I'm really, really excited about because it's going to actually show you the steps and the actions and the thoughts that you should kind of implant in your mind. And as soon as you implant those in your mind, like, they're going to generate money, they're going to turn into wealth over time, which is super, super exciting. So I hope you're as excited as I am for that, because I think it's going to be awesome. And with that said, I really, really appreciate it, and I will see you in the next module. Bye. Awesome. All right, we're at sort of the cumulative climax here, which is really, really exciting. Which is the wealth files, which is awesome. These are the 17 ways where people think and act differently from poor and middle class people, which is really the game changer. Really the core and the foundation here is understanding what's actually going on inside of wealthy people's minds. And a lot of this is like mental stuff, because most of it really just comes down to building assets and investing in quality assets, which is sort of the point of everything we're doing here is and what you'll learn about as you invest in assets. But there's so much gold here, it's phenomenal. Now, I want you to understand as we go into this concept that my goal throughout this entire implementation coaching program is not to like overwhelm you with like everything and give you like a bajillion things to learn from and make it feel like there's like tons of noise. Like, that's not my objective at all. And instead, I think the most important thing and the best thing I can do, and I think the best thing most best teachers can do, is to make it a little bit more simple and focus it instead on like the core sort of foundational minority of concepts that will lead to a majority of your results. And so, because of that, like, there's a lot of things I'm going to group together that I've sort of gone through with you guys earlier on in this book. And now there's sort of these, like, this is like the core, this is the part 2, is if I go through these in sort of a one-by-one order, because just by understanding these and like sort of recognizing the concepts that they entail, you're gonna get a majority of your results, and you're gonna have most of your sort of life changes. They're gonna come from sort of understanding at a high level what you need to do to actually shift your mindset. And then as we go through this program, how to actually invest really, really well, sort of follow through on what you're learning here, which is really, really powerful and really, really cool. With that, I want you to understand that I'm not gonna just read this book word for word to you, because I think that sort of the best thing you can do here is understand the really, really big picture, and then sort of learn to apply it, because you already have the tool, you already have the processes, and you've already gone through a lot of the individual steps with the budgeting you've done, and also with the declarations and the statements that you've made. And so this, I think, really is kind of the bow on top. And if you want to go 100 times deeper into it, then just snag a copy of this book. It's amazing. And so, with that said, I am super excited to give you guys sort of a more clear picture and a more condensed and understanding content of these wealth files, because these wealth files literally changed my life. As soon as I understood them and sort of followed them, it's just night and day, sort of the results that come from it. It all kind of comes down to following the wealth files, which is super, super exciting. So, with that said, I'm super excited, and let's get right into it. He starts off this section talking about how most of what we've learned and most of what most people do is they learning how to survive, and that's obviously not the objective. The objective, right, is to thrive. The objective is to be insanely awesome, be phenomenal, do crazy cool things. And so as you go through these, make sure that you're thinking about how you can use these wealth files and use your money to thrive, not just to survive, right? So with that said, so the first core wealth principle is that you can choose to think in ways that will support you in your happiness and success instead of ways that don't. You have control, and you deserve to make the decision. And so here's the critical part, right? Rich people believe, I create my life. Poor people believe, life happens to me. Rich people are proactive. Poor people are reactive. What do you want to do? You want to create your own life. You don't want to blame other things or justify your failures, and instead all you want to do is look towards the future and understand that money is extremely important in the areas in which it works and extremely unimportant in the areas in which it doesn't. So totally ignore everything that's not giving you money and exclusively focus on things that do give you money, because when you are complaining, you become a living, breathing crap magnet. And when you're investing and you're doing things the right way and you're spreading out positive energy, you become a success magnet. And so, just make sure that you're not doing what poor people do, which is complaining. And instead understand there's no such thing as a really rich victim. And the only people on the planet that have tons of wealth are the ones that are constantly positive and saying day after day, over and over, that it is the best ever. And that's the core, that's the foundation.
Hey, this is John. Congratulations on making it to the end of this course. I really, really hope you enjoyed it. I think it's just awesome content, and I hope that you got a ton of value from it. If you want to support the author, obviously, again, this is not my book. This was originally written by T. Harv Eker, so I would definitely recommend that you go and support his book, because it's really, really good. And like we said in that last final little module, there's a pretty solid chunk of it that I would recommend you kind of go through the end of it, because I think it is really, really useful. Aside from that, Eker teaches courses, he gives seminars. I've gone to them. They're pretty solid, but that was all before COVID and all that stuff. And a lot of it is actually kind of really up there, and I'm not 100% sure about the value that you get for dropping 40 grand on a seminar. They ask you for 50 grand if you they're pretty hard pitches. So I don't have much to say about that. I think they're amazing. Like I referenced, they have this Millionaire Mind Intensive that they do as a Sex Resources America. I don't know how it works right now, but once everything gets back from COVID, really just phenomenal seminar. You're gonna get pitched like hell, but it is just amazing. I remember the money burning exercise, and I remember that from, it's just such a long time ago. It stuck with me because it was just so important for establishing an abundance mindset, and it just had such a huge impact on me. It's something that is so incredibly difficult to put into words, and at the same time, I don't want to spoil it for you, because it's all right, so look, if you're not going to go to the seminar, then you can listen to the next part. But if you are going to go, which I would really recommend you do, please pause this, because I don't want to spoil this for you, but I also want to tell you this story just because it just had such a big impact on me, and I feel like I would be leaving this course incomplete without it. Okay, so if you're going to go, I don't want to spoil this for you because it will ruin the whole thing, so pause it if you don't want it spoiled. But anyway, so basically what they do is there's this, whoever's giving the seminar, they'll have basically three kind of, at least where I was, there were like 3 rows of people, 3, chairs, or like chair rows. So they had 3 guys walk up to the front, and they each held up a candle, and they brought up like a little trash can next to them. And this guy spends literally like 15-20 minutes, like super long, exaggerated dialogue about how he wants everybody to kind of walk, kind of like in a church row, like walk through the aisles and make their way up to the front in an orderly fashion, just kind of like a communion or whatever. And how they should, just the logistics, how everyone's gonna walk up to the front. And then he says, okay, so last night I told you all to bring a $100 bill in today, and everyone pulls out their $100 bill. And this is when people start going nuts. There's a couple, I don't know, maybe like 250 people in the room, I can't remember. And he's like, I know what you guys are thinking, 250 people, $100 each, we could be doing some real nice support work for some charities here, 25 grand to somewhere, support some kids, but that's not what we're gonna do. They were gonna make an investment in you, and what we're gonna do is everyone's gonna walk up, and what you wanna do is you wanna put the corner of your $100 bill on the flame, and let it start burning, let it start coming to a crisp. And when it's about halfway down, you don't want to burn yourself, and we also don't want to burn the hotel down. So just throw it in the little trash can so it can finish burning up. And then we started talking about the importance of, everyone's chanting about how you control your money, and it's not the other way around. It's not your money controlling you. And that was just so huge. So everyone's like, I control my money. My money does not control me. I control my money. My money does not control me. And it was it's just incredibly important thing to realize, because like I do trades now where it's like, you can whisk away 5-6 figures just like that. And if you don't have that mentality of having control of your money and not the other way around, you're gonna have challenges. It's really gonna, it's hard to have success when you always feel like the money controls you. And the best way to very quickly achieve, you control your money is have an abundance of it. But aside from that, it just comes down to mindset. And so everyone's here chanting. We're all about to go burn our $100 bills. And I remember my dad came in about midway through the seminar that day, and he's like standing in the back, he's got $100. And he's like, oh my God, I can't believe I came to this. I gotta burn this money now. And everyone's about to burn all their money. And I mean, it's really hard. This is why you really had to be there, because it's hard for me to convey the emotion of everyone, where you look to your left, you see like 5 people with $100. You look to your right, you see 5 more people with $100, and everyone's like in this emotional state of like, oh my gosh, I'm about to destroy this money. And it has just this surreal impact on how they view themselves and how they view abundance and wealth, and it's just a huge, massive, insane game changer for your internal mindset. And it was, oh my God, one of just the craziest things I've ever done. And I mean, not like, action wise, but just mentally. And anyway, it's hard to convey the emotion, but everyone was like, just, it's such this weird state, because like if you can't just not do it. Like there's the peer pressure of every single person around you going to burn their money. And my God, it really, it just made me realize, like, wow, this is really just an object. And seeing all of it around me, and being willing and able and 100% committed at that moment to just burn it, because it didn't matter, it didn't have control over me, was such a freeing, such a massively liberating experience. It's something that is just insane. Now, the reason this is so impactful is because right after that, essentially the guy says, okay, you guys can stop. I'm not actually going to make you burn your money. And everyone is like, oh. And then he asks everyone, he says, but how did that make you feel? And there are just dozens of people, one after another in the audience, over and over and over, talking about how it made them feel free, made them feel like they were no longer like tethered to this paper in their hand. And they finally had actual control over their mindset, their mentality, and how they connected with money. And the part that makes it so impactful is believing wholeheartedly that you're actually going to burn this money, like the entire way through up until the end. And that's why it's really just amazing. And obviously, you can't really do this anymore because I kind of spoiled it for you. But just put yourself in that state and like take a flame out and just put $100 bill next to it. Just ask yourself how that makes you feel, because for trading, this is the big takeaway, and this is what I will leave you on, and this is what I'll finish the course with. When I asked people around me, how they felt about. At this point, I had been trading for at least I've been day trading, I think, for 3 years at the time. I asked them how they felt about what they just did, like emotionally, and everyone was talking about these feelings, these connections, and like I said earlier, how they felt scared or like, oh my gosh, freaking out, and how it was this big, at least for vast majority of people, it's like this big emotional journey. But for me at the time, there was some of that for sure. I mean, I was pretty young, so there was some of that, but it was really small. I almost felt nothing, because I'm so used to, and what you need to get used to is just getting in, getting out, and taking like losses and losing money. It's just part of the system, part of the game. I remember there was this day a couple weeks ago, I lost like 26 grand in a day, and I got super sad. And so I ate like 3 pints of Ben and Jerry's all day. And at the end of the day, I had this team meeting for a machine learning project I'm leading, and we go through the meeting like normal, and I was eating my ice cream during the meeting, and it was like a video call, and at the end, I just kept talking about, this is really like Ben and Jerry's, the peanut butter brownie core is just really just insanely good ice cream. And so I'm telling them how good this ice cream is, and they're like, is that like your dinner? And I'm like, it's like my 3rd one today. I'm kind of sad, and I tell them kind of what happened that day, and it's like the first response from the 2 other people there was instant. It was instantly, oh, don't worry about it, you'll get it back, and you'll make it back, and you can come back. And it is really important to understand that like you're gonna have moments, metaphorically and just in reality, where you're gonna buy an options contract or something, or you're gonna make an investment, and it's literally going to be burning money. And the most important thing you can do is not to not care, because obviously you want to care, which is not like insane amount. The most important thing you do though is removing that emotional connection. I felt almost nothing during this $100 bill burning thing, because I had spent years and years and years removing the emotional connection from money. I barely even see it in paper form. It's usually just numbers on a screen to me, and that's sort of where you want to be when it comes to your investing, and that comes from experience, but it also comes from applying what you learned in this course, and internalizing that exercise that I just told you about. And it's just massive, really, just really big. So I hope that you learned a bunch from this course. I hope you got a ton of value from that last little bit, and it really has sort of the impact that it needs to have on you. So thank you guys so much for watching again. If you want to support me, obviously smash like, subscribe, share this cool course. If you made it to the end, that's awesome. Very few people do, so kudos on that. National best-selling author. You can get my books wherever books are sold, and hopefully I will see you in another course or module or whatever. So thank you guys so much. Bye.